another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 Alameda is another Savior. Holy, holy, get him moving right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. Oh, so there it is. So welcome, dear friends. We go again. The most exciting platform on YouTube, bar none. So hopefully this session will be just as exciting as you've always known it to be. It promises as always to be a blockbuster session. You know it always is. So I make that promise almost in some confidence because we've not known it any differently. It's the most exciting space that you can be on YouTube, bar none. And I'm saying that with the confidence of the gathering because it's nothing to do with me. is because of you guys. So welcome one and all, one name and all that. So holy. So click on the like button, please, as you're coming in. Click on that. Click on subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. If you are joining us on Facebook, please make sure you are following the platform. Very important. We need to hit some numbers on Facebook. So if you are joining us on Facebook, then make sure you're following. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come join us on the screen, especially if you're a new and a confident voice, knowledgeable in the Nigerian political space, then please, you are invited. So come join us if you're a new and a confident voice with a vast enough knowledge of the Nigerian political terrain. Then please come join us by clicking on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here. So if you click on that, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as we finish reading out the talking point, we'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. And then, of course, if you want to donate towards the platform, as some people usually choose to, then click on this link right here that says buy your host cups of coffee. Go to that space and go wild. We'd like to see a few people take up that option this time around. So please do that if you feel generous enough to want to do that. So there is that. So the headlines that we'll be contending with are vote PDP for governorship. When it is presidency, Sheyi will tell you. So this is Governor Wike in Oyo State. So campaigning, of course, for the reconfirmation of Sheyi Makinde as the governor of Oyo State, and it's that same technique. A lot of you old enough with the memory enough, you remember the Otedola saga under the Third Republic, when the Lagosians voted for Otedola for a different party and voted for a different space for the presidency. So that's what Wike is inviting in Oyo State. Vote for governorship. When it is presidency, Sheyi will talk to you. Governor Wike tells Oyo State electorates. So instructions from the Creeks to the people of Oyo. 2023 presidency, full list of Peter Obi's high-profile endorsement ahead of the polls. So there's been a plethora of people endorsing Peter Obi, so much so that we've lost count of who exactly has endorsed Peter Obi. So now this article seeks to document that just for memory purposes. 2023 presidency, full list of Peter Obi's high-profile endorsement ahead of the polls. So the people who endorse Peter Obi, of course, but then, of course, they can endorse Peter Obi all they like, but what does that really translate in terms of votes cast and votes casted for Peter Obi? I was going to say votes cast and votes cast in favor of Peter Obi. So let me say that. So what does that mean? So we go through the list then to remind ourselves who is endorsing Peter Obi. Obasanjo behind Obi Date movement wanted to draft me. So I'm bringing you this headline because this was something that I was just proposing as early as yesterday's session. And a lot of people poo-pooed it when I was bringing it to the notice of the... I wasn't really bringing it to the notice of the platform. I was presenting it to the platform for their consideration. But they considered it and just cast me adrift. Like they swatted me away like a fly yesterday. So I hope apologies will be forthcoming now, because what I proposed yesterday, that Peter Obi essentially is a Tinubu, I don't know why I keep saying Tinubu when I mean to say Obasanjo. Peter Obi essentially is an Obasanjo project. That was what I proposed, and people lampooned me. But now, it's making the headline now, and somebody giving us confirmation from the top echelons of Nigerian politics. 2023, Obasanjo behind Obi Date movement wanted to draft me, and this is Daniel Buala. So he's one of the senior functionaries of the Atiku Okowa ticket, and you will say he would say that, wouldn't he? But then what he's saying, it concurs with what I was proposing yesterday and what a lot of people believe to be the case. So there it is. Now the headline, Peter Obi's endorsement, Tinubu attacks Obasanjo, reveals top secrets. So you have to hang around to find out exactly what those secrets are. So we'll tease you with that for a moment. And by the way, I have not read it either. Some of you who are long-standing on this platform and some of you who may be new, I only really present off the back of the headline so that we can react to the body of the narrative together. But that headline, it certainly promises a lot. But does it deliver? That's the thing. Peter Obi's endorsement, Tinubu attacks Obasanjo, reveals top secrets. So what secrets are those? That's the question that we're hoping an answer will be provided for. So that's the question we're hoping an answer will be provided for. Peter Obi, Obasanjo punished me, Tinubu. So it looks as though, in fact, it is the case when Tinubu was on the stomping grounds in the Edo State rally. He used that opportunity to address this endorsement because a lot of people have endorsed Peter Obi, and we go through the list of all of them in a moment. A lot of people have endorsed Peter Obi, but the political space had not really, the reaction of the political space has been somewhat tepid until this instance. So it looks as though this Obasanjo's endorsement, it especially rankles. It especially rankles because we are getting all these reactions just to tell us that they don't care, but they go to great length to tell us that they don't care, which is to suggest to you then that they do care. But then, that's Tinubu now using the rally in Edo State to speak to that space. But then he then uses that opportunity to go down memory lane to speak about his relationship with Obasanjo. Obasanjo punished me. This is Tinubu making that headline. But what was the punishment and why was he punished? So you have to hang back to just find out exactly what's in play there. See how Peter Obi's campaign rally turned out in Ekiti. Photos and videos. So we're getting to the tail end of the. Yes, we can grab a clip of that. So let me quickly grab it. Oh, hold on. Bear with me. I'm just. All right. So I've grabbed the clip. So we're getting to the tail. I wonder actually. Some of you may go and do the research and let us know in the comment section or come on the screen. But we're getting to the tail end of the campaigning season because the campaigns, they usually stop for a short period before the elections actually take place. So we're getting to the tail end of the campaign seasons now. So, but we are at the very epicenter of the campaigns as well. So the crowds would matter. Whether they tell you that the crowds are bought and paid for, and whether the other argument is to suggest that the crowd is organic, however and whatever, the optics of a crowd is a very important component in a political cycle. So that's why we pay attention to the crowds, because the crowd is the indicator. If they are going to rig an election, for instance, then they can reference after rigging an election that look how many people were following us at all of these stumps that we had rallies. So, and if you are going to win an election as well, legitimately, then the indications are at the rallies, the sort of gatherings that you're able to pull together. So make no equivocation and have no mistakes. The rallies are important. They are important, and that is why people go to great length to try and play it down. So see how Peter Obi's campaign rally turned out in Ekiti. So we'll find out exactly what the commentaries are there. Campaign, Tinubu out working others. This is Adeyeye speaking. And this is the thing though, because in terms of the campaigning, I'm not sure that anybody has campaigned as much as Tinubu in this cycle. And Tinubu's campaign, of course, an indication as to an intention to win an election. Tinubu, because if there's anybody that is showing an indication that he wants to be president by virtue of campaigning for, because it's an application letter, you know. Do you know what I mean? The campaigning is an application letter, you know, and it's an interview as well. So the application is to present yourself, and then the interview is to the application is to offer yourself, and then the interview is to present yourself to the people so that the people can interrogate you in whichever manner and show it's a very visceral, very primal thing. You get an instantaneous reaction as to whether the people want you or not. It is yay or nay. So that's what a rally is. It's yay or nay. It is thumbs up or thumbs down. So that's what so anybody that tells you that a campaign rally is not important in politics, tell the person to go and take a glass of cold water and go back to bed. Very important. So this is why we pay attention and we count the numbers of the crowd. So we have a look at Peter Obi's performance in Ekiti State. But just a proviso, have no great expectations of that rally because Peter Obi is in foreign territory, and no matter what the noise is that all the youths are following him, etc., the Southwest already has a candidate in play. And Peter Obi is not a quantity that is especially known in the Southwest. So have no great expectations that you are looking to have, that you are looking rather to see a mass crowd. So have no great expectations that you are looking to see a mass crowd, but what you should expect is to see sufficient enough of a crowd to suggest that Peter Obi is penetrating into foreign land. So that is what we're looking to assess with that. So we look to assess that, and Tinubu outworking others, Adeyeye. So we've had that headline already. All right, so that seems to be the last headline. So a rich mix, a rich blend, a potpourri. So a rich blend of everything, a licorice, all sorts. So a potpourri of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Just relax. Just stay where you are and hold your hands up and surrender to the space for however long the session lasts. Just give it up and surrender yourself to the space, and let's take you on a ride. So you know how it goes. So just surrender yourself to the space. So, but before you lean back or kick back or take it easy or surrender, so that call again, if you haven't clicked on like, then please do that. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you want to come join us on the screen, let me repost that hyperlink that invites you to the screen. We need new and strong voices. If we can even grab a female voice, that adds even to the mix. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the studio and share your political thoughts and experience and intelligence. So you know it's an intelligent space. The only thing that gets you through the door on this platform is having a brain. That's the only requirement. So if you are confident that you have the intelligence and the knowledge base, then we're looking to hear from you. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us in the studio, and then let's talk all matters are political and Nigerian. So do that, and then of course the invitation to buy coffee for your host. It's not a coffee, by the way. Cups of coffee is what we're looking for you to do. So if you're intending to do that, then do that via that portal that says buy your host cups of coffee. So as we set about all those tasks that I've just set you, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical intermission, and then after that we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites. The Kegites. Egbe Elemu, the Kegites.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o. Petro Ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, if you spent more than a minute here, pardon me, if you spent more than a minute here, you know the meaning of that prayer. It's in Yoruba language. And what it simply invites is that may death have nothing to do with us. So that it's just a simple but a powerful, probably the most important prayer in life. Ikuko Niru Agbeche. So I say amen on my behalf and on behalf of you, my friends. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Vote PDP for governorship. When it is presidency, Sheyi will talk to you. Governor Wike tells Oyo State electorate. So we've been in this space in the political history of Nigeria before. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has told Oyo State voters that their governor, Sheyi Makinde, would inform them on the preferred presidential candidate to vote for in the February 25th presidential poll. Wike, who led 5 aggrieved governors of the People's Democratic Party PDP, said Oyo people should vote for all other candidates of PDP, including Makinde, whilst warning other governorship candidates to withdraw in their own interest. So that's the most ludicrous. Is it Folani or something that is being presented by the APC? So he's paying heed to that, of course. Wike turns up and say it is in your interest for you no longer to contend. And then, of course, he immediately calls a press conference to say, I have given up my aspirations to be governor for your state because some drunken brandy governor from Rivers State has said it's not it's the most ludicrous thing. The leader of the so-called integrity governors, who spoke on Thursday during PDP's campaign flag off, said Makinde was the only credible candidate in the race for Oyo governorship seat. He said, let me thank you, referring to the crowd, for making the assurance available. He said, let me thank you, referring to the crowd, for making the assurance available in person of a dependable and young man you can trust, a young man you can go home with your 2 eyes closed, a young man, when he tells you yes, his yes is yes, and when he tells you no, his no is no. And that is why he's one of those integrity groups who believe in fairness, equity, and justice. So it can never avoid an opportunity to have a dig in the direction of Atiku. I do not want to market a weak product. Do you want to market a weak product, referring to the crowd? And Wike has that speech habit, inviting the crowd to join in. He will go, and that is why and then the crowd will land it for him. That is a speech pattern. I do not want to market a weak product. Do you want to market a weak product, referring to the crowd? You already know Sheyi Makinde has done well since you gave him the mandate since 2019. And therefore, the only way we can benefit more is for you to allow him to continue the good works he has started. Let me use this opportunity and tell all of you, the electorate, if anybody is contesting for the Oyo Guba election in other parties, today, the 5th of January 2023, please, I am giving you the final notice. Withdraw now. The people of Oyo have spoken that it is PDP. Vote for Sheyi as governor, vote for House of Reps, vote for House of Assembly. The other one, the presidency, Sheyi will talk to you, Wike said. So there it is. That's where we wanted to land down. So the motley crew of the 5 disgruntled, they've landed in Oyo State to give instructions to the mighty people of my native state. The audacity of some brandy swelling element from the creeks going to my home state to give instructions by jest, but that's the politics of it, though, and it is that sort of politics of vote one party for this interest and vote this other party for another interest. So we want to document this because a lot has happened in this space. So let's pause for a moment just to reacquaint and just to gather all that has happened in that space. The Peter Obi endorsement I'm talking about, of course, full list of Peter Obi's high-profile endorsements ahead of the polls. So let's remind ourselves who has endorsed the former Anambra governor. As the 2023 presidential election reaches, it's only about 5-6 weeks away, by the way. Remind yourself of that. It's just a hop, a skip, and a jump to that election. As the 2023 presidential elections reached the penultimate month, there have been a series of buzz on who becomes the next president of Nigeria. 4 names have been mapped out as the genuine contenders for the #1 administrative seat in the country. These names include Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP. Let's see. However, Peter Obi seems to have been the most prominent name on the lips of his counterparts following a series of endorsements he has received heading into next month's elections. And by the way, pardon me. And by the way, the period that these endorsements are coming in are quite instructive. It is not a coincidence, It is that final push to get him over the hurdle is really why they've timed the endorsement for this moment in time. 5-6 weeks from the elections, and all of the big names then that are endorsing him are now coming out to raise his hand and say, this is our man. However, Peter Obi seems to have been the most prominent name on the lips of his counterparts following a series of endorsements he has received heading into next month's elections. So now, correspondents in this piece will spotlight some of the high-profile endorsements for Peter Obi. So at the top of that chain, of course, or at the top of that table, Olusegun Obasanjo. On Monday, January the 2nd, ex-President Obasanjo, in his New Year message, endorsed presidential candidate Peter Obi. For some, it was a shocker, whilst other political pundits believed Obasanjo's body language says it all prior to his endorsement of Peter Obi. So we leave that there. We won't go into too much details on that. Number 2, Edwin Clark. Following Obasanjo's endorsement, another prominent elder statesman and leader of the South-South region, Chief Edwin Clark, also broke the internet. I'm not quite sure if anything that, anyway, let me not say that, but I'm not sure that anything Edwin Clark has to say will especially break the internet. It's only us political aficionados that pay attention to these things. But what the band says is what breaks the internet. Following Obasanjo's endorsement, another prominent elder statesman and leader of the South-South region, Chief Edwin Clark, also broke the internet as he announced in a press briefing that he will be rooting for Peter Obi. He said, Peter Obi's commitment to environmental justice to clean up the Niger Delta polluted communities is most welcomed, given that even the ongoing Ogoni cleanup has been rather slow. His commitment to inclusion of qualified persons from the Niger Delta in the national governance process in the future government, if elected into power, is very reassuring. So there it is. But this one now, he has not formally said it, but a lot of people give this attribution. So somewhat controversial. Governor Samuel Otom endorses Peter Obi. I'm not sure that he has formally endorsed Peter Obi, a great admirer of, but not a formal declaration of intent. The Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has always been an admirer of the Labour Party presidential candidate. On several occasions, he has hailed him as one who possesses the qualities of a true leader and unifier of the Nigerian people. Shortly after ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the former Anambra State Governor, Governor Otom said, Obi possesses the qualities of a leader who will be a true president of this country by guaranteeing justice, equity, and fairness for all Nigerians. So that's not an endorsement, I would not say. That's certainly not an endorsement. So Ohaneze Indigbo worldwide, you would say they would, of course, necessarily endorse Peter Obi, but it took a good while for them to do that. And it was quite controversial that they took that long to endorse one of their own. On Monday, November the 21st, 2022, correspondence revealed that the Apex social-cultural group in the Southeast, Ohaneze Indigbo worldwide, endorsed the presidential bid of Peter Obi. Number 5, Afenifere, the renowned Southwest social cultural group, Afenifere, in its recent statement that there will be no going back on its decision to support the presidential bid of Peter Obi. So those are the most notable endorsements that Peter Obi has gotten. So somebody was telling me earlier on that Afe Babalola had also endorsed Peter Obi, but that remains to be confirmed. If you have any confirmation of that, then please let me know. So Afenifere endorses Peter Obi. That's somewhat controversial. Ohaneze Indigbo endorses Peter Obi. That's somewhat predictable. Governor Samuel Otom endorses Peter Obi. Not necessarily, he has not said that. Edwin Clark endorses Peter Obi, so he somewhat follows Obasanjo in that space. So that's almost somewhat predictable. But Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi, a lot of people will tell you that Peter Obi is Obasanjo's project anyway. Obasanjo behind Obi Dati movement wanted to draft me, Daniel Bwala. The spokesperson of the Atiku Okowa presidential campaign organization, Daniel Bwala, has claimed former President Olusegun Obasanjo wanted to draft him into the Obi Dati presidential movement before he joined the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Bwala made the statement on Thursday whilst featuring on Arise TV morning show program. The revelation is coming on the heels of the endorsement of Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, by Obasanjo. Correspondents reported that Obasanjo had, in a New Year message to Nigerians, endorsed Obi ahead of other presidential candidates for the 2023 election, citing a track record of ability and performance. The former president also said age and physical and mental disposition favors Obi more than other frontline candidates. I wouldn't say age or disposition favors him above Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso seems, as they often say in Nigeria, quite hale and hearty to me. None of the contestants is a saint, but when one compares their character, antecedent, understanding, knowledge, discipline, and vitality that they can bring to bear, and the great effort required to stay focused on the job, particularly looking at where the country is today, and with the experience on the job that I personally had, Peter Obi, as a mentee, has an edge, Obasanjo said. However, Bwala said he did not join the Labour Party because he thought it could not defeat his former party, the All Progressive Congress APC. Olusegun Obasanjo, a former president and elder statesman, is someone that I respect very dearly, and I felt that was wrong. Because if you look at the content of the letter, he did not disclose the fact that he is the one behind the coupling together of the Obi Dati movement. I know as a person, because 5 months ago, he contacted me and wanted to draft me into the movement, but respectfully, I did not go because I did not think that if I left APC because of the same free thinking that I want to ensure APC does not win, I should join a party that I don't think has a realistic chance of defeating the APC. So that's just an affirmation that really the Peter Obi thing, essentially not a Tinubu and Obasanjo movement. So now to this space then, Obasanjo punished me. This is it's the response space of Tinubu because it's the response space of Tinubu because Tinubu is at the campaign storms, as you know, in Edo State as we speak. And he is using that window to respond then to the Obasanjo endorsement of Peter Obi, and then using that opportunity to respond to that endorsement, he then uses the opportunity also to go down memory lane and reflect on his experiences with Obasanjo. Yes, Obasanjo punished me, not wanted to, but Obasanjo punished me, Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has disclosed that former President Olusegun Obasanjo punished him whilst he was governor of Lagos State. Tinubu explained that the decision was not a personal punishment, but an action taken against the Lagos State government. He said Obasanjo took decisions against his administration because he was in the opposition. The APC flag bearer spoke during his presidential campaign rally in Benin City, Edo State, against the backdrop of Obasanjo's endorsement of the Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi. He accused the former president of frustrating his efforts of solving the challenges of electricity supply during his tenure as governor. Tinubu also accused the then Obasanjo's administration of diverting and embezzling monies meant for solving electricity challenges. According to Tinubu, I brought Enron to solve electricity problem and help Lagos economy, but Obasanjo and PDP frustrated it. They punished me and Lagos people and even began deducting our money. I created local governments in Lagos to accelerate development and create employment for our people. But Obasanjo seized our allocation and punished us for that. That was wickedness. And such a man said he endorsed a man for you to vote for as president. Can Obasanjo recommend a leader for anyone in Nigeria? A man who does not know the way cannot show the way. They punished me as Lagos State governor. Not personal punish, not personal punish, but that should be punishment, of course, but not personal punish, but the entire Lagos State was punished. So that is down the memory lane then. So it just opens that space, a lot of missed opportunities within the Lagos State space, a lot of missed opportunities. You know, this excitement around the rail service, the blue line and the red line that everybody is excited about, that should have happened a good 30 years ago, if not longer. When Jakonde, it already mapped out a rail service for Lagos, already commissioned it, only for then the Buhari military administration to strike and cancel that contract and then pay off the contractor. So we had that. And then, of course, Obasanjo now frustrating Lagos State getting electricity. So in a lot of instances, we actually have the government of Nigeria working against the progress of that space. So the Obi space, the rally, is a short readout, but a little clip of about 30 seconds that gives us a feel of the crowd. See how Peter Obi's campaign rally turned out in Ekiti. So let's have a look. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi held his campaign rally in Ekiti State today, Thursday, the 5th of January, 2022. Correspondents report that many of his supporters came out in their numbers to show their support for the former governor of Anambra State. However, some of the pictures and videos that emerged online shows a part of the stadium in Ekiti filled, whilst other parts were half empty. In one of the videos, Peter Obi could be heard addressing the crowd with promise to unite the country and end the suffering of citizens if elected. So there it is. So there it is. There is one more thing that I'm looking for us to speak on. I'm looking for us to speak on the panel speculating, because we are 5-6 weeks now from the elections. So I'm looking for us to hear this panel speculate and then project on what they feel will happen next month. Next month, so is it the 24th or the 23rd or the 25th? So literally next month. Campaign, Tinubu outworking others, Adeyeye. So I'll just give you a few paragraphs of this. Prince Dayo Adeyeye, the national chairman of the Southwest. And by the way, I hope people are attending to that Buy the Coffee thing and doing the super chats. because I was seeing a Nigerian platform just earlier on, and the whole comment section was lit up with super chats and whatnot, which then make me think that is what is going on here. Are my audience poverty stricken, which I know you're not, or they just don't feel inclined to do it? So if you feel inclined to do it, light up the comment section with super chats. Prince Dayo Adeyeye, the national chairman of the Southwest Agenda, Swaga, a support group for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, on Thursday, stated that Tinubu, All right. Prince Dayo Adeyeye, the national chairman of the Southwest Agenda Swagger, a support group for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on Thursday, stated that Tinubu is obviously moving around the nation campaigning and soliciting for the electorate vote more than other presidential candidates. So there is no equivocation that the hardest working president. How many spaces have you seen Kwakwanso campaigning? He will make a cameo appearance in Katsina, draw huge crowds in Kano to massage his ego, and that will be it. And what's his name? The other one, Atiku Abubakar, to all intents and purposes, he's campaigning for the Nigerian presidency in Abu Dhabi, because I'm not quite sure if anybody has cited that guy in Nigeria. So he's campaigning to be the president of the largest black nation and the biggest black economy, the most significant black country, is campaigning to be their president from Abu Dhabi. So those two are out. The only person stomping the rally trail is Tinubu, the only person, and Peter Obi. So that's the contention. These are the people agitating for that seat. So Prince Adeyeye, the national chairman of the Swagger Group, a support group, I'm skimming through for Tinubu, on Thursday stated that Tinubu is obviously moving around the nation campaigning and soliciting for the electorate's vote more than other presidential candidates. Adeyeye stated this in Ore, Okitipupa, and Ode Irele towns in Ondo on Wednesday during the donation of 3 buildings as secretariat to Tinubu in the town. The secretariat buildings were donated by the deputy chairman of Swagger in the state, Honorable Albert Akintoye. Whilst fielding questions from newsmen at the event, Prince Adeyeye said, "I am very satisfied with the way the campaign is progressing. Everywhere Asiwaju is accepted by the generality of the people." The most impressive was in Kano, where the whole place was subsumed with a Jagaban. But then, just a little anecdote. When the G5 group, Wike and his band of merry men, when they went to support Seyi Makinde in Oyo State, what's being reported was that the crowd were chanting Atiku, Atiku at them. So that's a little subset for you to reflect on. Whilst fielding questions from newsmen at the event, Prince Adeyeye said, "I am very satisfied with the way the campaign is progressing. Everywhere Asiwaju is accepted by the generality of the people. The campaign is gaining ground every day here in the Southwest. So, of course, the campaign will gain great. It's like Peter Obi telling us that his campaign is gaining ground in Anambra. Of course, it would. The campaign is gaining grounds everywhere here in the Southwest. We at the Swagger started this, and we have promised that we are going to deliver 14 million votes to Asiwaju." So that's the language of rigging right there, because I'm not quite sure where those 14 million votes are coming from. I'm not even sure those are documented on the INEC register, that 14 million voters. What's the totality? It will make us go and dig up the books now. What's the totality of availability in the Southwest for you to promise 14 million votes? The campaign is gaining ground every day here in the Southwest. We at the Swagger started this, and we have promised that we are going to deliver 14 million votes to Asiwaju, and that promise still stands, and we will even surpass the number. So we are happy with the campaign. Asiwaju is outworking other contestants. Of course, he's consulting more than all of them. So our campaign is #1 in Nigeria. I don't think anybody can dispute that. I think Tinubu has campaigned probably more than other candidates, but you can correct me. But that's just from the optics. That from what I see, he's forever on the campaign trail. Atiku never really on the campaign trail. Kwakwanso just relying on Kano, but Peter Obi keeping him honest with his campaign too. So we are happy with the campaign. Ashwaju is out working other contestants. Of course, he's consulting more than all of them. So our campaign is #1 in Nigeria. Commenting BG on the endorsement. No, that should be commenting. So that's a misspell. I wondered if that was so yeah, it's a misspell. Commenting on the endorsement of Peter Obi, Labour Party's presidential candidate by Obasanjo, the Swagger National Chairman decried the action as a mere personal opinion. He said the APC was getting stronger and more formidable for the 2023 general elections, irrespective of Obasanjo's opinion. So there it is. So there it is. So we land on this as the final readout. Then we come into the room. Hopefully there are people there to take on the conversation. We always live in hope of that. Peter Obi's endorsement, Tinubu attacks Obasanjo, reveals top secrets. So it was that reveals top secrets that really made me bring this to your attention. I don't know what's being said, but we'll find out together. Edo Benin, following the endorsement of Peter Obi's presidential bid, the flag bearer of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has finally revealed his position on the development. During his visit to Edo State on Thursday, January the 5th, at the University of Benin Sport Complex, Tinubu revealed that Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi does not hold water. So far, so predictable. He stated that the ex-president does not have the moral justification to endorse a candidate due to his antecedents as a failure in the past. But you were in a car on your knees begging the man for his endorsement. Jagaban, as is fondly called, reflected on the failure of Obasanjo's administration to deliver electricity to Nigerians despite investing $16 million. He accused Obasanjo of frustrating his efforts to help salvage the problem of electricity in Nigeria when he invited Enron Power to help fix Nigeria's electricity crisis. So we've heard that already. But where's the secret? Tinubu said, I brought Enron to solve the electricity problem and help Lagos economy, but Obasanjo and PDP frustrated it. They punished me and Lagos people and even began deducting our money. Tinubu also, okay, so this might well be it. Tinubu also touched on his old feud with Obasanjo when the allocation of Lagos State was seized by his administration, a move that led him to improve and create more local governments to salvage the sustainability of Lagos. That was wickedness, and such a man said he endorsed a man for you to vote as president. Can you follow such a man? Can Obasanjo recommend a leader to anyone? A man who does not know the way cannot show the way. All right. So a man who does not know the way cannot show the way. I'm not that landed on a flat note. There was no revelation there. I was expecting something explosive and mighty, but that was where it landed. So there it is, and here they are. So DOG, I see you. Solid joins us after a period away. The mighty Adanle Koko are ever present. Engineer joins us, and Thomas joins us. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to have you. Let me just remove this from the screen. Hold on. Let me remove this from the screen. Let's just yes, let me remove. All right. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off straight away. And I thought we had Joel of Nashville. He's disappeared somewhat. Let me kick it off straight away and go straight to Solly, who has been away for a while but rejoins us. So Solly, are you ready to go? Solomon, Solly. Can anyone hear me?
Otilo Taja.
Otilo.
Ọ̀nà ti lọ ta ọjà.
Ọlọ́run nìkan ló máa gbà yọ. Sunday, look at that. Ó ti lè sùn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ó ti lè sùn lọ, you know. Just in the 10 minutes I took me to
Ó
meet
ti
it.
yó kẹ́ríkẹ́rí.
Ó ti fa gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀. Ó ti dá gbogbo ẹ̀ sára. Ẹkùn. All right. So we go with you then, Ajanle Koko. One of the things I want us to land on is with 5 to 6 weeks now to the polls, I want now people to start to gather their thoughts to then form an opinion as to how this election would go, because we are now at that phase, where opinions need to be firmed up now. So let's kick it off from there, Ajanle Koko. So we've had a long and grueling campaign period. But now we're at the final phase, the final 100 meters. What's your reading of the space, and how is this thing going to go? Yes, just talk us through what's happened and where it's likely to land, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yes, woman, the campaign is reaching final stages, and everybody will surely intensify efforts in covering up places that they have never covered, and I'm expecting a campaign of attack on personality rather than issues. If we listen to our this frontline presidential candidate, they are not really talking on the issue wherever they've been to. They're talking more on attacking each other and destroying the character of each other.
Has it been a negative campaign overall? Has it been a negative campaign? It
has been a negative. It's not a campaign based on issues. It's not a campaign that based on the problem that confronting the country. It's not a solution-based campaign. And that is unfortunate. That is the unfortunate aspect of it, that our politicians are still playing this game in an old-fashioned manner, and not in the real way that democratic campaign is practiced in an advanced world. We copy them on everything. The presidential system of government is American system of government, but we don't run our campaign the way Americans run their campaign. It's just of form fear campaign, gather people to a particular place, and they play music, and they just run attack on their opponent.
Has it been especially the disappointing that the issues and policies was not really discussed, because it was just personality all the way through, wasn't it?
Yes, it's just personality all the way through. No, issues and policies are not discussed, and the media that should be in the forefront, fighting for the interests of the people, asking them tough questions, and make sure that they are present at their campaign rally, and focus on what they say, and come to the studio and analyze it and tell people that this is what this candidate is doing. This is what that candidate is doing in campaign rally, and really, go after them for not, base their campaign on policy and issue. They are not doing that. The press are not doing that. What do they represent? I don't get it. So at this final, level they are, I expected more of character assassination, because this is what they have been doing. They will intensify effort on that, and they will go after each other. They will never discuss issue, and that is very, very, very unfortunate in this campaign. And Nigerian people themselves they're not even looking to hear this presidential candidate talk on issues and policy, policy statement. They don't. We are looking for campaign with large crowd. That is what people are looking for. Oh, we see look at the stadium is full. It's full to the capacity. Oh, people. This is the best. This is the best candidate among them. This is leading. That is what. Those are the things that measures presidential
is that not a good measure though? Is that not one of the determinants of how a campaign is going? The level of crowd that they're able to draw at a campaign, is that not one of the determinants?
The level of crowd, the most crowds you have without discussing issues, without discussing matters that that borders on the everyday life of Nigerian people, is completely useless. I mean, when people go to a particular place in large number, what do they go there to do? Is it not to listen to the candidate telling them how he wants to solve their problem and giving them hope as to how he will redirect or direct the country when he become the country? I mean, the president. I don't get what is. I don't. Anyway, they are rented crowd, so it doesn't matter to them. They just want to get their money and just listen to the nonsense and then go back home. They are rented. They are rented. They came there. They were brought there by rented buses, and that is why they are there, just to fulfill a transactional act, and then they end and once that is completed, they go back home. It's not a campaign based on issue.
All right, going back to the topic. Before you tell us what you are projecting them for the next will happen in the next 5 weeks or thereabout, who do you think has run the most successful campaign and why in this cycle?
Well, based on what we have watched so far and the way we have been following the campaign, I think Tinubu has run the best campaign so far, and Tinubu has demonstrated in one way against all the name calling that is unhealthy, he's not fit, he cannot do anything. He has proven everybody wrong, that even though that he looked fragile, even though that he's slurred sometimes when he speaks, he still capable of going from one place to the other. And that is what that man have demonstrated. He's not my candidate. You know how I strongly oppose his candidacy. But on everyday basis, from one state to the other, we have seen his consistent, and we have seen that he have surrendered the way he surround himself with best of the best team. His campaign team have more focus, and they are more strategic in the way that they carry out their campaign activities.
Who do you think has run the most professional? Because what you're describing essentially is who has run the most professional campaign. Are you suggesting that Tinubu has run the most professional campaign?
Oh yes, look, no doubt about that. He has run the most professional campaign. If you look at this campaign team, the campaign organization rather, he have different directorate in that campaign. He have directorate for labor, he have directorate for directorate for economic issue.
For everything. Those Spanish people have started again, Abi.
Oh yes. He have directorate for economic issue. So for him to put up all those directorate is showing that, hey, I am putting the team together that when I win election, I can go straight into the business of running the state without searching for waiting 6 months like the Buhari before putting up his cabinet. He already have those directorate within this campaign organization, and the one that really surprised me the most, or let me say that I liked the most among them, was when he met the labor. When he met the labor in Abuja, all the trade unions representatives were present, and those that are the head of his Directorate of Labor were former veteran, labor leader veterans. All of them, these are the people that during the military regime, these are the people that used to be on the street fighting against the military, and these are the people speaking for Tinubu for president now. And these people are connected to a lot of trade unionists that as managing the affairs of labor union across the country. So it tells me that he has been able to put together a very a fantastic campaign team that can help him to achieve results. You understand what I'm saying, one man? They can help him a lot to achieve the result. I see that of that of labor. I see that in that directory he has done very, very well there.
Just in that space for a moment, in terms of the performers in the campaign teams of the individual campaign councils, who do you think has performed the most with what they have to present to the public? So I'm talking about I'm talking about people who are orchestrating the campaigns. Who do you think has performed the most in terms of the campaign directors of the political parties?
I think those that we can give them the most credit, I think, is the media team. The media team has been, he have as the head of the media team, a veteran, journalist, a man that no journalist in Nigeria does not respect. Every journalist whatsoever you want to mention in Nigeria respect. What's the name of that man? I think what's his name? I can't remember. But this is an old veteran journalist that in the 70s, and this thing, it was the household name when you talk of.
Is it Dayo Nonuga?
I think
Dayo Nonuga.
Ononuga. Yes, Ononuga. So this guy is a household name. So he have, and they have been able to, manage the publicity well. They've been able to manage that, the media packaging of and marketing of his candidacy. They'll be able. Those are the one in the front line of the directorate. If they fail, the organization might crumble. But they've been able to stand up at any time to, market this guy, to defend him and quickly shift to action in promoting him most of the time. So because if you take out the media, then people will not hear anything about him. But these people, you see Keyamu, another guy, you see this other guy. What's the other guy? There's this guy from Rivers, this light-skinned guy that looked like Onyibo. What's his name?
Ajuli
something.
Agulale, something like that. Yeah. He always reminds me of an Arab. That guy.
An Arab. Yes.
Yeah.
It looks like, I thought it's an Hausa guy before later I got to know that it's from Rivers or something like that. So look, you don't want to listen when you listen to that guy, man. That guy can convince you that white is green. He is sharp. It's very good at presenting.
It's green.
He will tell you that white is green, and you will almost believe him. He's a very sharp guy. I think he will have been in the lead. It should be the one occupying that position of Keyamu, but maybe for political reason to compensate, Christians, since the Muslim ticket was too overwhelming, so they put Keyamu there, and maybe for a reason that Keyamu was one of the founding members of the party as well. So they and very close to what do you call him, Tinubu as well. So and loyal to him too. So maybe that's why they compare. But that guy, that light-skinned guy, that guy is very. So this guy have been able, the media team, media director, they have been able to put a very good team together to market, to package, market, and promote this guy, and sell him beyond what he even capable of doing. So look, if you look at the economic deals that he have in the economic team too, he's been able to do. He has, to me, is the one that is leading in this campaign, running a very most professional campaign so far. Others are following. Atiku should have been the one that
Atiku has never been able to campaign against a formidable opponent. If he has, because he was able to campaign against Buhari, of course, because that was just slim, that was easy pickings. But if he has a formidable opponent like Peter Obi and Tinubu now, he falters. He falters because there is nothing he can use to campaign against these two people that they don't surpass him in. He can't tell them that they're corrupt because we all know that Atiku is more corrupt than them. And then he can't tell them that he has outperformed them in any space because he has never held a chief executive position. So there is nothing to... The only thing that he can wrap his campaign around is that he was vice president of Obasanjo, and that is the totality of what Atiku has offered in this campaign phase.
Actually, if not for the G5 and Wike in particular that consistently destroy Atiku, if they have been together, it would have been a tough fight, a tough race for Tinubu. But G5, Wike in particular, destroys Atiku candidacy every day. Every day that Wike grab microphone and talk, he destroy them. He will come out with one information that will destroy PDP the more. So Atiku will have been a match, will have been at the same level with Tinubu, or maybe we will have. There have been on equal scale in terms of everything, but Tinubu, even though they are the party that enjoy the incumbency now, but Tinubu himself has been able to put together a very strong team that driving that his candidacy successfully in this campaign field, and they're driving it very, very well. So, yes.
Would you say we can destroy Atiku's ambition, or Atiku destroy himself?
Yes, it's Atiku foolishness for not resolving this issue with Wike as early as possible when this began. I will say Atiku destroy himself for allowing Wike, for not able to manage Wike well. Atiku should have put pressure.
Did you underestimate Wike?
They understand. Yes, that's what they did. They thought, leave this one. They can't do anything. They are just small boys. They look at them as small boys. Where were they? They are the founding father. Atiku, Ayocha, Ayu, those are the founding fathers of the party. They believe all these are small boys. They are contesting for council chairman when we are at the national level forming the party in 1998. So they thought they can't get to nowhere. But their foolishness has destroyed them now completely. Wike has, stood up, and the G5, particularly Wike himself, stood up against them and destroyed them every day. He releases information every day. He told us about the $1 billion that Atiku give Ayocha, and he called on them. He said he have the evidence. He said he never reached time or where he go release it. He said if them deny him or say it be so, he ain't go release the document. They no fit talk since then. So he just released another information about Atiku that Obasanjo have to nail down for him to beg him for second terms in office. And it was true. That was true. That was exactly
You
what
know,
happened.
the Obasanjo not deny that, though, you know, because there's a lot of stories within the Nigerian political cycle that it starts off as a made-up story, but then by the time it's repeated and repeated, then it takes on a truth of its own. It's a bit like that $16 billion that they are saying that Obasanjo spent on electricity. That space has been interrogated time and again, and a lot of people have the Senate investigated it. Buhari investigated it. There's no 16 billion, but it's a story that continues to regurgitate. Can you imagine Obasanjo kneeling down for Atiku? It's not an image that I can see.
I really doubt that.
Yes.
I think Obasanjo actually killed Atiku political ambition of being that president since when he was vice president and he was trying to hinder him from going for the third term and the second term, because they started the issue when Obasanjo was going to go for the second term, because I think they have an initial agreement. And I just feel, sorry, Ajale Oko, I just feel Atiku is not a true politician. Is not, I don't know, because it's the lapses, everything showed with the way since they got the ticket till date, the way he has managed everything and did everything is nothing to write home about, to be honest.
Well, you see, a lot of things have been revealed about Atiku in terms of his judgment in this cycle. So the first thing was, of course, the handling of Wike, which he handled very badly. Even if he had done everything that he did to Wike, stolen that mandate from him, refused him the vice presidential slot, he could have still managed Wike in a way that would have kept him on board. So that was his first major mistake. But the biggest mistake that damns him, as far as I am concerned, was that Deborah Samuel space. When he withdrew that tweet, I thought that was the end of him. I thought that was when it ended. When he withdrew that tweet.
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, come in quick, briefly, and then back to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. Sorry, I think that story of Obasanjo kneeling down, I don't think the word kneeling down, I don't think that was actually what happened. But did he actually pleaded with Atiku? He did. That is a public information. So the idea that Wike is the one revealed, I don't understand when people say Wike revealed. No, that information had been on the public space for years now. What happened at the time was that the PDP governors at the time were not happy with Obasanjo, and then they needed a go-ahead. They needed Atiku's kind of approval to say he would take over the presidency if Obasanjo was impeached from office, because the governors wanted him gone. So Atiku at the time held the key to whether Obasanjo remained president or not. So Obasanjo was aware of those coups by the governors, and then that was when he went and pleaded with Atiku. Those are public information that happens at those times. Those are not new things. And
that phrase that he knelt down for Atiku, it actually came out in El Rufai's memoirs. It was El Rufai that coined that phrase. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if, because the information that I had at the time was that Obasanjo pleaded with Atiku not to kick him out of office, because all Atiku needed to do at the time was just say to those governors, okay, fine, I'm ready to take over. And this is why one of the reasons why Obasanjo sometimes, I don't understand his grudges with Atiku, because Atiku could have easily had kicked him out of office at that time. He had the opportunity, and that was why some people say that time that when they open a door for you, don't shut it against yourself in life, because when you shut that door against yourself, it might not open for you again. And I think that probably would have been Atiku one and only opportunity to be the president of Nigeria. He probably has shut the door against himself that time. The idea of this Wike one man, you see where Atiku got it wrong. He didn't do what Tinubu did in Cross River last time Tinubu went to Cross River. So the problem. A lot of people were just saying it did not handle Wike. Don't forget that during that primaries, Wike himself had issues with other governors. So it was like a payback to Wike by these other governors by going with Atiku. So if Atiku was to concede to Wike, then the chances of all these other governors pulling away from him was also high. So what he should have done was, first of all, reconcile Wike and these other governors first, which he failed to do. And for me, I think that is what he should have done. Instead of him allowing that division within the party, he should have tried to unite the party. Then this issue of whether RU goes or not, that would have been a debate within the House. But the problem was he allowed that division to stay. While Wike was trying to get rid of RU, this other governor was saying to me, if RU goes, we too will go. So what do you want the man to do? He should have initially, first of all, tried to bring that reconciliation between, because Wike, when he was going for that primaries, that guy threw a lot of dynamite, man. He threw a lot of dynamite. And there were lots of sitting governors that were not happy with him. So let's be honest with ourselves.
All right, back to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, take us to where that question is. So we are almost a literal 6 weeks from the elections now. So now a lot of campaigning has been done, but where does it land in February the 25th? So give us what runs through from here till we get a new president.
Well, what is going to happen within the next 6 weeks? Nobody can predict it.
You're saying it's still too tight. Is it still too tight?
Nobody can predict it because situation in Nigeria economically is getting bad, and that could cause serious anger among the people.
There is nothing unlikely to happen in the next 6 weeks that would change unless a candidate has a personal moment. There's nothing that will happen in the next 6 weeks that should change the trajectory of this campaign, of these elections. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. Tinubu is leading. I mean, we know the position of Tinubu is the position of incumbency. They are the one in power. We expected them to do better in the campaign, and Tinubu is doing better. We know their strength, and another person that is gaining momentum now, that is trying to catch up, which will possibly attract more support from prominent Nigeria, is Peter Obi. And we have seen it. Obasanjo started. Obasanjo has given his support. Babe de Klerk have given the support. Like you said, somebody is talking, Afe Babalola is talking. Afe Babalola is not talking straight, but he's saying we need somebody new. And among them, Obi is not actually too new, but he look new in presidential race. Is a new guy coming from nowhere in presidential race. It's looking good to so many power that be, some power that be that does not want to, that are trying to get in the APC and PDP. So
okay.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I said Tinubu is also new. This is his first time of
Tinubu is not
for
new.
Yeah, okay. What's Obi has tried to be the vice president last time, and Tinubu has never even attempted being vice president or president before. You can say, okay, he has influence in the political space. He knows many people. Well, that's why. Well, Tinubu this is his first time of coming.
No, but Peter Obi is not as steeped and as dirtied in politics as Tinubu. Tinubu has been in the. So Peter Obi is a fresher face, is he not?
Yeah, because Tinubu did all that because he wants to maintain continuity in Lagos State. and that's why he remains the godfather. So everything has the pros and cons. Everything has the advantage and disadvantages. Obi tried doing it in Anambra, but he couldn't do it because of the nature of the Igbos. They don't allow godfatherism and stuff. But Tinubu did it in Lagos State to allow continuity. If he didn't do that, all the projects initiated will be left over. The successors will start another project, and which we won't have any. We won't achieve the little development we had in Lagos now.
Sorry,
And that's
my
why I
brother.
want to contribute.
If you want to be a godfather with that
Yeah.
attitude of Obi not wanting to spend money, you can't be a godfather. Godfather to who? If you can't spend money, you can't help people. You can't...
Sorry. One thing, the Southeastern, they don't spend money in politics. They believe in catch and carry. They don't invest in politics.
No, that's a stereotype now. That's a stereotype.
I'm sorry to say that.
No, that's a stereotype. But let's get back to Ajanle Koko.
So,
Ajanle Koko,
what I mean is that...
sorry, Ajanle Koko, let me push you because we only have 6 weeks. So I'm not sure that we can let you escape into it's still too close to call. So there's nothing. I'm not quite sure. You know that INEC will cut off the campaigning at some point, and that's usually about a week to the actual casting of the ballots. So really, we have 5 weeks of campaigning left, and then all the campaigning has to shut down. So we have just this period now to now look to the future and project what is likely to happen. So give us that projection, Ajanle Koko, and don't try and escape. Don't try and escape.
Yeah, what I'm saying now, one man, is that APC is the party to beat. Whether we like it or not, we should not deceive ourselves. At the moment, they have more governors than their rival, which is PDP. They have 22 governors. PDP have maybe 12 or 13. And 5 out of that 13 have separated from PDP. So that is a big setback for PDP right there. APC are comfortable leading. Obi Labour Party have nothing to show on the ground in terms of governors, rep, senate, nothing. That by itself shows that it's a party struggling. So a party struggling that have no structure in terms of big weight politicians around the country to boost their chance in this campaign effort is, tell us that they cannot get it. It's going to be very, it's very hard.
So what you are projecting, what you are projecting, Ajanle Koko, is a Tinubu victory.
So,
but how closely is Peter Obi pushing him? How closely is Peter Obi pushing him?
Peter Obi will surely come third. So
behind
PDP Atiku will come second. But one man, what is going to happen in terms of people shifting from one party to the other? We are talking about the power that be in politics or situation that could happen that could anger people against APC, that will deny them vote. Between now and then, we don't know.
But people have been through the worst already. What more can happen in Nigeria that was significant? You know, Nigerians, they suffer from Stockholm's syndrome. Nigerians, probably in the whole world, they are natural victims and they like being victims. What more can happen that has not happened already? You know, so I don't think anything can happen. Or what can happen? Nothing can change. Whoever is going to win at this phase is going to win.
One
Well,
man, one man. I don't really think it's about
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome. I just think it's the level of awareness and education. I think the awareness among the Nigerians poor is so backward that these guys can literally be hungry right now and even queue in a there was a video that I saw a while ago when there was a fuel scarcity and that was in Kano. And these guys are they be queuing for fuel for like 2-3 days, and all of a sudden Buhari was passing by. These same people were shouting, "Say Baba, say Baba, say Baba." They're literally they be queued there for fuel for how long? And then the president is passing by, and then these guys left in the filling station, and then they were hailing him. So that is the level of I don't want to use the word education. I just want to say awareness that we are still suffering from in Nigeria. So for me, when people try to tie economic woes to electoral success, I don't think our people have gone to that extent that we are trying to project them to be.
All right. That's a factor. Yeah, I don't Koko.
So what I'm saying here is that we don't know where something that, you know, a situation that will anger people, where it will happen, and people will be very, very hungry against the APC. And they move their vote to someone else or somebody else. We don't know. Yeah, you're trying to.
Good evening, afternoon, and morning, wherever you may be. Ajelekoko, I just wanted to. I don't know if you listened to Boala today or yesterday when they were. I mean, the rumor has been out there. You know, it was Wike that first, muted that some APC governors were meeting up with Atiku in Dubai. Then Boala now became more specific in his exchange with Kasim Afebua. When he said that there were about 35 APC senators, supporting Atiku and 11 APC governors. So just, buttressing what you were saying, like something might happen. If there could be anything that will happen in this election against the APC, it will be betrayal from within. Thank you.
Yes, just within that space, Joel of Nashville, we actually discussed that a couple of days ago. And what we concluded was that it was a red herring that Daniel Boala was throwing to the political space. Because Wike told us that APC governors were meeting with Atiku. And then, of course, Daniel Boala then straddled the media space to double down on that position. But then when we were discussing it, we were reflecting that what purpose does it serve if APC governors are looking to betray their own party for reasons of ethnicity? They told us 11 APC governors, and we couldn't find those numbers. But they told us 11 APC governors, about 32 House of Reps, and then the quantity of senators to make nearly about 80 people secretly working for Atiku. So if they were secretly working for Atiku to betray their own party for Atiku, why would the spokesperson of Atiku go on national TV and say that?
Because he was pressed. He was pressed. He was pressed today by Rufai and Dr. Abati, to really mention maybe one or two names, and he said something like, "Oh, even my 4-year-old cannot, disclose such names." So what I'm just saying is this: whether it is true or not, right? If you say you did not see the numbers, look, one man in Nigerian politics, going by what happened with the South governors forum, which said that power must come to the South, and seeing what some Southern governors did towards Scotland, that ambition. Look, one man, anybody is a suspect. That's the point I was trying to make us understand. Everybody is a suspect. It doesn't matter if you're an APC governor in the South, right, or you're an APC governor in the North. Everybody is a suspect. Let us not take that for granted, that there could be a more. Remember, it happened to Goodluck Jonathan.
It's almost certain that there will be. It's almost certain that there
It
will be.
One man. Sorry,
it
sorry, I'm
happened
coming
to-
in
it happened
again.
to Jonathan.
Hold on, Akim. Yeah, sir.
It happened
Go
to
on.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
It happened to Jonathan, and everybody was like, wow, wow. But when after the election, we started hearing that actually the money that Jonathan gave out didn't get to the people it was meant for. So it was a lot of betrayal that went through the Jonathan's campaign. And I think one of the reasons why Jonathan was like, when he looked at all the mess, he said, you know what? Let me just resign. I said resign. Let me just, call this guy and leave this nonsense. So in the days ahead, it's going to be interesting. Let's just hope for the best.
Yes.
Sorry, if I may come in.
No, hold on. Akim wanted to come in, so Akim.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You know why I still don't think that betrayal issue is going to work? The two reasons. One, these same governors are the ones that came together and say power must return to South during the primaries. So they could have just used the opportunity to support a Northerner in the primaries. So they chose to say power should go to the South. Then two, if such thing was to happen, look, this election, one man, if Atiku win, Nigeria finish. Let's just be honest with ourselves. All you see, anything that makes Atiku to win this election, that is, look, the North and South divide is still at a child's play level right now. You will see it on a steroid level like it has never been before in the history of that country. 16 years of a Northerner, come on, that country finished. That is it, done. North will not trust South, South will not trust North.
If we have Atiku win that election, then the South can consider themselves a conquered people. So we are officially a conquered people.
Look, it's finished. The issue of trust is done. There will be no North or South alliance anymore. It will be the end. So I think there's too much on it for them to behave in that manner. It's too expensive.
Hello, Roman.
Yeah. Come in. Come in. I think they wanted to come in, but you come in.
I think I think is Joel said was clarified also by Boala himself. If you remember we were talking the last time, I said like this story is like an old story, and Boala alluded to that. He said he corrected himself. He said he's not a baby, essentially, to be revealing secrets, and then he went on to say that these secret APC people that it's a story that happened before the 1st of December or something like that, around the 1st of December. Okay, so that means it's just lying. If it's 1st of December, why are you telling us 1st of December story as if this PDP governor just met with Wike last night? So it's obvious from Buala's interview that he was trying to squeeze himself out of that comment he made. So he said by himself that it's an old story that he's saying that as at 1st of September, APC governors and this and that, they were blah blah blah. Who cares what happened before 1st of September? According to as he said, it was as if these governors yesterday met with Atiku, these APC governors and senators. Now it comes out and says, well, as at 1st of December, he now threw it into the arena of like, it looks like, he no longer was speaking certainty like it happened.
Yes.
So it's an old story.
But we cannot disregard it though. It will almost be naive to imagine that they are not APC or somebody like Mia Malabuni. I can see Mia Malabuni working for Atiku because he's a dyed in the wool Fulani. Abubakar Malami, I can see him working for Atiku. All those hardened far-right northerners that cannot see beyond their region.
One man in life, anything is possible. But what I don't know who came in just now before I came in. That is the point.
That was Hakim, yeah.
The reality of life, the practicality of life. Like I said, this story came out before APC primary. Not even they even showed pictures and everything. Even the Senate president. But eventually, in reality, everybody threw in their vote for Tinubu. This is a very fundamental problem of Nigeria, North-South divide. It's not this micro zoning and this, they are not that big of a deal as North-South divide. It will will crush the country. They will, I mean, the North are not going to try. I don't think they will try.
Well,
Yeah, Coming D. Yeah.
yeah, it's funny how you guys are saying this thing. A month to election, what any politician would do is look at where the guarantee is and jump on it. Nobody now is going to betray Tinubu, and not that number. If you've mentioned two names, which is likely, and it's probably maybe Atiku is trying to lure them in. Not like they already have a meeting to backstab Tinubu. And it's simple. And like Joe said, what's his name? Jonathan gave money, the money didn't get to. That's what they do. When election is close by and monies are out and politicians can see this guy has no chance, they are going to keep the money for themselves. I've had experience of that several times that I can say. I've mentioned one before at the last one I just started joining the section in Oyo State. When politicians see you give people money, they see this guy is not going to make it, they're going to put the money in their pockets. You see? And at this last minute, it's too last minute. You need to look at the groundwork. Tinubu has been preparing for this and that is why you can see it's obvious in his rally. You can see there is a lot of groundwork that has been going on and the power of increment. And a lot of people will just think, okay, even Wiki, you can see where they are tilting at. He's already talking to Oyo State governor, telling Oyo State people, you listen to your governor, because everybody wants to join the winning team. Because it will be stupid of them in a month to election, and you can see where the arrow is pointing to, but you want to choose to go the other way? No way. So those politics, a month to election, that is nothing. The only thing that could happen right now is, God forbid, if somebody just dropped dead. Aside that,
That's the only event that can change anything.
In a month
death
to go.
It's only death that can change anything now.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, we are still pushing you. Today is the 6th of January. The election is it on the 23rd or the 25th? But certainly about 6 weeks. So this is the window now, and the campaigning stops in about 5 weeks. So this is the window now to project and give us a conclusion. So Ajanle Koko, how is this election going to pan out?
I have said it, one man. Look, one man, don't let us deceive ourselves. Nigerian being what they are, or what we are, particularly people holding the power of authority, they don't allow it to get out of their control easily. APC, we want to do everything to retain power. Number one, they have every resources under their control. They control all the resources that matter in that country. They control the INEC. They control the police, all the security apparatuses whatsoever. They control it. And we have seen what they did in the past. Are you telling me they're not going to do it now? They will use all those resources under their control to their own advantage.
It sounds like your neighbors are having a wild party. It's even louder than it used to be, but I'll carry on.
They will use it to their advantages. They're not going to let it go, because they know that everybody is desperate now, and their own desperation has doubled because they have seen serious fight from many quarters against them, and they know what it means to lose power. They've been there for 8 years. They have tasted it, they have enjoyed it, and they want to retain it by all means. Look, don't The beavers that we're talking about is not perfect. There's a claim in Osun State that more people voted than they had more votes than number of people that register. How was that possible with this beaver system? How was it possible? That's to tell you that the beavers is a failure. They will manipulate it and they will use it.
Hold on. Do you think the APC will have to rig to win the elections, or do you think Tinubu can carry through just on his popularity?
Popularity is one. Election is a different thing entirely. Election is not won on the basis of free and fair in Nigeria. It's won on the basis of rigging in Nigeria. And whoever that have that power or authority to rig, that power and advantages to rig more than the other, that will win the election. And they have that advantages than any other party at the moment. Are you telling me that these people will not use it? PDP, look, the set of people in PDP, they don't care. They will do it openly. And all they just need is power. They got the power in 2014. Have they used that power well to the advantage of Nigerian people? And they've tasted it. They know how sweet that power is. You think they want to let it go easily? After all the shady deeds that they have done and committed against this country? Look, it is fight for finish. Tinubu is a popular candidate. Atiku is a popular candidate. Obi is upcoming popular and is doing very well. But who have more advantages than the others to rig the election to victory among them? You tell me. The 2019 election, was it won on free and fairness? Was it won on the basis of free and fairness?
The 2019 election was the worst election yet that we have. It was worse than the election that brought Yar'Adua in. The election that returned Buhari was the worst we have yet experienced in Nigeria. The people said no, but Mahmoud Yakubu, he said, don't be silly. It will continue to be your president.
And Mahmoud is still the chairman of INEC.
Do you remember in that 2019, very suddenly they withdrew about $2 billion from the national account, and they didn't go through due process because they needed to have gone through the Senate for approval to make the withdrawal. But they clouted it under that security something. They said that's $2 billion, by the way. They withdrew that $2 billion. They under security excuses with bypassing the Senate. And shortly after that, we were seeing bullion vans going to Tinubu's house. So that was how Buhari won. It was the worst election we've ever had yet, the 2019.
So who can tell me that what happened in 2019 cannot still happen? What is it that is on the ground that will prevent it? Beavers outcome that is being challenged at the court right now. The process of beavers is questionable, but a lot of people are banking on there's no way for rigging again. They cannot rig election in Nigeria. So, but what what I'm saying is that if we have to conduct election in Nigeria on the basis of free and fair, APC will be they will be in a very tight corner to win the election because they have performed woefully. And a lot of people are very hungry at APC right now. Forget about Tinubu personality. Tinubu personality, yes, some people still look at Tinubu that, yes, he can make a change if he becomes the president because of, for the reason of his achievement in Lagos. Yes, some people have that. But some people don't see it like that. They believe that the APC as a whole failed Nigeria, and we must people that are killed.
Do you think that what damns Tinubu the most is his close association with the Buhari administration? Because I was just thinking, if Tinubu was a little bit removed from the Buhari association, let's say somebody like Fashola, for instance. Fashola is APC now. If he was running as a president, nobody will object. In fact, some people might even embrace it. They all love Oshibanjo. So it's not, but the association of Tinubu with the Buhari administration, that he has a primal responsibility for what has been vested upon us over the last 7 going on 8 years. So is that one of the things that damn him the most, Tinubu, popular or not?
Yes, that is one of the things. That is one of the things that you just mentioned now. It's very close to Tinubu. I mean, to the campaign together. They are going to build more refinery, but yet no refinery is working. They said that, what do you call it? Petroleum subsidy is a scam. What do we have today? What they pay for subsidy is 3 times more or 4 times more than Jonathan was paying. So his closeness is support for Buhari in a very strong, with a strong weight, strong support for Buhari. A lot of people are very angry with that. So, but look, one man, we have the biggest party have problem. Kwankwaso is a problem to APC in the north. It's destroying, particularly in the northwest. It is destroying the votes of APC in the northwest. And we have to be destroying the vote of PDP in the east and some part of south. So you see the two parties have their problem in terms of vote shortages from one side of the country and the other. But Obi phenomenon is only popular within the urban area across the country. In the rural area, most of the rural areas are popular. They are not known. And this is why we say structure is very important for whoever that want to be president. Structure will help that person a lot, to advance his chances. What Obi is doing is just building structure for the future. A person that have not built friendship, relationship, and political structure across the country for so many years, with the political system we have in Nigeria, cannot win president, cannot be president of that country. It is not possible, except we are deceiving ourselves. So what Obi is doing now is just building that relationship, is building friendship across the country, and is building political structure for his political ambition in the future. Not now. But some people don't want to hear that. Some people want to think that when you say something like that, you hate him, or you don't like him, or you don't wish him well. But this is a matter of reality. And I can tell you, in history, those people that had been president, what they did that brought them to that position of presidency. Abiola in abrupted Third Republic, he started building that structure since the Second Republic during the time of MPN. But look at the time that it pays off for him in the Third Republic. He couldn't do, he angrily left MPN when when they messed his chances up of becoming the presidential candidate of MPN for second term. When Shagari took it second time, he wanted to be the presidential candidate. That was the agreement that Shagari will be. We spent 4 years coming from the north, and after that, the second term will be another candidate.
When we will learn not to have agreements with these people? It's just a place. It's a litany of treachery. Why do they continue to fool us with the same trick? Just one trick, and we fall for it all the time.
So the second time, they killed his ambition. So he angrily left MPN before the military intervened. He left because he couldn't do it. But some people accuse some of the Southerners for stabbing him in the back as well, particularly Akinloye, who was the chairman, who should have surrendered the position of chairman of the party for a Northerner in order to pave way for a Southerner to emerge as the presidential candidate. But, so he couldn't achieve, but he spent the most finances for Shagari to be president of Nigeria. Is the backbone financier of MPN back then. That was Abiola. He went to the extent of tackling Awolowo to set up Concord Publishing newspaper, so that they can go frontally against Awolowo, because Awolowo had Tribune newspaper, and we have Western newspaper called Sketch. Back then, we had Iweru, we have some other districts that are pro Awolowo. So in order to counter Awolowo, he set up Concord newspaper. He spent the most money. What did he got? He got nothing. And he went back and came out in Third Republic. Before the Third Republic, this man was making friends across the country. He was taking chieftaincy title across the country, in the West, in the East, in the North, in everything. Most prominent traditional king and emir across the country are on the payroll of Abiola. He's the patron of so many clubs, so many associations, so many professional bodies, that he was giving money, was donation. There was a time that Abiola donated, I think, 30 million to every university in Nigeria. Polytechnic, maybe 8 million. College of Education, maybe 5 million. All across the federation. What do you think he was doing? He was building relationship, friendship, and structure. And by the time that SDP gave him ticket, everybody across the country said, yes, this is the man that should be our president. Even the Tofa, Alhaji Tofa that contested against him on the ticket of NRC, he defeated him on his own unit. Can you hear that? Presidential candidate in his own unit was defeated. In Kano, he defeated Alhaji Tofa in his polling unit in Kano. So, look, and we saw what happened to Obasanjo as well when they took him out from the what do you call it? From the prison. It's because Obasanjo represents the military. The military were the one that was governing that time. They wanted him to be president. And then Yaradua group in SDP that already formed PDP, and Atiku Abubakar as the head of the PDP of Yaradua group after Yaradua were killed by Abacha, adopted Obasanjo that yes, Babangida is another backbone. It was part of PDP. All the military juntas, all of them were part of PDP. They said, okay, this is the person. So Obasanjo, that was what both Obasanjo there. So look at Buhari, look at the step, look at what Buhari did, look at effort that Buhari made several times, 3 times. He couldn't get it until he formed alliance with Tinubu, and they got it. So you can't just come within 6 months and say you want to be. It is not possible, my people. When you have not built that friendship, you have not built that structure, you have not built that relationship across the country. You have to build that first. That is what this system require from everybody that wants to be president.
All right, Adanlekoko, I want to take that question round. And gentlemen, everybody will get a say on this. I'll try to keep to the order that people came in. I'll try to keep to that, but I do want to go to Joel of Nashville next, just for a counter narrative, just for balance, because Joel of Nashville, he may have a contrary view. But before I go to Joel of Nashville, Adanlekoko, whatever happens on the 25th, if it's the 25th or the 23rd, whatever happens on the 25th or the 23rd, when we have that presidential election, however Obi performs, is he still the winner of these elections, just based on the journey that he has been on? Irrespective of whether he becomes president or not, has Obi been the winner of this cycle?
Yes, I think it is. Let me tell you this, the outcome of the result will tell us if we have to declare him the winner or not. If Obi could win some states outside the Southeast, if he could win 5 states after the start week, particularly some states in the north, I think Obi should be regarded as the winner, even though it couldn't be the declared winner of the election. But we, the people, will regard him as the winner, and that will tell him that the journey has just begun. It should not go and relax. It should go and re-strategize to come back the next 4 years. So it will now at that time be able to know his area of strength, area of weakness, and can re-strategize for the next time. So, between that time and the next 4 years, it can build the party, put in place a better structure that can get them ready for next election. So, Obese performance is what will the outcome rather of his performance that will tell us whether we should declare him the winner. It's just like the performance of Wike during the primary.
But in terms of conduct and the campaign, given what he has to work with, I think he has already won. He has conducted himself, Peter Obi, as a gentleman all the way through this cycle. I think we can say that. And in terms of what was a tiny little party, we have to remember that Labour Party got less than 5,000 votes in the last electoral cycle. And from that little base, and Obi not a money bag, is a wealthy man, but not a money bag. So with all of that, I think he has already won, just shaking the space and making them nervous. I think unlikely that he will be declared president, of course. I think most serious minds already conclude that. But certainly,
I won't conclude. I won't conclude that.
You've not concluded. You are not that is unlikely to be declared president.
No, you said
Peter Obi.
No. What I'm saying is that you are saying that because of his the way he energized people around the country, particularly some people that are looking for third force and bringing Labour Party from nothing to what it is today, you've already concluded that he is the winner. No, I'm not concluding like that.
You want to see the you want to see the numbers?
I want to see the number. You see, too much noise on the internet, and it's not.
Has Peter Obi agitated what was once a dormant space? Has he energized a space that was apathetic to politics? The youth, the disenfranchised, has he energized them in mass numbers?
It looked like that he's not the only one that energized people across the country. When you look at the campaign rally and you see stadium full of people for Tinubu, how would you describe that? Is that not?
I would describe that as a dollar talking, money talking.
Okay, so some of the places that you see, a lot of people at the stadium for Obi. How will you describe that?
I would describe that as people energized. Because Obi doesn't have the wallet. He doesn't have the wallet to buy crowd, I don't think. Yeah.
What of the video that we have watched when they are fighting, or when they that some people were paid to bring some crowd, and the person Japa, he didn't do the job he was paid for. What of that? So, but look, the outcome of the election is what I am waiting for. If the outcome is very poor, and that will just tell us that it's just a noise making that was responsible for what is called phenomenon of Obi. So, and like I said, if Obi could win some other state outside Igbo land, then it can prove to Nigerians that yes, he is on the right track. His vote is not. The people that voted for him are not sectional. That Nigerian people voted for him, and not only.
Angelico, can I come in, please?
Let me finish. Are not people from his own section of the country. So if he can win in Benue State, if he can win in some part of the north, outside Igbo land, yes, it will send a message.
You know, so sorry, Ajale Koko. I often agree with you, but not in this instance. I think Obi already has a crown on his head. And I think Obi already has a crown on his head. But I think he's unlikely to be president because I'm not an idiot. Therefore, I look at the numbers. But Obi already has a crown on his head as a champion of the people. which I think is a victory of sorts. Would you disagree with that? From all we hear, we discuss it every day now. He conducts himself in the proper manner. He's never been out of step. He had a momentary lapse with that WhatsApp message that he read, but he's never really been out of step. And it seems to have, at least from the optics, because you say it's noise, but that noise is generating from some spaces. It takes a crowd to make a noise, and that noise around Obi is wrapped in that noise is the yearnings, often need for change, which is popular. You and I, we want that. Everybody wants that. So he's speaking to populism. And I think he's caught that spirit of the moment, the zeitgeist. He's caught the zeitgeist of the here and now, and the youth and the disenfranchised, which constitutes the mass in the country. They echo with his message. I would say that.
Look, one man, presidential election is different from other elections in the country. It's different from governors or senators or all the rest. Presidential election is a national election. A national election that people across the country have to give you that vote. If you don't get votes across the country, but from only the part of the country where you comes from, and that will tell me you are not a national figure, but rather a sectional leader. And that sectional leader does not mean that you cannot re-strategize to come out strongly for the next time. So, noise on the internet, yes, is good. Noise.
You're still dismissing them as noisemakers, are we?
Noise in the churches, yes. It shows that we have Christians trying to support him, but it is the figure that will tell us who you are. When Yoruba say, actually, Omo Tali won't say, whose son are you? When it comes to presidential election, Tambabare.
Yeah.
Who is your father? It is election result that will tell us who you are in the country. So I think we have to wait until then before we will crown him, whatever crown we want to put on his head. I'm not going to jump.
Okay.
What is not clear.
I'm going to go on from you, Ajale Koko, in a moment. I'll go to Thomas next because Joel of Nashville. He says he needs a moment before he can make his contribution. But before I come from you, Ajale Koko, so you are saying you are looking at numbers in order to make a decision on how successful Obi has been. So just in a brief something. What sort of numbers would you want to see from Obi to crown him in the manner that I've just described?
Look, I'm not going to mention specifically. Oh, this is how much vote he should get, but I want him to win outside Igbo land. If he can win in some part of the north.
Will a victory in the South, would you consider that to be outside of Igbo land?
Well, that is in the South.
Is that Diet Coke Igbo?
That is still Diet. That is, but at least if he could win in South, some state in the South, that will tell us that yes, he's spreading this. The tentacles is spreading outside Igbo land, and it could as well spread to other parts of Nigeria. So, but winning in any state in the north, if Obi can win like 3 states or 5 states, let me just say 3. Don't let me even give him 5. Let's say I mean, for a start, a person just starting, I mean, attempting for the first time, if we could win 3 states in the north, and I'm not describing which part of the north. The north is are divided into 3 zones: south, northwest, northeast, north central. I don't care. Any part in the north, 3 states. Yes, that will give me confidence that Obi can do better in the future. And that result, that outcome, will send signal to people across the country that yes, this is a man we should be looking up to in the future, and that will break that description, or how do I say it? That rhetoric against the Easterner, that people don't trust Easterner. That will begin to give people in the north that confidence that this man, let's take a look of him next time. It can start building confidence. If you can win some part of the north, it can start building confidence and start, presenting himself as a person they should consider in the next election. It cannot just win in the southeast, because it's only as far as it is today. It's only in the southeast that we can confidently say he can win the election based on the sentiments that, okay, this is our son, let us give him the vote. This is our son that is going good in this race, don't let us disappoint him. But in other parts of Nigeria, in the west, can he win in the west? Can he win in the north? If he can't win in any state outside the state, that means that it's just a
So he huffed
solidarity
and
vote.
puffed. He huffed and puffed, but he couldn't blow the house down. He
Yes,
huffed
just
and
a
puffed.
solidarity vote. It's not to other part of Nigeria is not acceptable. His candidacy is not acceptable to other part of Nigeria. It's just only solidarity vote from the east, and that will not make me crown him as a candidate to reckon with. No, but that cannot just tell him that he has a lot of work to do for his candidacy in the future. He cannot. I'm not going to give him anything at the moment, but I will just say he is trying his best. The momentum is on the side, but I will wait for the outcome of the election, see his performance before I can then see what kind of crown I will put on his head. So I cannot give him anything at the moment, but just say that, well, he's enjoying the
Okay, at least give him a so far so good. At least give him something, Ajaleko. Give him a so far so good.
Oh, he has done well. He has been able. Look, in this Fourth Republic, this guy has been able to position the interests of the Easterner before Nigeria, before Nigerians, that look, the Eastern interests should be reckoned with on the position of presidency. People should start seeing Eastern candidate or anybody of Eastern extraction that they should be considered for the position of president. And Wike, the role that Wike is playing too, by hammering Atiku every day, fighting for the interest of the South, is connected with the interest of the East as well. So he has done well. Obi has done well. If he failed now, he has built a foundation for himself for the future, or another strong candidate from the East to come out in the future for Nigeria, for Nigerians to consider.
All right.
That is what he has done.
Ajale Koko, Insibidi is saying hello to you.
Where is Insibidi? Undobese.
He said that you say hello to Ajale Koko.
Look at that. He's abandoned us, hasn't he, for his friends on a door watch. He's always there making noise. He say, that is why P2B. That is why P2B. Oh, God.
So
the people that come and
Obi have done well, though. He has been able to position the Southerner that, look, we are part of Nigeria. We are part of this country, and we should be considered for this position of presidency. So he is building that relationship by his campaign, is building that friendship, and is building that structure for Easterner to be president of Nigeria. That is what Obi is doing today. So some Igbo people like Soludo and some knuckleheaded that are against his candidacy, they don't know that they are just against the candidates, the candidacy of themselves. They are not against Obi per se. Obi candidacy represents the interests of Igbo, and every Igbo politician supposed to back him up so that they can, from him, he can represent them, he can position them well, and he can change that stigma of fear. That fear that, and that stigma against the Easterner for being the president of that, it can take it out from the mindset of Nigeria, and Easterner can be accepted and can be given that support to be president of Nigeria. That's what Obi is doing. So we have to give kudos to him.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. Always brilliant, Ajale Koko. So, gentlemen, I'm going to sequence it in this order. We hear from Thomas next, and then we hear from Akim next, because we don't often hear enough from Akim, and if we don't go to him quick enough, he falls asleep. So we hear from Thomas next, we hear from Akim next, then DOG, then we hear from Fatai. So that, and then we will sequence another round with the remaining panelists. But before we get to Thomas. Enigmatic is throwing darts at you in the comment section, Ajale Koko. Always mischievous, enigmatic, as you know. It says, one man, I had a dream that Omoyede Sowore wins the elections. So a dream, but or a nightmare. It depends on, it will be a dream for Ajale Koko, of course, but would that be a dream for the rest of us is the question. A dream or a nightmare? Kulata comes in with a super chat. It says, Obi allegedly paid 2K for the failed Ekiti rally. So is that 2K per head for the people that turned up? So that's the question. So 2K.
Where did they get that information from?
You know, Kulata now, it's made up rumors. I don't know. It's worse than Dinomilaye Kulata. Look at that. It says, Obi allegedly paid 2K for the failed Ekiti rally. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. And to the rest of you, follow Kulata's example. The comment section should be lighting up in fairy ground colors from the super chats. That's the tradition with our live streaming. The comment section should be lighting up in fairy ground colors. So fairy ground colors, a man that is not fairy ground, of course, is taking off the sunshades this time. So it's about to get serious. So this is Thomas, as you all know, our correspondent from down under. You're right, mate. I mean, what do they say in Australia?
Mate.
They call each other Sheila, don't they? Everybody is a Sheila in Australia.
However, let me amuse you. One guy in the comment section said, Thomas, keep Thomas. It gets me hungry.
Yes, but that's the thing, though. You know, we've often been labeled on this platform of getting people angry. But the reason why people get angered is that your traditionally held beliefs they are confronted. So all those things
Yeah.
that all the prejudices that you've held in they are confronted with facts, and you don't want your prejudices confronted. So there stay steady, but I suspect Thomas is about to anger you even more. So Thomas, now we're 6 weeks
Very more, yes.
Yes. We're 6 weeks now from the elections, so there is no hiding place for anybody anymore. I don't think they'll be campaigning after the next 5 weeks because INEC usually likes a buffer period between the campaigning and elections being cast, votes being cast. So we're really about 5 weeks of campaigning left, and we have seen and heard a lot of. It's been quite a wild roller coaster ride. We've done the Agbado. We've done the Bula Balu. We've done the hand they shake, leg they shake, Baba they do. We've done all of that. And then we've done the Peter Obi is an Igbo candidate. And then he has transmuted into, everybody dismissed him out of hand when he first came out. And then he's evolved into this entity now that is agitating the space. Everybody is asking where Atiku is. And people are just accusing Kwakwanso of wanting to steal Kano. So we've gone on a very long journey to arrive at this 6 weeks left to casting votes. So they're sufficient enough to form conclusions. So now, what's your projection then going forward to where this thing lands? So what happens in the next 6 weeks as we make that journey, Thomas?
Good morning, everyone, and good evening, good afternoon, as Radio Biafra normally say. One man, I have concluded this election when I saw the crowd in Kano. I think people don't pay attention on the campaign of APC in Kano. I think that is the election right there. The stadium was packed up. You can't deny that. Go and check Kano. Some people have been saying, I go say, what is important about this Kano rally about APC? And I watched it. One man, is on. You can't count people on that rally. I think that is the referendum for the election right there. Compared to Peter Obi's rally in Ekiti. Yeah, you can barely count people. You can barely count people there. So, in my opinion, APC is having this election. That is my prediction. And where's man of prestige?
No, it's in the comment section waiting to come in. He is there. He's doing something. He'll come on now. So we'll face that in the second phase of the session. So
no, one man,
thankfully,
I don't bet anymore.
Huh?
No. I don't want to bet anymore. I don't want to bet anymore.
You don't want to take on the bet anymore. All right. So
Yes.
So man of prestige has to come and surrender that bet then. But to the conversation, Thomas. So it has been a journey, and yes, the ultimate price is for us to get a new president. But the new president is not the only winner in these electoral cycles, because there are other cameo winners that have won in different spaces. So in terms of how the campaigns has been organized, who has campaigned the best out of all of the front runners? In fact, the whole field. We must not discount the smaller spaces. Who has campaigned the best out of the whole field, but especially amongst the front runners? So who has had the best campaign, Thomas?
Don't let us deceive ourselves. HPC had the best campaign so far. All their campaigns, you
better than Labour Party
in the campaign. Labour Party,
Labour
come on, one man. I witnessed the one of course. I told you, I witnessed the one in Ibadan now. I sent you the picture, isn't it? I sent you the picture in Instagram. I sent you. There's no doubt about that. And there is no doubt. There is no doubt. APC had the best campaign, very organized. Maybe because they have the power, they had the one on they are the one in the power now. and they have the money, they have the equipment, they have everything. APC has shown us that they are the best. They are the best in this campaign.
Thomas, in terms of where they were coming from to where they are now, would you say that APC has had a stronger campaign than Labour Party? Because I'm not sure that I'm 100% in agreement with that.
Don't let us, I'm a honest person. I will tell you, if you can like it, you may not like it. Labour Party has tried in their own small capacity. They tried as well. They tried. I always say this, I always reference this every time. Party that doesn't even have anybody. There is no local government chairman, no the political what do you call it, candidate or political office, councillor. The worst, that's the last one. They don't have councillor. There is no Labour Party councillor anywhere in 36 states of this federation. No Labour, no House of Rep, no House of Assembly, nothing whatsoever. But if they can really try in this capacity, they try, man. Let's just let's give it to them. Labour Party that has 5,000 votes the last election, and they still have this momentum. The Ekiti one is not that bad. I watched it. It's not good enough for this noise making, but for their own small party, it's not that bad. The Ekiti one is not that too bad. They try as a Labour Party, as small party they are. They don't have power. Peter Obi will not spend money. Peter Obi will not spend money, one man. He's not spending money. The man is not spending money. If he's spending money.
You know what, Thomas? For me, the Labour Party has had the best campaign in this electoral cycle. And I'm only of that thought because nobody even knew that there was something called the Labour Party in Nigeria up till the Peter Obi phenomenon took sway. And he has propelled that space up to the point now that some people are even giving consideration to him winning the presidency. So at Tinubu, of course, he has done what he has to do, and what that space offers him as well. So he has done as predictable. But the Labour Party, they have surpassed. You were here now when we used to, were they not the butt of the joke? We were laughing at them all the way through. But look at where they are now.
That they will soon fizzle out. They will soon fizzle out. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I said. I will give it to them. They try. In their own capacity, they try. But with I listened to Ajale Koko. That noise, that is what annoys people. That noise, the internet fighting, internet abuse. If you don't support Peter, any Yoruba that does not support Peter Obi is a bastard. He's supporting the Jagaban. Is that just what make people annoyed? But in their own small capacity, they've tried, one man. The Ekiti one is not that bad. Even the Ibadan one is worse than the Ekiti. The Ekiti one, at least you can still give to them now. The Ekiti one is still, it looks a little bit better. But this election, one man, APC is having this election. In my opinion, I could be wrong. But
all right. Yes, APC having the election, that's a fair point. But like I was saying to Ajanle Koko, the winner of the presidency is not the only winner in this electoral cycle. And there are other winners winning other spaces. So who wins the hearts and minds of people? Who will you say the winner of the hearts and minds of people in this electoral cycle is?
Oh, it's Peter Obi, one man. Peter Obi really changed the dynamics and what we normally thought. One man has not been a third force. In some way, indirectly, Peter Obi started as a third force. He did. He tried, one man. He tried. Can you imagine? Shure, then people can say maybe it's a third force. He didn't get this kind of momentum. gain this time of momentum. So Peter Obi is the third force in this election. Even though sometimes I don't reckon with him. I don't, because I know it's a sectional thing for Peter Obi. It's not that national national figure. But in this election, Peter, let's give it to Peter Obi. It really changed the mindset of people. I was in Nigeria. I saw young people saying they are going to vote. Never. One man is a disgrace on national TV. I'm saying this. There is none. The problem of Nigeria is we elite, and including me. I have never voted in that country before because I don't believe in it. There is no family. I have 5 siblings. There is no any of my family members that I can say he has voted in that country before, and they are they are they are educated. They are aged. They are voting number of people, but we never vote. I never voted before. Never. So, but Peter Obi has changed that dynamic, our mindset about voting, that you have to vote. I saw people saying, I'm voting. I said, wow, you are voting. You have never voted before. He said, yes, I want to vote. I will vote. So Peter Obi has changed even only that. If I can say only that, he has conscientized Nigerians, most especially the youth, to go out there and vote. Peter Obi
Thomas,
has done that.
in terms of dignity and uprightness, so dignity and uprightness, who has carried themselves the best in this electoral cycle? And you have the whole field. Who has maintained their dignity and conducted themselves in a proper manner in this cycle?
It's Peter Obi, one man. It's Peter Obi. He has the guy has tried. When the write-up from Soludo came out, I expected him to really attack Soludo. I expected him to do that as a normal politician, which they normally do. But the man, he responded in a good manner, in a calm manner. If he responded in another way, he will be putting fuel in the fire. But his response really doused the tension from the southeast. So he has after the Zeribe guy as well. His response as well has been very excellent.
Easy, yeah.
Yes, his response was so. Peter Obi is a perfect gentleman. Maybe is a political move, but I can still say the guy is a perfect gentleman. You can't tell Tinubu that kind of thing. Tinubu's camp, Tinubu will come for you. Atiku will come for you. But Peter Obi has carried himself with some dignity and some I respected it. I will say it. I don't care if you like it or not. He has carried himself very well. One. Yes,
in terms of the campaign directors of the stay with the topmost space with this one. In terms of the campaign directors, who do you think has enhanced their reputation in this cycle? Who do you think has come out shining even brighter amongst the the campaign directors, the people coordinating the campaigns? So, who do you think has carried it in that space?
The Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu,
his campaign director
has really, yes, his campaign director.
No, I'm not talking about. Campaign directors, not the candidates.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yes, the directors. Yeah, he really carried himself, carried him very well. They presented him very well. One man, they presented the man very well. They presented him very well. You could remember one time he came from London. He was wearing suit with his cap. They carried him very well. They tutored him very well. You could remember they even said it. He said, they told me not to speak out of script. That is why you will know. That is people. That is structure right there. That is people they will tell him what to say, not what to say. If you really want to hear Tinubu speak, let him speak in Yoruba. You will know he's speaking for his mind. That is what brought that talk in Abeokuta. you can see that Tinubu is speaking from his mind. But all the other things he's doing the campaign, you will know that they prepare it, they told him, Baba, don't go out of this box, stay here, don't say this, say this. So Tinubu, you can't doubt that because they were well prepared.
Are you rating the campaign director of the Tinubu campaign above Donyo Okupe?
Donyo Okupe, come on. Donyo Okupe try. No. There's no doubt about that. Donyo Okupe try. If there's somebody that Obi needs to be given more kudos to, is Donyo Okupe. He really tried for him. And because Donyo Okupe is from Yoruba extraction, he portrayed him more to the Yorubas, even much better. So Donyo Okupe try in his own capacity. There's no doubt about that. But you can't take Tinubu out of that box because they have the mind. They have been in election for so long. They are there already, and the people knew him. They know what takes to win an election. It's not about shouting on internet. No, it's a grand work. Go to the field, do your work diligently, and they've done it perfectly, Mama. There is no doubt about that. Give it to APC. Yeah, APC have done very perfectly in their campaign.
All right, brilliant. But you cannot see past Tinubu victory in 6 weeks' time.
No. And what made me back out of my debate? My belief religion doesn't accept bet. So I think about it. So I don't want to satisfy somebody or satisfy the audience and offend God. So it's not my religion doesn't support. So I think about it overnight. I said, let me no.
Almost already.
Hallelujah.
To be candid, I stand what I said. Obi will not get 3 million votes.
So you didn't know that one
Yeah,
that you have a religion I didn't support before you start saying you want to bet before. Oh yeah, carry on.
Come on now.
Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Look at Thomas. All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas.
That's
so I think,
woman.
Yeah, I think
I will not lie to you. That is the main thing. It's not about money. It's about money.
All right. You were about to burn that money.
You want to say something?
No. I was just saying that you were about to burn that money. That's what we all thought yesterday. It was a rush of blood to the head. A rush of blood.
No. One must stand on me.
A momentary lapse in judgment.
No. One man stand on me.
All right.
No, I stand on it. Obi will not get 3 million votes.
Obi will not get 3 million, but for reasons of religion, you cannot place it.
He will not get 3 million votes. It's not about money. It's not about the money.
Did you say 3 million votes?
Yes, that's what he said. We were all
He will not get 3 million votes.
Can we vote?
How is he going to get 3 million votes?
Are you agreeing with that?
Obi will not get 3 million votes.
What is he gonna? Are you gonna get?
No. Hold on, Akim. Nationwide or not nationwide?
Yeah, but why is he gonna get 3 million votes? One man. You're talking. So
how is he going to do in Lagos?
One man.
So
3 million votes. Obi will get 3 million
you're
votes.
You're talking average of 300,000 votes in 10 states. That is what you're talking about. Out of 36 states.
Can we bet, Thomas and what's his name? Can we bet, please? Is there any?
I don't do betting.
I can't bet.
3 million votes. Why are you smoking?
If Obi does not get 3 million votes, then he should be deported from Nigeria.
One man, I just give you an average of 300,000 votes in 10 states. How is he going to get it?
After all we have been through, after the hula and the hoopla, if he doesn't get 3 million votes,
some of these states don't even get more than 500,000-600,000 votes in an election day. On an election day,
yes.
Yeah. So how is Obi going to get 3 million votes?
You are discounting the new entrants into the political cycle, and by the way, you know all those states that you are saying have low numbers. Do you know the average voter or do you know what the voter apathy is in Nigeria? It's 65%. Only 35% of Nigerians vote, and that's throughout the electoral cycle that we've had so far. So with this, so those 500,000, whatever, they are 500,000 out of a possible 2-3 million that could have voted. But look at the Southeast, for instance. They are asking them to choose between Atiku and Buhari. They are not interested. They will just go to their shops or to their offices. They have no stake in it. But now they are asking them to choose between Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. So now he will get 3 million votes, so he will. No question.
One man. You see the reason why the Buharis and these big parties are able to, they go to like a one. You see, like in last election, in a state like Rivers State, I think PDP got over 800,000 votes in Rivers State alone. This is what you are asking Obi to do. I'm telling you, you're asking him to average 300,000 votes in 10 states. That is what you're asking Obi to do.
No. We are not asking him to do that. You are asking him to get a good 600,000 average in all of the constituting southeastern states. You are asking him to get at least a 250,000 in a lot of the southeastern states, and you are asking him to get about 500,000 in Lagos State, and then you are asking him to have a strong showing in the middle belt, and then he will get some smatterings from the north.
Obi should get 500,000 votes in Lagos State.
Well, yeah.
Labour Party should get 500,000 votes in Lagos State.
I don't know now. What do I know?
What do you guys
I don't know.
APC got 500,000. APC got 500,000 in Lagos State the last election. That's a perspective. The whole of Imo State, I don't think it's up to half a million. The whole of the numbers of
registered voters.
The whole of the people that voted, I think it's like 500,000. All of them combined together.
Hey, the last governorship, there's no governorship election this time in Edo. The last governorship election, I think it was about 600 or something thousand votes, all party combined.
Akim, the last election in Ekiti, the person that won got maybe 100 and something thousand. Where's the number coming from? Even the big party. Where is it coming from?
I think most of you are stuck in the past, and it's okay for most of you to be stuck in the past. The train has already left that station where most of you are.
Who made the train in Waterloo?
There's no problem. There's no problem.
Who made the train in Waterloo station? Don't worry.
Look. The thing there is that we have refused to reason, right? We have refused to learn, to feel the nerves of those in Nigeria, to know what they're actually saying, what their plans actually are. So it's okay to remain in the past, but saying that Peter B will not get 3 million votes is an insult. It's an insult, and it's okay. It's okay. It's an opinion.
They are going via the numbers to make that assertion.
But one man. Look, we have you said that the average voters apathy in the past was about 65%. If you go to the southeast, it is even worse than that, and that is because over the years, the people of the southeast have been so bastardized by their own leaders and by the offers they get from the Nigerian state, and whether you like it or not, they have not. You cannot falter them in their claims, looking at where the economy of Nigeria actually is. You see, so the thing there is that sometimes we have the issue of the IPOB, the separationists trying to really make people paint the Southeasterners, with a certain paint. But the one thing if you take away that, you will see that the Southeasterners are one of the most sophisticated voters out there, because you can't just buy them easily.
right? And for some of them, if you come on election day, you will see the reason why. Because the people the offer that they have, the offer that is being presented to them, they've already know their antecedents. But in elections where they believed in the candidates, they come out en masse. If you go to see the first election, not the second election, the first election that brought Rochas Okorocha into power, you will find that Rochas Okorocha, the voter apathy then reduced to less than 50 to 40%. The people came out en masse, they defended their vote against an incumbent governor, Hakim, right? But Rochas now went in there and he messed up. Like, Rochas' hope is like people hoping on Obi right now. Just put it that way. That was how Rochas was. He was so popular in Imo State. In fact, we were thinking if he played his card very, very well, he would have been the first Igbo person from someone from the Southeast representing APC at the presidential at the presidential level. But he messed it up. If you bring Rochas Okorocha to the Southeast right now to sell him to the Southeasterners, they would be like me. I will tell you, now, dude, look, we love this dude. We're going to tell you the truth. This is not a good person, because we know when he goes in there, he's going to be like the rest. So that is the issue right here. So saying that Peter Obi is going to get 3 million votes, I think it's an insult. But it's okay. It's an opinion. And we should exercise.
Joel, don't take it as an insult. People are going by historical data and antecedents, and that is all you have to permutate politics, isn't it? Historical data and antecedents. Because what you are suggesting is still in the realms of speculation, because you are saying, oh, these people are energized. The interest is now there, and then the youth are on board with him, and this all permutates into mass numbers. But those are untested spaces. But the tested spaces, they lend to Peter Obi are not scoring 3 million. But I don't agree with that, by the way, that he won't score 3 million. But they are going by historical data and antecedents.
Yes. So, one man, the issue here, like I've always said on this program, is that we have the status quo members versus those who are looking into the future, right? So if you believe in a Tinubu or in an article, right, it means that you belong to the status quo, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you're looking at someone like Obi, right, you're looking into the future because you're looking for something different. So that is the issue here. So
Joel, I want to quickly. You see, this is one of the reasons why I try not to engage with anybody that is so hardened Obi supporter, because there's just no reasoning when it comes to the political analysis when you are trying to analyze issues.
Make your point.
People who support Obi. So
no, you're talking to me. Make your point to me.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is this: is that when it's only when you support Obi that you look into the future. If you are not supporting Obi, you're not looking into the future. Who makes you the judge to judge people who look into the future?
But no. When you want to judge Obi based off, his new political party and all that, you remember antecedents. But when you want to talk about, these people you're talking about now, you're also referring to the antecedents. So I'm going to also refer you to the antecedents of these parties. For 16 years of PDP and 8 years of APC, let me tell you, it's like most of us don't really know the problem we are in. By next year, we are going to be 77 trillion in debt.
That's nothing to do with what we are talking about.
That's not where the conversation is, Joel.
No. That's nothing to do with what we are talking about.
No. You don't really get.
We were really speaking to numbers and data and what
what I was trying to say is this, right? Looking at the failures of both political parties, looking at where they have kept us as a nation. I was listening to Kulata yesterday talking about President Obasanjo. I was miffed. Whether the Yorubas like it or not, whether they like it or not, OBJ remains their greatest son to ever walk the earth of this nation or this world.
No,
Hey,
that's
what are you talking about?
It is debatable. It is debatable.
Who is the greatest son?
One man.
One at a time.
You know, I'm a table shaker. You know, when I come in, I say it the way it is.
You are not shaking any.
Whether you like it, whether you like it. Hold on, my brother.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
Hold on, my brother. My own, in the eyes of the Yorubas might have who they think is. In the eyes of the world, OBJ remains the greatest Yoruba son to have the most accomplished Yoruba son to ever walk the face of this earth. It's okay. It's okay. I go by numbers. I go by numbers.
Let's carry on. Some of us need to sleep as well.
Go on,
please.
Joel.
My brother, look, we've been interjecting things. So always, there's this voice that always, I don't know who that voice is.
From one point to another.
Mr. Man, I am talking. You weren't saying anything when I was talking.
Everybody stop. One voice at a time. But Joel, take us to where you want us to be, and then we go back to Thomas to round up that space.
So I knew I was talking. Thomas was talking. So that was where I was saying, let me just chip in. But there's this voice that's always, always poking me. Anytime I'm talking, he will just talk a little and he will just shut up. I don't know who that is. But please, that person could respect himself and calm down. He should calm down. We are making a point.
No.
I don't know who that voice is.
Take us everywhere.
No. We don't want to do that today. But Joel, you are a self-confessed table shaker. So of course, people.
So what I am trying to say is this: that the Nigeria is moving towards a new direction, and whenever there's something new about to happen, the old guards refuses to change. And for some of you here that have refused to change, we must change all of your consciences. We must change every way that you think. By the time Peter Obi comes into power, there is no problem. We shall answer you with good governance. With a working country, a country that you should be proud of, because there is no way you can rely on PDP and APC. There's no way you can rely on APC and PDP looking at where they took us to.
Sorry, Joel, you can interject and I'll come to you in a moment, but don't sloganize. Just stay within the parameters of what's been discussed.
I was just telling you. We were talking about. You just asked me a question about, why should it be why should it be Labour Party? And I'm just telling you, looking at the antecedent of PDP and APC, and looking at where they took us to, and looking at where they are dropping us by the time the new government comes in, about 77 trillion. We have every reason to push them out, one man. Thomas, you can continue.
All right, thank you, Joel. So Thomas, you can continue, but let me take this window to acknowledge Kulata's super chat, who, in the absence of Alexander Gomez, is deputizing in that space. It says, campaign isn't done. Why the post-mortem? Obi is coming to rescue Nigeria, and we are retiring the old guards. So there it is. So there it is. It's not over till the fat lady sings, is what Kulata says via super chat. Campaign is not done yet. Why the post-mortem? Obi is coming to rescue Nigeria, and we're retiring the old guard. So that's Kulata then. I'm not quite sure if it's that. Well, I am sure that that's an acerbic remark in the direction of...
He's speaking in the same language with Jewels.
Yes, the language. They were speaking to them in the language they will understand.
Kulata and Jewels.
Interject, please.
Come in, engineer, and then round up that space, Thomas, and then we go on to Akeem. Engineer, let's hear from you.
Yeah, greetings to you all, and greetings to my brother Tommy. Well, you make the point, you analyze everything. Well, I just have a few things to say. You see, they said when it comes to election, not he who started the race will finish it. Something I always say here, we need to be very, very careful. Full animal will look at us, will be making mad, jumping here and there. at the end of the day, he will take the throne and pass it to his brother. So one have to be very, very careful. It's not by gathering people, by shouting, or by selecting or the highest voters or the highest people's numbers. We have to be very careful. The last election on Buhari, it happens like that. Buhari, he was asked a simple question: who is going to be the next president? Will you accept defeat? He said never in his life. He is the winner already. So we should be very, very careful. We have, I think, 6 weeks to go. So let's think. It's not just one way. We'll be thinking of one way. Let's think the other way around. And let's table things out. Because when it comes to politics in Nigeria, they said it is a dirty game. One have to be very, very careful. So that's all my take for now.
All right, brilliant. Go on. Engineer, you wanted to?
No worries. I think I lost what I'm about to say now.
All right, brilliant, brilliant, engineer. So Thomas, back to you. So land that point. So 6 weeks away. I think we pretty much know where you are. Everybody has done well, but you cannot see past the APC. Thomas.
There's no saying that's coming back in our election cycle. Let me just cite this example.
We're losing you.
Sorry,
hold on. Your network is chopping up. Thomas, can you hear me? Your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Carry on.
Oh, yes. Much better. Yes, yeah. I'll just cite the example of the last election in Ekiti State. Oyebanji got 187,000 votes. That is it. That is just it. The next person got 80 something thousand. The third person got 60 something thousand. So where is this number coming from? So one man, Tinubu should go and measure his cloth for the swearing in. He's going to win the election. The Kano rally has said it all. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. But that was Thomas that told us they're not born Obasanjo well to contest against Tinubu. But I thank you, Thomas. We go on from Thomas next to Akim. We are only going to via the super chat from Kolata still. It's a Joel sounds deflated. Hey, yeah. Look at that, Joel. The undertone of defeat hidden in the affected confidence. So that is what Akulata is hearing in your voice via super chat. So thank you for the super chat. And as I said, everybody, other people are invited to use the super chat function as well. It's not the exclusive preserve of Kulata or indeed Alexander Gomez. So let's go on then to Akim. So there is nowhere to hide anymore. It's 5 weeks of campaigning left. 6 weeks they will know as the results come in who our president will be. We've heard everything that everybody has to say. We've had the tears, the laughter, and the jeers. But now, with 5 weeks away, all things being equal, I think in our individual minds, we all have a good idea who we think the likely, what we think rather the likely outcome would be. So it's that space that I'm inviting the conversation now. But I want you to kick it off from the rallies. From the rallies, what has the rallies? And yes, we know that there are bot crowds. We know that all of that. But really, whether there are bot crowds or not, the rallies give us an indication of what is to come. But what has the rallies given us as an indication of the direction of travel of this election? So starting from there, as you talk us through what's going to happen in the next 5 weeks, Hakeem.
Okay, thank you very much, Maman. Before I enter that space, I want to quickly say something that One of the reasons sometimes why I just decide to listen to you guys and fall asleep is because of what just happened. I never said I support Tinubu or Atiku against Obi, or I support Obi against anybody. I have always been neutral on my analysis, and I just make my own personal analysis. And then someone is saying that Nigeria is in 77 trillion. Did I borrow the money? So I don't understand the way we argue against ourselves sometimes. I was expecting somebody to tell me that, come with your own numbers, tell me the difference, why you think things will be different now. But this argument sometimes doesn't go that way. Anyway, I'll go into the rallies. Yes, listen, one man, if you have been involved in this political shenanigans that goes around back home, you understand that. Listen, it's not. They call it all political party. They all do it. They'll tell you it's mobilization fee. They'll give them money to mobilize people to the venue. So the bigger the party structure is on ground, the more people they are able to mobilize to the campaign, to the rally ground. That is what happened. So you can't tell me that everybody that comes to those places actually come there because just out of their own free will. There are a lot of people that will come there out of their own free will because they support the party, they are supporters of the party. But they are always there. There are always a lot of people that will be there that they give money to just appear there. So that one is normal practice among all political parties. So there's not a single one of them is exempted. So if you see a rally where the crowd are not that much, it's not because they don't have the money, it's just because they don't have the people on ground to do the mobilization to be able to create that amount of crowd. That is the only difference. So I'm not surprised by the numbers of crowd, but I'm still not trusting that number in Kano, because Kano, for me, this election cycle, it seemed like a very tricky place for APC right now. Regardless of that crowd, I still think Kano is very, very tricky for APC. I know that Tinubu probably will win the election, but that Kano space, I'm very, very kind of suspect of it. Ganduje, is he as strong as people think he is in Kano in a 3-horse race? I don't think he is. In a 3-horse race, I don't think he is that strong. So Tinubu have to be very careful when it comes to Kano. So they shouldn't look at the people that were there and think, oh, that is Kano done.
But you are saying is Ganduje, is he as strong as people think he is in Kano State? But the question also extends: is actually Kwakwanso as strong as, because people want to seem to surrender Kano State to Kwakwanso without even giving any thought. But if you look, because the influence in Kano State is quite varied. You have Shekarau, who has a strong influence in that space, and you cannot say that Ganduje, who has won 2 elections in Kano State, it doesn't have influence. And then you Kwakwanso, of course, an entity as well. But people want to surrender Kano to Kwakwanso. But is Kano just going to be split up as to the point that it makes no real impact?
No, I think the NNPP will play. So the idea that Kwankwaso is that strong that it will take a new party to win presidential election in Kano, I don't believe that at all. But the APC concerns in Kano should be PDP, because Shekarau is super strong in Kano, and he comes from one of the most densely populated part of Kano, the Kano Central. So, and when he won a senatorial election in that place, it was a record. No, he won a senatorial election by a record number. That was the same person that defeated Kwakwanso from office. So Shekarau is super strong. So people should not underestimate Shekarau and his pulling power. For me, I think Kwankwaso will still be there, but I think they are over right now. I think he's been overestimated because it's just a few of the PDP and APC people that have gone with him in Kano. And
if I want to interject 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let us, if you remember the last governorship election in Kano in 2019, it was rigged against Kano candidate of what do you call him?
Kwankwaso.
Candidate of Kwankwaso, in spite of the fact that Shekarau and Kwankwaso were in the same party. I mean, sorry, Shekarau and Ganduje were in the same party. They couldn't defeat that candidate of Kwankwaso until they went to a rerun. And that rerun, the local government where they had the rerun, they have to rig it. They use police force to attack people and they rig it to their advantage. Otherwise, Kwankwaso will have defeated them. Kwankwaso candidate will have defeated them. So
yeah, but
that
what I want you to understand here is that going into that election, don't forget, Ganduje was very weak. That was when that Gandu dollar issue came up that time when he was sharing dollar on the on the camera.
He's weaker
So
now because
he was very weak.
Shekarau is in PDP now. Only Ganduje remain in APC. And most of the backbone of APC in Kano, they moved to NNPC. A lot of strong political shakers in APC have moved to, they've gone with, what do you call it? They've gone with Kwankwaso. They've gone to NNPC, including Shekarau. You remember Shekarau went to NNPC.
Yeah, but he left NNPP.
Before he
now.
left to go to PDP. So Ganduje is weaker than ever before now.
Yeah, but that's what I said earlier. I said I don't think he's as strong as people think he is. I said it earlier before. I said Ganduje, the way people, I don't think Ganduje is as strong as people think he is. But my concern is not even mine is not even Kwankwa. So I think people are not giving credence to Shekarau and the PDP in Kano, and I believe that PDP might pull a surprise in Kano. That is what I'm trying to explain. I think.
Sorry. Coming for Tai.
Yeah. I think the Kano political space, I think the last election is not a very good yardstick to measure Kano's political space, because after the last election, they have one. I don't know his name. He's a title monarch. Should I call him this? Sanusi or whatever his name. Now Ganduje is split up. It's like four. They have four royal. These things are not just about tradition. This also are meant to have also political power. So Kano you could almost predict Kano before. They have one sultan. Now they have like four. I think now it's all been split up. Ganduje is removed. Sanusi. Of course, I will not be. There's no. You can't say there's no politics inside. So there is a lot of realignment in Kano in the last election. Yes, this guy Shekarau was with Ganduje, but then he moved to Kwankwaso in this cycle. But from this, when he moved to Kwankwaso, he had a ticket to a senatorial ticket. Left his senatorial ticket to join PDP. So what does that suggest? I mean, if he's guaranteed to win, why would you have left his senatorial ticket to move to PDP and he moved to PDP with no title, with nothing? He's just going, maybe okay, they're going to make some deals with money.
Well, my brother, you don't know Shekarau. That's why you asked that question. That man.
No, I'm not.
When you say somebody say malam, he is a mala to the core. You see that man?
But I don't.
When Shekarau left office, it took the Kano state government to go and build him a house. He had no home.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this: there must be something to make you leave your senatorial seat if you are guaranteed to win. If it's 50-50, of course, it will go for where is more financially beneficial. But if
this is what I'm trying to say. The man is so principled. He's so principled that he came out. If you watch his interview, he said the agreement he had with Kwankwaso did not honor it. So the senatorial seat was nothing to him. It was his word. It was because of Kwankwaso that Shekarau did not become Obi a VP candidate to Obi because he pledged allegiance to Kwankwaso when they approached him to come and be a vice presidential candidate to Obi. He couldn't leave Kwankwaso. It was when Kwankwaso refused to honor his pledge to him that he then left Kwankwaso, and then it was too late. He could not get any ticket under PDP anymore.
All right, Akim, let me divert you back to the main talking point. So, yes, also what we were looking to, and I think Kulata may have summed up that space. He says, Kano, Kwakwanso 40%, Bola Tinubu 30, Atiku 30. So that's probably roughly how it may play out. But we can open up that space maybe later. But let me divert you back to where the conversation is and walk us on that a leisurely journey to where this thing lands. So where I started off with everybody is that yes, there will be one president, but not one winner. So who will be enhanced in this process? So a lot of credit will go to Peter Obi, irrespective of what happens in February. Would you agree with that? Start from there. Okay.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I think not at all. I think for me, the worst thing that will happen to this movement is an Obi failure. This political elite will just rubbish it and laugh it off as if nothing matters and nothing happens. But my prayers, this is where I actually, for the sake of Nigeria, my prayer is that Obi actually do very well, so that these people will start taking it into consideration moving forward. But to say just because of the votes I've gathered, you know what they will say if the numbers doesn't add up. Oh, we told you it's all on Twitter. We told you it's all on social media. These people have, but if we actually translate to votes to good numbers, these people will take it into consideration going forward. They will understand that there's a revolution against the elite, the political elite in that country. But to say that he has already won, one man, no. Don't forget, when Peter Obi was in PDP, during the PDP primaries, he didn't have this followership, did he? So what that tells you, I told you before, on Niger Watch, we were already out there looking for a third force that we were going to support. Showore came on the platform and we talked to Showore. So the people out there was already out there looking for somebody to kind of support. It just happened. Not that Peter Obi came in, the way you guys were analyzing it as if Peter Obi was the one that created the movement. No, the movement created Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a benefactor of the movement. He did not create the movement. So whether Peter Obi was there or not, maybe it would have been somebody else that would have benefited from the movement because the space was already there. People was already.
But that space was there in 2019, and Showore was not a beneficiary of it. You can't detach Peter Obi. I use the word zeitgeist. It's the spirit of the moment, zeitgeist. When everything comes together, when they say all the elements are aligned. So Peter Obi is a crucial component of what is going on, because what is going on was already there for quite a while, and Showore tried to champion that space, but the space did not adopt him.
Omar Showore didn't have an ethnic group behind him. So let us put it that. Let us say it the way he is. Okay, the space was there, but then the movement from our brothers and sisters from the southeast also make it louder. So let us put it into perspective the way it should be. But I would say that one man. Let us be honest with ourselves. I really, really want Peter Obi to do well. Not because of Peter Obi, but because of every Nigerians out there. Because regardless of who wins the election, it matters that these people begin to understand that the people don't really like them. The people want them to do better. And the only way that will happen, the only way they will take people into consideration, the only way they will begin to champion policies that will benefit the masses is if somebody like Peter Obi do really, really well. So I know it's not going to win, but my prayer is that it does very well so that these people will start taking everybody seriously.
All right, brilliant. And in terms of how the campaigns has been coordinated, who has run the best campaign so far in terms of your from your point of view? Who has run the best campaign so far? So that's not to say whose campaign is going to land them the presidency. That's a different matter. But in terms of what they've been able to present and how they've been able to persuade the space, who has run the best campaign so far?
I think first you just have to take right article out of it. Is not non-existent, minus 0. Then if I'll probably give it to
Is article still in the race? Even I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know. I think they say they are doing a deal with 11 Nota governors. So maybe that is where you rely. So if I wanted to actually
the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, but
if I really want to, I think this might make people laugh anyway. I'll probably say yes. So Wiki has had the best campaigns to
you know you are right. You are right. You are right. The best campaign. Yes.
Yeah, because I probably say yes. So Wiki has had the best campaign so far. But I will say that I think the Tinubu teams and the Obi team, they've done really well in terms of this, regardless whether people show up or not. At least the Obis, they are doing they're actually carrying out a presidential campaign, and same with the Tinubu. The only one I don't understand is the way Atiku is going about his own. The way presidential campaign goes on, that is how the Tinubu and the Obi teams are doing it. They're actually going, talking to people, holding rallies. This is the face, like election time is like a festive period. You go to these cities, people are expecting the presidential campaign to turn up, and then they're expecting the presidential candidate to be there. Some people actually go there just to see Tinubu. Some people will go there just to see Obi. Oh, that now Obi, or now be that. These things, people are, look, whether you like it or not.
You know what we call that in Yoruba land, Mogbomo branch.
Exactly. So people are still, there are a lot of people that are still fascinated by these people. They still want to see them. Whether look, don't forget, a lot of us in diaspora, we forgot that our level of awareness is different from a lot of those people on the ground there. They don't think the way you think. There are things that people do now that I want to criticize them, but I will say to myself, maybe if I was still in Nigeria, I will still be behaving like these people, or I will still be thinking like these people. So sometimes we have to be forgiving, or we have to be understanding in the way these people behave, because we cannot kind of expect our level of exposure to kind of match to kind of tally with the way they behave. They are just reacting to, they are victim of their environment, of what their environment has given to them. So I will say that I think both Tinubu and Obi, they are doing very well in their campaign.
Oh, okay. And in terms of the campaign, you see, I feel that Peter Obi has run the best campaign in this election, just because he has come from just somewhat of the butt of jokes in terms of when he declared, to now a real person that is shaking the space. So I'll say that he gets that space. But in terms of the people coordinating their campaigns, would you say that Donyo Okukwe is come out with flying colors in this cycle?
Yeah, Donyo Okugbe is a political strategist, right? So you don't just work for two presidents for no reason. You can't be a chicken and work and run two presidents campaigns. He was there with Obasanjo, and he was there with Goodluck Jonathan as well. So these are seasoned campaigners. They know their onion. So him being on the side of Peter Obi, don't forget, Donyo Okugbe started working on Obi long before the election. After the 2019 election, before, you don't really hear much about Obi. Don't forget about that. But it got to a point whereby Obi was appearing on events, he was appearing on social media space, he was appearing on television interview, on radio, even before we even entered the election seasons at all. Even before we even talk about going into an election, Obi was already appearing in a lot of this media. So this was a plan that they already had from time to market him, to expose him to the people. And I think that was it was masterfully planned. So you have to give Donyo Okugbe a huge credit for that. So for me, I don't have issues. Look, like for me, when people say, oh, if Obi doesn't win, it's an amago, I don't have issue whether Obi win, whether Tinubu win. it's only time that will tell. You know, we've heard all of this before. We've been told all these stories before. We were told when Buhari was coming that it was the Messiah, it was the this, it was that. Look at where we are today. We were told that, oh, let the military go, democracy, life will get better. Look at where we are today. We have been told all of these things before. I went to primary school whereby I was sitting on the floor, the chairs were broke. You still go to that school today, one man, it's still the same thing. After how many years of democracy? It's still the same thing. So you're not going to tell me today that if I go to Anambra today is an Eldorado after 8 years of Peter Obi and other democratically elected governors. So for me, I don't predict Armageddon like everybody does, that if anybody else apart from Peter Obi wins, because I've seen a lot of it. I'm still very young, but I've seen a lot of it myself. And I just hope that whoever wins should have the mind to actually want to do the right thing by the country. That is all I always pray for, because you might become an enemy of somebody because you are supporting a candidate, and the candidate, the man gets there and then he mess everything up. Because Nigeria, let's not kid ourselves, is a very complicated country to govern. Because when you are a president, you are dealing with National Assembly, you have senators or House of Rep member that comes from the north, and you are a southern president. You have to tread carefully. We were here the other day discussing how Obasanjo was carefully dealing with the Sharia issue at the time. So why was he doing it? He doesn't want to be seen as if he's threatening the northern elite or the Islamic religion. So all of these things are things that you have to take into consideration. Even when somebody is the president of Nigeria, it's a very complicated country to run.
All right, brilliant. So as we continue that leisurely stroll to the conclusion, to the crescendo of this thing, like I said, we've heard all the tears and laughters and the jeers. So how does this thing end? How does it end on the 25th of February?
Okay, one man. For me, I think as it stands today, I think Tinubu will win. The only reason Tinubu will not win is if they betrayed him up the north. If they don't betray him up north, I think that is a done deal. If the G5 governors were not against that, it's not just I think the Bauchi governor as well is against Atiku. I think there's a
personal vendetta there. There's a personal vendetta
there. Yeah, that one had
him.
already even come out to say anywhere Buhari said he should vote, they should go. That's where he's going to go. He's a PDP man, no.
You know that one is Jonathan's phone now. He said Jonathan made him what he is today.
Yeah, so the man that
maybe
one
he's still holding that grudge. What Atiku did by moving away to.
So I think they said about the Bauchi one.
Maybe
the Bauchi one as well. The Bauchi one as well. That one is part. So I think that is looking tricky for Atiku. To be honest with you, it's looking very, very tricky for him. And look,
hold on, Kim. What are you making of Atiku's body language over the last few weeks or so? Because a lot of people find it defeatist, but are they just reading into it out of hope? Rather than would you concede that the body language of Atiku's campaign is somewhat defeatist over the last few weeks or so?
Do you know what is worrying about the way Atiku is behaving right now? The way he's behaving, I'm worried. You know why I'm worried? Because I kind of feel like maybe this man has got some plan to rig this election, or to kind of how do I call it, hack the Beavers machine, or maybe he's got some plan that will give him victory, that he didn't have to work for it. Because I just don't the nonchalant
Hakeem, please.
Yeah.
Hakeem, please. Something came to my mind. What I think is what you said earlier on, that if a northerner win this election, Nigeria go to scatter. Maybe they are even calling that. Just forget it. That is just because there is nothing on ground. It's not campaigning. You can't see him. I don't think he's even in Nigeria. So maybe they have called him that another northerner can Can you just
Yeah, but
maybe they are even
it is
pay him off?
it is you cannot
It
explain
could
it
be
because you
possible.
go. You can even criticize. Okay, you can criticize Obi. Say, oh, look at the crowd in Ekiti. At least they are there. They are there. They are showing up to the people. They are campaigning. But you can't find this man campaigning anywhere. The thing is like, what are you doing? Tinubu is supposed to be the sick one, not you. Why are we not seeing Atiku? So for
The,
me,
pro-
I think it's
the
strange. I
progressive,
don't understand. Yeah.
the progressive. One thing you should know is this. You see, it is part of what I was saying earlier. A lot of things are changing in Nigeria. You see, Atiku belong to the old block. You see, there are some nuances that I was thinking that some of us here would understand when P2B was trying to pick a vice president, a vice presidential candidate. You see, some of them were talking like they are beneath me. He is beneath me. They had that kind of feeling, that arrogance feeling. That is the problem. That's the problem between Atiku and Wike. They looked at Wike and now said, no, Wike, who is Wike? That is the way they normally see people from the South. They feel like they are above or they are superior to us. But Nigerians are waking up, and today, you see, these candidates live in the heart of people these days. People really know what they really want. So that era of that superiority complex that they have over the South is diminishing. And that is where I'm looking at it from. It is the arrogance that is making them neglect or thinking anything can happen.
And Joel, one of the main people that has punctured that arrogance has been Wike, we have to say. The way he has gone after Atiku, I think he caught him off guard. I think he thought Wike would just roll over and lick
That is the thing. They think he was going to be another like Jonathan kind of person, or like an orderly kind of a person, right? Because they did it to orderly. If you guys remember very, very well, orderly was the leading candidate for the PDP presidential candidate for the PDP slot in 98 or what? Yeah, he was the leading candidate. In fact, orderly had bought all the emirs in the north. He had bought many things happened under that period, only for orderly to come for the screening, and they denied him screening. That was how orderly cried like a baby. He cried like a baby. Look, those days, if you go to orderlies, if you go to the government house, just get like one-man squad, 10 people. We go there. At least we are sure of ₦1 million. In fact, if we make it like 20, they give us a bus. Wike did not spend money. But you see, they did that to orderly. They did that to Amechi. And today, that is why if you look at Amechi does not know where he belongs to. He doesn't know if he should stay with APC or if he should. I mean, he is like, they retired him to the village. Then now Wike. But Wike is that one person that is like a bone. They did not believe, they thought that Wike would roll over like the rest. But now, they now know it is not like that no more. So Wike is doing what he ought to do, to Atiku. So that's where I see it.
All right, thank you, Joel. So, off the back of what Joel just said, Kim, would you say Wike is one of the winners? You've already said he's run the best campaign.
I've already told you that he is having the best presidential campaign, even though he's not a candidate, because I think he has almost thrown. When you say they throw spanner into the works, I think he throws spanner into it. Like he is just like WWE, slam. He just keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them. I think for me, Atiku showed some naivety. He did not handle the situation properly at all from the beginning. From the beginning, he just didn't handle it properly. Look at Tinubu. Tinubu took his time before he picked a vice presidential candidate. He makes sure that whatever decision he makes is not going to divide his house. Atiku should have took his time. He should have consulted properly. Even if you're still going to pick Okowa, but you must make sure that Wike, you brought Wike to a point whereby all of this rancor, all of this division would not have been there. You would have took your time, try to make sure that all the division in the house You sort all those one out first. Then you tell them, okay, sorry, but this is the person I want to go with. But then everybody would have been on board. Everybody would have been together. Look, there were a lot of issues on ground going into that primaries. The Wike and some governors were not in good terms. Wike and some ESCOs or some members of some states were not in good terms. So he got the people that he wanted on board, but he was having issues with others, and that was one of the reasons why Wike still lost that primaries anyway. But Atiku, having won that ticket at the time, should have brought everybody together. Said, okay, guys, look, we understood that there was issues going into these primaries. Let us come together as one. Bring it, but he just rushed. Okay, primaries. Okay, straight away he picked a vice president, and people were not just like the others were not happy with it. Then they came in for IU. The person, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking we get it so hard is Samuel Otom. That man, he really need to be careful. Don't forget, he comes from the same state as Pius, as IU as well.
Your chair, IU, yes.
Sorry, IU. I mean, he come from.
Yes.
So he needs to be serious. He needs to be careful. He needs to be very, very careful because IU.
Actually, you've opened up a space there. I was going to take you to a different space, but you've opened up the space there. Who do you think is going to get the most flogging post-elections? Who do you think will get? Yeah.
Autumn need to be super careful. You know, he needs to be super careful. One, he's not going to be a governor anymore. He's trying to get to the Senate. And look, the national chairman and the executive, they have so much power. One man, they have so much power, especially when you are not even a city governor anymore. Man, he needs to be super careful. He needs to behave himself. If not, the flogging that he will get after the general election, he will not understand what hit him. He thinks what he got in APC, that was hard. He will understand that was a child's play, especially when you are fighting for the removal of a national chairman who comes from the same state as you. Boy, you are in serious trouble. You know, he's in serious trouble.
What is he going to be careful for? When he was he was the backbone to IU chairmanship position in PDP. He was the one behind him. He was the one that sold him to Wiki and all this what do you call Mackinday and all the southern space. He was the one that marketed him. He was the one that pleaded with him that give me this. I want this for our own side. So what is IU does not represent? It doesn't have any electoral value. What does he have? What's he going to do to him? If people elected him, if Otom got elected tomorrow as a senator, what is IU going to do to him? He will fire him.
Okay, it's like you forgot. It's like you forgot how this thing works. You know, who conduct conventions?
What do you mean? What do you mean by convention? When
the national chairman is in charge of convention, so all the structures. You see all the power, all the structures these governors have now.
But the conventions are already over for this cycle.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was done before the election, so another one will be done before the coming election. That is where the problem is.
He could be brought down as chairman.
No,
Look at what happened to the past chairman
now.
in PDP. They were brought down. See the way they brought down what was that one before him?
Secondos.
Look at the way they brought down. Look at the one they brought down. The one they brought down before Secondus. No
scenario is different
in
now.
PDP ever completed their term.
No, the scenario is different now.
One of progressive. Aside that, them likes of Wiki have issue with this guy, which is part of the problem they have with Atiku. Once Atiku lose this election, they will reshuffle everything. So that guy won't be there. I'm not seeing him to be there in the next election anyway.
Look, that guy, you don't look. I'm trying to explain to you guys. You don't look. Once election is done, Wike power in that party is finished. the people like Okowa and others becomes the owner of PDP, because as the structure stand now, nobody will be supporting Wike's position anymore, because Wike will no longer be a sitting governor. It will not be a senator. It's not holding any electoral position. So where is the power coming from?
Okay, let me tell you, Akim. After the election, and Atiku couldn't win, they want to hold him responsible. This chairman you are talking about, they want to hold him accountable for the losses, and his team.
But by who?
Hold on, Akim. Let Ajaneko carry on. Yeah.
You're going to see some people around the party, some governors, some other people will come out with a lot of issues against him. Look, there are a lot of things that is happening now that is not known to the public or to general members. So after the election, when Atiku could not win, you will see people will come up with several issues, and they want to hold him accountable and his team. And before you know it, some governors around the country, and some will start saying, well, it's because they failed to be inclusive, because they jettisoned the Wike and the team, and that is why they lost the election. And they will want to hold them responsible. And before you know it, it will spread like wildfire. Look, except they win. If they win, then they will be on top of the game. But if they couldn't win, they will be in big trouble. Ayesha, you will be in big trouble.
If they don't win, in fact, he would even resign, I suspect, as soon as the results come in.
Look, they've already, you see, if PDP loses the election, right, they already have their villains already. The Wike, the Makide, the Autumn, those are the people who are who they will say were responsible for their losses. Those are the people that will say played against them, went to work with the opposition. Do you not understand that the excuse have already been made for them already? They've already have their own excuse.
They will not hold them because they presented their case very well. That look, all power should not be concentrated in the north. The north already have a presidential candidate. Why can't they, from the south, have the chairmanship of the party? And for their failure to manage Wike and the team, for them to be inclusive, and then you just give and take a measure to resolve this thing, and just go headlong, abandoning them, think that they worth nothing, they will hold them. People will hold them responsible that they are the one that failed. They call themselves unifier, but they fail to unify every dissenting voice in the party. It's going to be heap. Look, there are some other people that silent now, that just for the sake of, let us just go along, that we turn around against them.
Sorry, Akim. You counter back, but let Fatai come into the conversation, because I think he wants to come into your conversation with Adan Lekoko. So let Fatai come in, and then you counter back the two of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's like the point is like belabored, like, because I don't understand what the progressive point is coming from, that Iyosha Hayu is more powerful now. That's against any rational explanation. Iyosha Hayu and Tamboa are being held responsible as bringing down the party. How can you get stronger from such? They're not stronger, they actually are weaker. They are going to take all the blames of the loss of PDP. The party is going to collapse after the election. It's already like essentially already collapsed. If they don't win, which it looks like they're not going to win. So how can you get stronger after that? I don't see the point. Like Iyosha, there's nothing to suggest that Iyosha is more powerful. They are blaming Iyosha that where is all the 15 billion, or close approximately 15 billion from the primary. He cannot produce it. He cannot deny. I mean, how do you come back from, like, the Wike group's allegation essentially is like massive corruption, like unbelievable corruption within the party. So how can you get stronger from that? I mean, it's against every logical explanation.
All right. You know what you've just done? You've opened up a round-robin question. So it's a round-robin question now, but gentlemen, really very short commentaries on it. And then Akim rounds off that space, and then we go back to the main talking point. But Akim has opened up a very interesting little scenario there, a very interesting scenario. Post the elections, if PDP loses, who gets the blame? Who does, well, no, but who rather does the party, the PDP party, who do they attribute the blame to? Is it Yemsen Wike and his G5 group, or is it Tambuwal and Oyucha Ayu? So who does the axe fall on their neck? The G5 group or Tambuwal and Oyucha Ayu? So very, very brief commentary on that. We'll rattle through starting with DOG. So that question, your response, DOG.
Eventually, because they are all still party member, whether Wike remains the governor or not, Sheyi Makinde is still contesting. So the blame, they will all come back to board, and the blame will go to Ayu and Atiku, because it's quite simple, and it's the norms. Like, you can't get the president from the north and still put the chairman as a north, which even shows us Atiku have an agenda. So the blame is going to Ayu and Atiku.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So that question, your response, Solly, and Solly, you've been away for a while, but you're back from Christmas now, or are you back? We came to you earlier, but we're saying post the election, if PDP do win, who will the party attribute that loss to? If PDP does lose, I should say, who would the party attribute that loss to? The G5 group as led by Yemsen Wike, or the micro group of Atiku, Iyochia Ayu, and Tambuwal? Who gets the blame in the event of PDP loss? Solly. Ototilo, look at this guy, unbelievable guy.
Only water, only water.
You know, it's been at that thing again. You know, and then he will come up in the comment section and say, why have you missed me out? Why have you missed me out? So I think we've got, but just for the purposes of the sequence, Ajale Koko, your response.
You see, one man, I think when Atiku loses, the party might collapse. PDP cannot afford to lose the next presidential race. And when they loses, that might be the end of the party. Atiku will definitely retire from politics, active politics, because when he's not in contention, he doesn't act. You know where he always stays. Go back to Dubai and go and just sit down and enjoy his life. Ayosha Ayu, a lot of things will be opened up against him. Just like Fatai said, finances, how he managed the resources of the party and all the rest, that Wike and the group. The Wike and the group people will not hold them responsible for the failure, because they will remain in party. They didn't go to any other party. So Wike and the group are the one that will come out stronger to say, we told you, we simply asked for this, and you refuse to give us because you want to show us that we are not relevant in the party. And we left you alone to go and do it alone, and look at the result. So you are going to see new reemergence of new leadership. And if care is not taken, if we see some kind of opposition against the Wike and their group, they might go and form another party or join another party, because they have their state. Look, it's Atiku and his group that have failed the party right now. The non-performance of the party in this race can be attributed to their failure to resolve the crisis between them and the Wike groups, and the Wike group are coming stronger in the campaign against Atiku, particularly. Wike is winning the narrative, is winning the media space, is winning the narrative, is winning the sentiment. From the South, a lot of Southerners feel that the Wike fight is justifiable. It's a fight for the interest of the South. So how can you say that? And your power, your strength is in the South, not in the North. Unlike APC, that their strength is in the North, but still they give the presidency, the presidential flag bearer to the South. All the Northern leaders resolved within their party. All the Northern leaders, all the governors said, okay, this power must go. You see what Rufai was doing. Rufai, as the way he stood up and granted that, no, this power must go to the South after Buhari. But in your own case, when PDP, the people in the Southeast and South-South have been voting for you for 23 years, still, you don't want to give it to them. And just for only one time, they're saying, okay, take the presidency. You have won the presidency, but give us chairmanship. You refuse. So, no, they will hold, what do you call this guy? Chairman and Atiku for not making effective use of crisis management mechanism of the party, for not putting it into use effectively to resolve the crisis. So they will be held responsible and not Wike.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently delivered by Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So we go on next. Before we go on next, let's acknowledge Man of Prestige's super chat. I thought with Alexander Gomez not here, the super chat function would be under lock and key, but apparently not. Man of Prestige comes in. It says, the conversation have been civil tonight. Keep it up, guys. So thank you. Yes, it flows better if we're not cascading over each other. We all know that, and this is what's playing out now. But before we take the fullness of that super chat, let's get over the hurdle of Joel of Nashville first, because there's usually broken bottles when Joel takes the floor. But thank you for the super chat. The conversation has been civil so far tonight. Keep it up. So we'll hold that comment in abeyance till we get past Joel. But Joel, I'm only joking. You know, we delight in your voice. So Joel of Nashville, you're up next. So Joel, you're up next. So really, we're looking at where the blames will be parked. Should PDP lose the elections? So on the left corner is Yemsin Wike and his band of merry men, and his and on the right corner is Atiku and his treacherous brothers. So who do you think the party will blame in the event of a loss, the PDP? Joel of Nashville.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Woman.
Joel,
my brother, Ogami.
It looked like you didn't eat agbado today. You are doing very good. Stop eating agbado. Stop. Before you come on this platform, stop. Never eat.
I hear you. Okay. Thank you very much. That was a good laugh. But Woman, you see, if we are going to talk about who is to blame in this matter, in case PDP have a problem or PDP does not win, I will put it solely on the table of Atiku, and I'll tell you why. Atiku, the issue of Iyorchia Ayu should have been resolved long time ago. Look, you have to start feeling the nerves of the people you're going to. If you're going out for a political position, you must have a human face. You must have what word will I use? You must have you must be somehow in the middle, trying to reach out to everybody. Not everybody will be happy with the decision that is taken, but post-management of the crisis that has been created is what is more important than even the nomination process itself. So if after coming out from there, okay, Buhari has been there for 8 years, I'm a Fulani man. One, Iyorchia Ayu is the chairman. Okay, Iyorchia Ayu, step down. This thing would have been solved long time ago. What is the chairman of the party going to do to Atiku? Allow Wike them to pick someone to be the chairman of the party. Then you have bring them into the fold, knowing full well that your biggest, you see, let me tell you, the biggest threat to Atiku is not even the G5. The biggest threat to Atiku is Peter Obi. So knowing that you have lost a Peter Obi, you should have, as a matter of urgency, negotiate with the G5 to make sure that you get those ones to your side. Then at least you can use their structure to at least get that 25% in their states. But what Atiku did was what I just told you guys earlier. When Obi left, they thought that Obi was going to be, he left. They did not know the damage Obi was going to do. They underestimated Obi. Then, in that same vein, because everything was happening within the same time, they were also underestimating the G5. So, which put like a slap. Every other person that was liaising with Atiku at that particular time were either cowards or people that were running away from Wike. Talking about people from the governors or leaders from the south. Those are the only people that were clinging on to Atiku. And the thing there is that you forget those that can win those numbers. All those guys that are close to Atiku today, are they going to be able to give him those numbers? All those Uche Secondus, them, all those guys are, they are spent. So I'll put it on the doorsteps of Atiku. Now, if you're talking about the reason why he is not going to win, I will tell you that the biggest reason why he's not going to win is Peter Obi.
No. Well, no, we'll get to that space in a moment. But
okay, yeah. So
thank you for that. So
thank you.
So the blame for a PDP loss will go to Atiku and his treacherous brothers. So Atiku and his treacherous brothers. So well, let me skip you, Akim, because you've already spoken on that space. Unless you want to add something more to what you've said, Akim. All right.
I just want to. Like I said earlier, one man. Yeah, we just make it see as if it was an easy thing for Atiku to get rid of Yosha. There were other governors who were opposed to Wike's position on that. So if you gain Wike and the G5, you're going to lose other governors as well, because some of them were already waiting to leave the party as well. So he had to tread carefully, but the mistake he made was not trying to reconcile those aggrieved parties within the party. That was what he should have done.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So we go on next from you. We go to John, who we don't hear from often enough, but we're determined to hear from him today. But John, on my way to you, let me acknowledge the buy the coffee from Ayo, who did it, by the way, immediately the session starts. It's almost as though he has a standing order to that effect. So let me acknowledge the buy the coffee from Ayo. Of course, there he is, as he always does. So that's Ayo. Thank you. So from Ayo to you, John. So John, so that question then, who gets the blame in the event of a PDP loss? Is it Atiku and his Tequila brothers, or is it Wike and his brandy drinking posse? So Atiku and his Tequila brothers, or Wike and his brandy drinking posse? John.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening, everywhere you are. Regarding the issue, it's kind of very tight, because what is happening in PDP, most people doesn't know. When Atiku traveled, he left the party, and Wike and his own people, they were the ones sponsoring the party, and even the way Atiku's boys were treated then, they didn't like it. So when Atiku came back, he wants to collect the ticket. Wike was against it. So they were fighting. And what I heard from inside, that even Wike doesn't want Atiku to win at all. All their plan is for Atiku to lose. so that they can get the structure. That's why they want the structure now. It's not as if Atiku can give them the what's it called? The chairman. He can give them the chairman, but their plan is to make sure he loses. And if he loses, they will have the chairman with them and they will have the structure. They know if Atiku lose this election, that's be the last time for him. And that's what is going on. It's not as if he doesn't want to settle with them. The demand, he knows where they are going. Where they're going is to make sure he loses this election and they have the chairman by their side, one, and they collect the structure of the party. That's what they want. It's not if today Atiku comes, okay, come, okay, go and bring your party. I want to give you party chairman. They will still do what they want to do. What they want to do is they want Atiku to lose so that will take the party away from Atiku. Because what's it called? Atiku, he can't manage Wike in that party. He can't manage Wike. Wike can't bow for Atiku, and Atiku can't bow for Wike. And Atiku will be like, we started this party. We are the pioneer. You just came and you want to collect it. And Wike, after I've spent money, you left the party when the party was dying, and now the party is upright. You want to collect the ticket. That's what Wike and his group. That's what they want. They want to take hold of the party. They want, because if Atiku wins, that will be another 8 years. And Wike knows that if Atiku wins, Atiku will make sure he send him out of the party. So that's what's going on. It's not just about the chairman only. They want to hold on to the party structure. They want to hijack the party from each other. That's the problem they have.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, John. So from John to engineer. So engineer, to the question, in the event of a PDP loss, who gets the blame? Atiku and his brothers, or Wike and his pals?
It's Wike.
Right. Why?
Because at the beginning, they tabled the presidency table to them. Wike played deaf ear. He refused to unite himself with his fellow brothers. So Atiku is sitting in Dubai. He was called because there is no unity in between the PDP at the beginning. And that's why he came over to compete. When he came over to compete, Wike decided to go for primary election. And that's when Atiku defeated him. And that's when Tambowal, the back at the do U-turn from Wike. So Wike is the problem of the Southwest PDP presidential seat, because once upon a time we discussed this in this platform. They have all the Northerners. They said, okay, we want power to move to South. Another thing you need to understand, because Jonathan failed, Wike knew that nothing is coming to the South. It's better something to go to the Southwest. That's when Wike started misbehaving. He knows what he's doing. So him coming out now, he's just trying to cover his shield because he already messed up from day one. Every Nigerians, everybody, they are hoping that PDP will come from the South. But what did Wike do? He later realized that, oh, shit, Jonathan is from South. And he messed up. And people are saying, okay, the power needs to go to Southwest. That's when Wike started to misbehave. He caused the problem. If he knows he's pure and genuine, he would have stand back. Some time ago, we played this on this platform when he was busy swearing, "Oh, I will do anything for PDP with my blood. I will do all this, that, blah 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 blah." Has he done anything now? No. Rather, he later realized that, oh shit, the Northerners, they are working together.
I hope we are pouring water. I hope that's not what we think we're hearing, but carry on. Look at this guy. No,
I'm
that
not
was
the
John.
one.
No, that was John. John, we didn't need to hear that, but carry on. Yeah, carry on, engineer.
So Wike is the problem of PDP. Let's just say the truth and let's just say the fact, because he is in the position when we all discuss in this platform, one man. I know some guys they're a bit new into the platform. We discussed this here. We said it. Power is going to South, but which of the South? We have South, West, South, South, South. That's where the problem is coming, because they don't trust themselves. They don't unite. They don't help themselves. They don't speak in one voice. That's why you see all these things. It's a shambles to them now. But along the line, like I said, Wike is just trying to cover up his shame, cover up his own shield. Somebody who dealt with Igbo people, you know what I mean, who did not regard his fellow PDP members because they are Igbos. He betrayed them. So what else do you see, one man? Him coming out now saying,
How did he betray Igbo people? What do you mean?
Okay, let me tell you how he betrayed Igbo people, Ajale Koko. My family lives in Obibo. You understand? At Imo River, there's a church they call Biafran Church. Wike authorized soldiers to go and kill. They kill people in Obibo. Almost all the street is a dead body. You understand? Who are the dead body?
Governor doesn't have authority over soldiers.
Ajale Koko, if you don't know something, please don't even go there.
Don't let us bring
He gave soldier go ahead to go and commit that atrocity.
No, governor doesn't have authority
Obi did the same as well. Obi did the same as well.
Obi did the same when.
as well.
We are talking about we are talking about something that happened recently. We're not talking about. I don't care what Obi did or what Obi did in the previous. I'm talking about present. This is what happened. This
Governor
is what took
does
place.
not have authority over the military.
Ajale Koko, if you want me to go and bring those things out,
I think the governors do. As the chief security officer of their state.
I will do it. Wike as it is, you should know that man is he's a wayward human being.
He did.
He authorized soldiers to do whatever they want to do.
Engineer, just to help you with what you said, Ajale Koko, he did. However, like I might fault the process through which he did that, but again, at that same time, those IPOB folks were really infiltrating IPOB.
Who controlled the military by the constitution?
Ajale Koko, please. Let's leave who control the military. We always know
speculation. You
don't have no. Ajale
Koko, there's nothing like that.
See, let me tell you, Ajale Koko, know this and know it today. The governors, depending on who you are and the convenience of the federal government, can actually order the military. Forget all these things they're saying that the federal government has its unless the federal government does not want to give you that impetus. If they want to, they will give it to you. We have seen it happen in the past, even in Imo State as it stands today. Hopus Odema is controlling the military in his state. He tells them where to go and where not to go. So it depends on who is at the helm of affair at the federal government helping you, or depend on the sentiment that they share with you.
That is not true. Every region have mechanized division. Like
that's completely right. You don't know what happened in that area. I can grab somebody from River State to come and put you through. That's I'm telling you.
Governor, you can see what happened to governor of Lagos
This
State.
is what Wike said now. Ajale Koko, try to understand what I'm saying. That's who Wike is.
Wike said, he said on the public TV that he sent military to go and kill people.
Yes, he said it.
He said it now, Ajale
He said it.
Bring, send us the video.
He gave them go ahead.
He said it. He said that he's sending. They said that he was the one that sent them. Even the guy, engineer, if you remember the guy that they said that some people were in his house during COVID, he went and bulldozed the hotel. It was a hotel, right? He went and brought that hotel down. Which people did it? Wasn't the soldiers that were teaching people away? I beg, leave this matter.
That of hotel is different. We saw that, and he said the reason why
Do you know Amechi
the
can't
state
come to
was
Rivers
under
State anyhow? Do you have idea, Ajale Koko? Do you have idea?
Idea of what?
Amechi cannot step into Rivers State. Do you have idea?
Who told you that Amechi is campaigning?
No,
He's taking his candidates around in that state. You said he cannot step. What are you talking about? He's taking his candidate for APC around.
Do you know what happened between Wike and Amechi? Do you exactly know what is happening, even up to date?
That is politician for you. They can treat themselves any way they
There's
like.
nothing like politician. It's something.
But to say that governor
it's a problem that you can't solve it. You can never solve that kind of problem. Because Amechi always say Wike is his boy.
Cooled down. He has cooled down on that Amechi issue. He has cooled down on that Amechi issue since he started flirting with APC.
Up to date, they are still clashing.
He's still criticizing, but don't forget, before he was threatening to charge him with corruption and stuff like that he was going to arrest him. But what is
annoying Wike? Let me tell you something.
Since the presidential election, when he started flirting with the APC, he has cooled down. In fact, Wike is doing more damage to the Atiku's people in Rivers than he is doing to the
because he's at lost. He is at lost. That's why he's doing all these hanky-panky games. He knew that he can't go nowhere. He's at lost. He disgraced the people of the Southwest.
He's winning, engineer.
Winning in what way? We were here, we discussed. Let me repeat back myself again so you understand what I'm saying. We discussed this in this platform where they said, let power move to the south. You understand? We discussed this here. Everybody is busy chanting happy. Yeah. What happened there? Because they don't unite. They don't help themselves. They don't understand what they call politics. They don't understand what they call presidency election in that country. Everything has been table to them. They give them everything. Too. It's there in their table. Did they make use of it? No. Atiku snatched it. And the people that Wike took River State money, went to their own state and spent it because their so-called marketplace got fired. He spent River State money. What did he do? Anything? What happened? They betrayed him. They do U-turn. They follow their own. So that's to tell you, Wike, he made a big mistake. He have seen that these people, they speak in one voice. They unite to themselves. They like themselves. And now he's coming to try to bring peace. What a waste of space, man. I'm telling you, Wike is the greatest problem of PDP. And watch out. There will be, let him see. Atiku will shock him. Don't worry. Let's keep watching 6 weeks from now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, engineer. Excellent delivery. So from engineer, let's go on to Fatai. So Fatai, the question, your response. In the event of PDP loss, who gets the blame? The people from the Sahels, Atiku and his brothers, or the people from the creeks, Wike and his posse? Fatai, your response.
One man. Just I would like to say first that me personally, I think it's too heavy. I think there is generally tendency to carry the discussion to these heavy places, like these old raids, like I mean, Wike ordered the killing of Igbo. Wike Obi ordered the killing of the. These are all hearsay, except we see evidence. I mean, this is very. I mean, I don't know. Like,
you mean engineer submission? There's some heavy background. There's some static noise where you are. There's some static noise.
Oh. What about? Oh, I think it's my computer.
Yes, almost like the sound of rain, so sort of.
No. It's the processor. It's the laptop.
All right. Carry on.
Or maybe I have to.
Are you using the same brand of computer with that of Rational Mind?
Kerosene. You know. Oh, carry on, carry on.
So, can you hear me now? Better.
We can, but we'll just have to make out. But carry on, yeah.
Okay. So, I think it's too heavy. I don't think it's coming from me though. The sound.
Oh, no, oh, hold on, hold on. Hold on. All right. It may well have been coming from Thomas. Okay, carry
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
carry
yeah.
on. Yeah.
So I for me, it's like too heavy this discussion, except because, as Babylon Koko said, the governors are not the commander in chief of the armed of the military. Understand? So, okay, I mean, we know under the table they have some, they can arrange some things to be done, but to say he ordered to kill a rain, it's like that's a raid, not like a group of people doing something. It's like ordered Igbos to go and be killed. Like that's like too heavy. I don't know. I don't want to get into discussions like that. Don't want to be a part of discussions like that. But I think the substance of the situation. I think the PDP Atiku camp, they are relying on a pre-primary narrative. I think they think that the whole country cares about what happened going into the narrative. I think that was their point. That's the story they are relying on. I don't know how many people cared about primary because politicians, of course, everybody play dirty, dirty games. That's what they do. Like nobody is going to, oh, Wike did this, I did that. Who cares all of that? After the from the primary is the where the movie started. It's a national issue. You understand? That's where the national situation kicks in. North South serious situation. Not I don't know. Wike didn't like Obi. Wike liked Obi before the primary. They are politicians. I mean, we don't know the thing that each of them do behind the scenes is crazy. So it doesn't really matter in the bigger picture. But after going from the primary, there is a bigger call of national unity, national stability, a lot of questions that has to do with the existential question of the country. So those stories now, and they have realized that their story are falling flat. Nobody seems to care that Wike has been a hero in this sense, in this situation. If PDP after the election, PDP collapses, I kind of go with a duel of Nashville's narrative. Atiku has been very. I mean, he's usually smarter than that. I don't know. So, if you look at the competition wise, the biggest threat to PDP is Peter Obi and lesser extent Kwankwaso. Whether it's real physically or in the narrative, Peter Obi is a big threat because he's taking away PDP's votes. So also Kwankwaso. So Peter B is going to take away. You are the one that told us that the biggest danger to Peter Obi is Wike. So why didn't you make a deal with Wike to help you take care of Peter Obi? Even if I think they were relying on that Peter Obi is going to come around, he's just kidding around. He's going to fall over into PDP after it goes around, then he's going to come back in PDP. But as it turns out, Peter Obi supporters are not going to let him to go to PDP. So it's been a big miscalculation from Atiku. They are relying on a narrative that is not going to sell at the end of the day. That Wike's fault. How is it Wike's fault? His rotation is the question. It's not what everybody did before the primary. The unity of the country is what is the question. They are saying, and you see, they also trying to sell the narrative. Well, the Buhari is APC president, so we have our own party. Like the country doesn't care. We care about national unity. National unity. You can't go from north to north. 60 years. You're going to create problems in the country. That's what's more important. You have to present to the country. Your party has to present to the country something that is edible. That is you can eat it. Not like I'm going to give you anything I want and I go and deal with it because I am my own party. No, it's about the country. You can be president of PDP, nobody will care. You can have PDP president not back to back 1 million times. It will not bother anybody. But if you're going to be president of Nigeria, the population cares who are you putting forward as a candidate. And I think he underestimated the situation. Usually, but I think my own, even the way I think his biggest blame even goes to it. So let's assume that whatever happened the pre-election, you are, and we live like that. So Yosha is chairman and you are candidate. Let's even assume we can find a way around it. Why did you go and also appoint Tambuwal as DG? No, that is his own fault. That is his own choice. He could
No,
have given
that was to poke at that was to poke at because if he had any sensitivity, there's a lot of things that suggest that there are a lot of things that suggest that Atiku does not really have leadership traits. So that's another example right there.
Yeah.
Seeing the volatility of the space, the sensitivity to people, and the role that Tambuwal played.
Yeah.
So when you make him the DG, that is to poke even further that no, I will dominate you. That's what he's saying to Wike now. And
Actually,
Wike is saying bring it up. That is just a stupid man.
No. Actually,
Well, it disappoints me.
that is when the whole campaign deflated. The whole PDP campaign deflated. He lost the election from that time. Why are you appointing? For what is the point? Like, why are you appointing? Give it to the Wike group. Let them take the DG to placate them. Okay, so you say you're not going to let go. Is the chairman is not going to go? Okay, you are also going to stay. Okay, and then you take DG Tamboa, the person at the heart of this whole controversy. So what are you giving to other people? That's why you are going. If you cannot manage PDP, and the APC argument is very valid. Whatever it is, whether Wike was a bad boy or whatever happened, anything. If you cannot unite PDP, if you cannot make a deal to bring PDP together, there are more serious oppositions in the bigger country. There's more serious conflict. How are you going to be able to resolve that? Is this how we are all going to be treated? So if the Southwest wants something and Atiku doesn't feel that what they want is legitimate, so he's just going to give us the wicked treatment. If the Southeast wants something and Atiku doesn't feel that they are thinking properly, so he's going to give them also the wicked treatment. No, you can't. I mean, that's not a. And usually, but I think Atiku believes that he has everybody has a price, but it was proven wrong by Wike. I think Wike has done a great service to the country. I think Wike will not take any blame. The narrative is moved beyond that. The ship is sailed beyond that narrative that Wike was a bad boy leading to the primary. Nobody cares anymore. They are all bad boys. So Atiku's hand cannot be. Atiku cannot claim that his hand was clean going into the primary. Wike also cannot claim that his hand was clean going to the primary. They are all politicians. They are all dirty. They are all playing dirty. That's not really an interesting story. What is interesting is how Atiku has been able to deal with this issue because it shows us how he's going to deal with all of us.
All right, brilliant. There was one more. There's one more thing I want you to reflect on. I think we've actually lost Akim. His battery was running low and he had to beg his excuse. So thank you, Akim, for joining us. There's one more thing I want you to reflect on, but I'll take Joel of Nashville's commentary on who gets the blame, and then I'll come back to you to initiate that space. Who is going to be the biggest determinant factor, the biggest determining factor in this election? Who above everybody else is going to determine who wins this election? And I'm giving you the players in that space, so you understand where I'm going. Is it Peter Obi that is going to determine who wins the presidency? But by virtue of his intervention, injection into the space. So is the Peter Obi factor going to determine who wins the presidency, or is Kwakwanso's play in this election going to determine who wins the presidency, or is Wike and his group's little cameo, is that going to determine who wins this presidency? So they are all going to shape who wins the presidency, but who overall, who is going to have the biggest say in where that election goes? So I'm premising that question on the parameters that the contention will be between Atiku and Tinubu. So that's just for the purposes of the exercise. That's not to say Peter Obi is not going to be president, but so that's the premise for the question. So who's going to be the biggest determinant factor in either an Atiku or a Tinubu victory? So the runners and riders are Yemsin Wike and his band of merry men, the Peter Obi phenomenon, or Kwakwanso and his portfolio politics. So have thoughts around that as we welcome Joel of Nashville and invite him to that question then that we're putting. Who gets the blame if the PDP lose? Is it Atiku and his Fulani brothers, or Wike and the Brandy crew? Joel of Nashville, on mute.
Man of prestige.
No, so not man of prestige. No wonder you were not saying anything. Man of prestige, I was coming to you. Sorry, how dare me confuse you with Joel? Man of prestige.
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
No, I was. I was. You're
on
the screen. Did you hear the question?
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to make some statement on the website. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're having your chat with your pals in the comment section and having okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I was saying in the eventuality of a loss for the PDP in February, who gets the blame? Is it Atiku, Tambuwal, and Iyocha Ayu, or is it Wike and the G5 group? Who will the party attribute the blame of a loss if they were to lose too?
Okay. I think you should have included one more person. You should have included OP. I mean, I don't know about it. Yeah, you should include OP for them losing OP. So don't you think?
No. I mean within the internal PDP space. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Within the internal, I think they're gonna blame the 5G. You know, whatever they call themselves. You know, they're gonna blame them because you have more people. I think those are minority. Those 5G or whatever. I don't think they have a lot of support within the PDP. So it's going to be the 5G, the Wiki and Co, Makinde, Okazi, and some other, Otom. They're going to blame them definitely. There's no doubt about it.
But why? Why?
Because look at what they're doing to the party. I mean, they're a member of the party. I mean, they're disenchanted with the party. I mean, disloyal to the whole party and everything. I mean, it's common sense. I mean, the IU faction, which is, they're the majority, is that not maybe about 98% of the party is with Atiku. So they're probably like about how many percent? 2% out of that 5, maybe some other minor ones with them. So definitely they're going to blame the 5G for what they did. I mean, look at what they're doing to the party, regardless of what's happening.
Why are they going to blame the 5G? Is it because there's not enough network penetration?
Because if the 5G has been there, we could definitely, we would have some momentum in the south side for right now.
You don't get that. You don't,
G5, not
G5.
5G.
You don't get that. I'm trolling you.
5G, 4G, 3G.
You are a crook. You are a crook.
He didn't even get that. I was trolling him.
Oh, you pulling me? Okay, yeah, the G5, definitely. The G5, there's no doubt about it.
All right, stay with us because the conversation before you came in, my man of prestige, was that with 5 weeks to the elections, what is your reading of how it has gone so far? And then with 5 weeks before the campaigning stops, and then 6 weeks before a vote starts to be cast. So it's sufficient enough time now for us to have a clear indication as the direction that this thing would land. So that's where the conversation is. So I'll get to you in a moment because I'm sequencing it through the space. But up next is DOG. So DOG to that space, to where the conversation was.
Yeah. As of now, as we speak, everything looks in favor of Tinubu. If you ask me why, if you look at the rallies, if you look at the pace and the momentum, every stone throw at Tinubu, the drug, the certificate, all the indication of his health concern and all that, he has managed to scale through all those hurdles to get to this point, and everything looks steady and balanced compared to PDP. Obviously, we know Obi have done a lot, but to see who the winner is going to be Tinubu from where I stand right now. I don't see Obi winning, and I'm not going to crown Obi with any crown. Is the winner is the winner is going to be the winner. We can't. There is no way we can package Obi to now say, Obi won too, or he does this or he does that. I don't see Obi winning. And for me, once Obi lose this election, that's the end of Obi. That's the end of
No. Why? That's
my
why?
opinion. One man.
Yeah, but why? But why?
Why is because it's the way Nigerian politics works. And if he was in PDP, we might say, okay, yes, maybe a party that has a structure on ground, there might be continuity. I think that Labour Party will just collapse after this election if Obi does not win the election. I think the whole thing will collapse. Then he too will be looking for other escape routes or other channels to look for, because obviously he won't have that chance. And whoever wins the election is probably going to even kill that his ambition the more. And that is how politicians, the real politicians, think. They think ahead.
What if Obi was able to garner 4.5 million votes? Would they still die off, as you are saying?
Of course, because even those voters will channel their energy after the election to their lives and whatever they get from whoever wins the election, and that's the end of it. And going forward from there is whatever happens in the nearest future coming to the next election. That's how Nigerian politics work. Then, being the fact that Obi is just in Labour Party, if he was in one of the two top parties, yes, maybe okay, there might still be hope for him, that they might still build on the structure they have on ground and on the momentum he has. But being in Labour Party, that's the disadvantage of this momentum. It will be similar to how Showore first time, then Showore now. It won't have any relevance to anybody anymore in Nigeria because people will move on after the election. That's how Nigeria is. Then the party that has structure on ground, that have their ward meeting week in, week out, and that's the structure. Even this rally that people are saying, they are paying some people. There are a lot of people that are party members, that are in some unions, Pepper Teller unions, all those people. They go to all these ward meetings. I used to attend one myself before I left Nigeria. I used to attend one. You will see all these people, teachers in that ward, they have their union. They have, because all of them tap into these politicians when they need them. So they all go to this meeting. Those are the people that you will see, they will have Ankara, they will wear to the rally. Only few people come from their side. From my area, I've gathered people to come. Don't worry, I will take you money to buy beer or something. The people follow them. But most of these people, half of these people you see, are the structure. They are the people that go week in, week out to the party ward meeting. And that's the structure that people don't get when you tell them about structure. It's people, it's organic. The organic doesn't make any difference when it comes to election. Because those are the people that will get people for you, that will go and talk to people in their neighborhood because they know them.
Hold on, D. I think you're too quick to dismiss that. Is the organic nature of the Obi phenomenon, is that not his strength? And is that not what guarantees him a seat in the senior spaces of politics, even post the election, whether he wins or loses? Because these people are following him out of free will and belief. If he's able to hold that optimism and wrap a narrative around it post-election to say we lost a battle, not the war, it can still hold on to that space and be an entity and grow that space.
Woman, forget, Nigerians are not wired like that. I'm sorry to say, we are not wired like that. Once the election is over, everybody has moved on. Until the next election, before people start thinking. And what really give Obi all this thing is he was using people's emotion, and because obviously Nigerian, that's who we are. People use their emotion to back on things. Okay, let's even look at it like this. Obi is saying all these things. What's the guarantee when Obi get there? He has the charisma to handle all the pressure that will come and can even run that country. There is no guarantee, apart from he says what we think it makes sense. But if you look at all of these other guys, you would think, okay, maybe these people they have the nerves to command
What do you mean by charisma? Are you suggesting that Obi's personality is not big enough for the job? Is that what
I don't think so.
Why?
It's just his person, and the way Nigeria is just a complex country, and for you to be the president, you must have been there, done that, and mingle with. You must be a national figure. Tinubu is a national figure. Atiku is, if not that, is not a good leader, and a lot of things have happened even from the primaries till now that we can just tell this guy is not a good leader, and it won't do anybody any good. We can see that already. But I don't see Obi to be that person that can actually rule that country. Maybe somewhere like Ghana, yes. Maybe Obi can be president in somewhere like Ghana.
But why do you say that, though? Explain why you say that. Because yes, Obi has admitted. Okay, explain why you say that. So that
we can't. It's being the governor of a state. Even the governor, if you are a governor of Lagos State, there are some people that have been governor of Lagos State that I can't really back on them to be. Like somebody like Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu can't rule Nigeria as the president of Nigeria with the kind of person he is, with the charisma.
You don't think Peter Obi's personality is bigger than Sanwo-Olu?
No, I don't think he can.
No. So do you think Peter Obi's personality is bigger than Sanwo-Olu's?
They are on par. They are almost on the same level.
God.
To be honest.
No, I don't agree. I think it's a bigger personality, but carry on.
Well, maybe so he might hedge him a bit, but the difference is not that much. To be honest, the difference is not that much. So being the governor of a state is actually different. It's a different ballgame from being the president.
Whose personality is bigger than who?
No, I was asking if because actually did let the conversation into that space, and it was saying that he cannot envision somebody like Sanwo-Olu being the president of Nigeria. Similarly, that he cannot envision somebody like Peter Obi being the president. And then I asked him if he thinks Peter Obi's personality is bigger than Sanwo-Olu's, and he said no. But I don't agree. I think Peter Obi has a bigger personality than Sanwo-Olu.
How do you describe him that he have bigger personality when he have not handled a state like Lagos State before, and someone is handling a bigger
he has more. He has more.
He's handling a more complex state.
Yeah, no, that's
more diverse. More diverse.
No, that's
complex,
hold on now. That's circumstantial, isn't it? It's by circumstances of him coming from that space that is handling it. So that's not anything that Peter Obi can. But Peter Obi, he has more presence. He has more charisma. He has more of an alpha sort of presentation.
No,
he has more guts. So Sanwo-Olu, you see him as, you don't see Sanwo-Olu outside of Tinubu being his daddy.
I think you see Sanwo-Olu like that. If Sanwo-Olu was in Peter Obi's position too, he would be outspoken. It's because of the position he is now.
Do you know that if he puts Sanwo-Olu and Obi for debate, do you know that Sanwo-Olu will beat Obi on debate stand? Do you believe that?
No, that's debate now. That's not personality.
Buttress my point.
Okay, let me say it in this way.
Man of prestige, must you look tough for you to be seen as govern Nigeria well?
Don't you feel if Sanwo-Olu too has an opportunity to be in Peter Obi's position, he will be outspoken too? Not because he's the governor. Because the governor is playing, he's dancing to the tune. that he is listening to right now. If he switched to be in that position, he will be outspoken too. You will say, oh, he's even better than Peter Obi and all that. But it's because of the situation. I know some obedient or whoever, or if it's Obingo or obedient, whichever category you fall, I know they won't be happy. But if you want to abuse me on the comment section, at least super chat it, you know. So
all right. Sorry. Now,
One man,
DG, DOG,
ó ṣàgbọ́ wàhálà ó ti mú abọ́ṣe máa dá wàhálà lẹ̀ látàárọ̀.
one man,
Yeah,
one man.
who's that? John, yeah, come in.
Yeah. I just want to ask you a question. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
No, carry on. Yeah, we're listening.
Okay, let's assume if Peter Obi lost the election, do you think the obedient will continue the WhatsApp groups?
Let me answer that question. And we've been in this space before. Ajale Koko can bear witness. We've gone on because we've been doing this for 18 months, nearly 2 years now. We've been having all these sessions, and during that phase, when we used to do the Nnamdi Kano space, we used to go to all these Facebook spaces to go and see what they are saying. Sometimes we'll pull the images and show it on our screens. And of course, I bookmarked all those YouTube space, Facebook spaces that were hardened Nnamdi Kano adherents. Could you believe, because I bookmarked them on the Facebook just for easy reach, could you believe that almost to the last one, all of those hardened Nnamdi Kano spaces that I bookmarked, do you know what logo is on their space now?
Obi.
Yeah, you know. So that answers it. They will shut it down and move on to Simon Ekpa. That's what they will do. That's just if we are going by what you know, it's all they will shut it down and move back to Simon Ekpa.
Can I interject?
Yeah, let John land this point and then you come in now, man of prestige.
You know the Nnamdi Kanu space consists of just one demography. Like this Obi now, it consists of some Yoruba and some many tribes.
Yeah, it's nationwide.
After the election, we still be able to continue the WhatsApp group? Because the reason why I'm asking this question, that you asked somebody just now, that if let's assume Obi lost the election, what about the momentum? Will they be able to continue the Obi movement? So that's what I'm asking. If they can
that would depend on Obi. If Obi can hold on to that narrative that brought them together, and then point a future for that narrative, then it will hemorrhage a lot of them, because a lot of them will become cynical and jaded because they are investing so. Yeah.
Don't make these people. Don't give the. Nigerians don't have time for that. After election, you think somebody will stay on WhatsApp group? People have moved on.
No, it would depend now on the story that he tells them. They hope that he gives them that.
No story that you tell. You've lost the election. You've lost. They might come back to you maybe in 4 years' time when another election is coming. But Nigeria won't stay on one WhatsApp group to be chatting about Obi and all these things.
They closed down the WhatsApp one time.
I'm telling you, Nigerians are not wired like that. I've been saying this. Once Obi lose that election, that is it. That is it. The only way is probably it goes to switch party or they form a merger. It takes LP to go and join another party. Then they can start building on that towards the coming election. But that this momentum will carry on. That's the end of Obi. Whatever kind people are putting on Obi's head will fall off. I'm telling you.
What about the money to finance the party? Just politics in Nigeria is about money.
Exactly. You don't want to spare shishi. How do you even carry the party on? The party that has no structure already. How do you even build the structure? And the ruling party is on post. You think people will go and a lot of people join party after they've won election, that they will start going to their ward meeting. I have people like that when I was going to APC meeting back in the days, that after the election in the States, a lot of people came to join. We want to join politics. So they come to join the party. They started following people to their ward meetings and all that, So Nigerians are not wired like that. All this obi, bat, articulate. After election, that is it for Nigeria. Everybody moves on easily. That's Nigerians for you.
Yeah, yes, but they move on in the memory of what happened, and when they need to reconvene, so Obi can still rally them back together if he's able to hold that space to the narrative, that to the hope
But I
that he
said
has
to
there.
you, when I made that statement, I said to you, you see, whoever comes in, if Atiku or Tinubu wins, they will kill all those. What they will be doing, people will move away from that. They will even forget all that happened after 1 year. Obi might be having symposium, doing all sorts of things up and down. Nigerians don't have time to carry on with such things anymore. They will just move on. Everybody will just move on and face their life back after this election. And that is Nigeria for you.
No,
Whoever,
that's not Nigeria for you, though. That's every country for you. When an election cycle finishes, then people go back to their day-to-day life. But that political space, if he's able to continue to maintain some sort of narrative in the down seasons of politics, when politics comes back again, they should still be able to rally those people back. That's what I'm suggesting.
What I think the only effect I think this Obi thing will have is, I think it has actually checked a lot of these guys. So if any one of them gets there, they know that, okay, at least we must sit up. People are waking up, then whatever goes on just goes on. And politicians, they know how to play the game. They know how to kill all those things. They will do things that people will even forget, and all these things. Obi won't know where to move. Whatever you do, whatever move Obi make, you won't see people turning up, because people will be thinking, 4 years time. People have things to do. People have struggles to go, their day-to-day life and all that. People will move on. It's as simple as that.
I think I want to support what DOG is saying. You see, the established party like PDP and APC have their committed members that carries out the activity of the party every week, every day, every week. They are there in each ward of the federation, and they hold meeting, constantly and as at when due. But the phenomenon you see with Obi now is a kind of people that are coming into this thing, into politics for the first time, just because of Obi. They are not committed party members, but they are people that are looking for new leadership in that country, and they want to support him to win. And to them, they are seeing this massive support from the internet, from the churches, from everywhere, as a guarantee that Obi will win the election. So after the election, when Obi fails, they will be demoralized and they will back away, because they are not committed. They are not. They don't know. They are not.
They don't belong to
committed.
the party. Yeah.
They are not committed. They don't. They just come, as for reason of looking for a new president. They want a new direction in that country, and once they fail, they will just melt away like that. But the committed party members of APC and PDP will remain, because this is what they have been doing for years. This is their job. They are committed to it. It's just like us coming to this platform every day. We are committed. So that is it. They have the passion for it, and they participate in politics every day. And they have a lot of things to do with each other. When they are doing naming ceremony, they will go to their counselor and to their House of Rep, their chairman, they will give them money. But this is not the case with the Labour Party. They are just jumping into it. Oh, yes, Nigeria needs a new leader. We need a new president. Some for tribal reason. Yes, it is our turn. And once it just couldn't happen in their favor, they just get demoralized and just go their own different person where one go sell go, and person where one
Exactly.
go
To even
sell
add to what
lokrika, go
Ajay
sell
said, all
lokrika.
these people supporting Obi, if
Yeah.
you see real supporter of a candidate, they will be claiming they are a member of a party. But none of these obedient are saying we are a Labour Party member. They are just supporting Obi for the sake of supporting Obi.
Yeah, that's right. Because they distinguish between the obedient movement and the Labour Party.
Which
Can I interject?
Yes, you can. But
And that is what is causing problem in Ogun State. You know that what's the name of that guy? One man, that guy that they sack in Labour Party.
Okukwe.
No. The other guy,
Arabambi. Yeah.
He said some people are just coming from some places and they are trying to take over their whole party from them. They call themselves obedient. Some from PDP, they said because they are supporting Obi and they don't want to follow the rules of the party. So it's the obedient are different from. They are not committed party member. They are just supporting Obi. They don't know anything about politics, but they just want Obi to be president.
One man, can I comment on that?
If Obi failed, they run away.
Come in after John Lekoko, yeah. Yes, come in, Man of Prestige. You wanted to come in, so Man of Prestige, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Lekoko, yeah, I remember I was busting you out on the stage, telling you that you're not right all the time, and I'm correct about that. I mean, I don't doubt your objectiveness, I like you, you're very objective, but you're not always right. Going back to what engineer said, engineer is very, very right on what he said. So my point is that you're not preview, you're not pervasive in everything that happened in Nigeria, particularly in a political arena. I mean, you're very good. I give it to you. No doubt about it. But don't be getting big head all the time like it all. That's what I'm going to say on that. I mean, engineer is right on that.
I'm coming after you. I will come and get you.
That's fine, my brother. Just agree with engineer that he's right on that because I have very good information on that area. Even at all when I went home, my father gave me a lot of information about what happened in that area. So I mean, I'm not saying nobody's an expert in any area, but they are very good in Nigerian politics. I'm not gonna, but you can't be everywhere all the time. That's all I'm gonna tell you about that.
One man.
Yeah,
One,
I mean, yeah, John.
Yeah, like I would like almost would have agreed with one Babajani Koko and DOG, but there is one. I mean, like to the extent that certainly after the election, if Obi loses, the energy will dissipate, the support will dissipate. But whether it will totally vanish, I think that is too categorical. Whether it will totally vanish will depend on the economic turn of the country. If whoever wins, if it manages to turn around the economy, it'll be
that's a good point. Yeah, go
on.
on.
I wanted to comment on this.
Hold on. This. Let Fatai land, then come back in. Yeah, go on. Fatai.
But if the economy continues to wobble along, like to be like shaky, then that is Obi's strength. Obi's strength is that our country is being run to the ground. If the country continues to be run to the ground, Obi is not going away. It might dissipate, then it will bounce back. It will come around again. But if the economy just booms, then there is no you have almost deadly blow to Obi's support.
Yes. Well said. Yes, I agree in totality with that. Man of Prestige.
Yeah. I agree with totally, like you said, totally with Fatai and Ajay Lekoko that previously spoke about when it comes to obedience or something. And I mean, they are not a party. They don't belong to any party. Remember this obedience. They just put Obi as their party. They don't belong to the Labour Party. So let's assume Obi didn't win. I mean, I don't see any one of them staying there. I mean, people will be trying to jabber, and in my own opinion, I don't foresee there's going to be any kind of war or whatever, all this kind of stuff. Like everybody has previously stated, if Obi didn't win, I don't think there's going to be a second time. This is my own opinion. Like, Obi is going to stay there, ask them to calm down. We're going to mobilize. But a lot of people are going to think that, the election was framed. So everybody will find their own way. I don't think it's going to be any more Labour Party after this. I'm just agreeing with what Fatai and
No, the Labour Party will continue because
the Labour Party will continue, but they're not going to be a party because it's
not
opinions that made up of,
not to this level. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to even make any meaningful inroad in Nigerian politics. This is their only shot they have. I mean, they're probably going to diminish than what they was before, believe me, because this is opinion that made them what they are.
Do you think if Obi does lose, and there's nothing to suggest that he will lose, he could win,
Right.
but if he does
No,
lose,
I know he's going to win. No, I know he's going to win.
Yeah, no, but for just as an academic exercise, if Obi does lose, if in the circumstances that Obi does not win, do you think he will stay with that Labour Party, or do you think it's just a one bus stop trip?
This is my honest opinion, of course. Nobody, like you said, it's an academic exercise. No, I don't think so. I think it's going back to PDP. That's what, if you want to continue in politics, unless he decides I'm tired, But if not, I'm thinking it's going back to PDP.
Yeah, but why would he go back to the PDP where he will be a small fish in a big pond, but a Labour Party is a big fish in a small pond?
But one man, you are looking at it that Labour Party is going to be a party after, if he lose. Believe me, I know how Nigerian people are, they're very short memory. Everybody will say, okay, this is it. We're not going to be interested in any
Man of
politics.
prestige.
Yes, sir.
To even add to that, you see, Labour Party has been going down the drain. To be honest, even I'm sure they are happy you be choose them, because the current governor of Oyo State contested maybe 3 or 4 times under Labour Party.
Okay.
He lost until he went to PDP. A lot of people like that, Senate, House of Rep, even state level, they all lose the election. They all move to other parties. So Labour, that's why they don't have that structure. And for me, I think I was even surprised Obi chose Labour Party, but they didn't do a merger with anybody, because that was not like any structure on ground for it.
And by the way, there's a merger going on, because I heard Showore speaking about it just today on his appearance on Rise. There's a merger going on between PRP and AAC with
Come on now. What is that for? What is that supposed to be?
All right, carry on.
So we're matching with LP.
No. So sorry, I said PRP, the Kola Abiola party, and the Showore party.
Okay, it's not
okay.
I'm just gonna really speak to where Fatai is talking, in reference to what he said about Labour Party.
All right,
to be honest, like I told you, one man, I never followed Nigerian politics until recently, which was last year. Then I joined your platform and some other platform, listen to every now and then. I know about Labour Party, but I never even know their party. I thought they're just people, in charge of Labour, in Nigeria. So I never really even know their party to begin with. So like he was saying, I don't see them surviving to begin with, because the obedience is not a party, it's a movement. So if nothing happened this time, just because of the way Nigerian disposition are, their orientation, I don't see them sticking, but I hope they do, So that's what I'm thinking, that if we'll be continuing politics, I don't see those people staying anymore. They're just going to believe that if this two party is not dislodged at this time, APC, PDP, there's no more hope for Nigeria. This is just the way the Nigerian, people think. Look at what happened in the NSAS, after that, all hope was lost. So I don't see the continuity if it's going to happen. But I hope you do now. This is just my strictly opinion. Like everybody's saying, it's academic exercise we are all doing here. But I hope they do. But honestly, for me, in my own opinion, I don't see anything happening going forward. After this party and these two parties still prevail, APC or PDP still prevail, whichever one, if Obi didn't come in, or Kwankwaso, any one of any other party, the third fourth didn't come in. I mean, they have done a lot to the Nigerian political space, but it didn't happen at this time. Second time, it's going to take a long time. So that's the way I see things. I mean, I hope I'm wrong.
All right, brilliant. Before Celibi leaves, let me quickly acknowledge. So hope you're still there, Celibis. So before Celibi leaves, let me quickly acknowledge, because it looks as though she has joined Ayo in the Buy the Coffee space. So of course you must acknowledge. So let me acknowledge. So that's Celibes, Miss A Abigo. So that's Celibes joining Ayo in the Buy the Coffee space. So thank you, Celibes, as you're about to head to bed in your palatial mansion in Chelsea. So how the wealthy live, you know. She lives in a mansion, you know, Celibes. She lives in a mansion. So thank you for the coffee, Celibes. And then back to you then, back to you, DOG. So take us to the space to land us on then your permutation for the next 5 weeks, and then to conclude on who takes the seat.
Yeah, so as it is now, I think everything is looking good for Tinubu. And what's the guarantee all these guys moving to Kakanso Self are not even working for Tinubu underground? Why do we have to face the narrative of, oh, people are going to work against Tinubu? Everybody, Tinubu is so smart. If people are working against him, you can't have that much of numbers working against, and he won't know in APC. I don't think it's possible. I will even think he has his own people too in other parties, like the like of them Kokanso party, working underground for him. And I think they've actually done their arithmetic by the time they were choosing Shetima as vice president. They've done the maths and know what to expect from everywhere, and they've been working on it. And it's not something he didn't join Labour, join APC 8 months or 10 months ago, like the likes of them will be. He's been working on this thing. The first time he made it known to everybody that I went to the president, it is lifelong ambition. So somebody like that, I'm not going to joke with the strategy and the moves he would have been making even before now. So for me, I see Tinubu winning, and even we are going to be surprised with the numbers, just like the primaries. That's the way I say it.
Yeah. So, by what margin? You said we are looking at him winning. So by what margin? Is it winning in the first ballot, and is it winning to the level that the courts would not be able to overturn it? So, what sort of a win do you say for Tinubu?
It's going to be a straight win. Fine, they always take case to court and all that, but I think they are going to swear him in. Then the thing will be in court. Then the court will just throw it away. Then everybody go and have their odeku, relax.
The usual cycle, Abi.
You get me? So that's the way it is. And the politics of Nigeria is so. That's why somebody put something on the comment section, and I think it was Solomon. You see, some people, when people say some things here, you can tell a lot of people. And I really respect Man of Prestige a lot. Sometimes I'm not even on the show. I listen and I like his view, even though he's supposed to be the way he carries himself, the way he talks.
Is a gentleman, isn't he?
I'm telling you, the way he talks to people, it doesn't come rude. It doesn't insult people directly or indirectly. He just says his bit, and I like people like that. And you can just tell some people don't even really have that knowledge of Nigerian politics, how it is really, until people started supporting Obi, and people are tired of it. We are all tired of it. We have families back there too. We are all tired of it. But for me, the way I look at things is quite different. Oh, Obi might be saying everything. Oh, but if I look at all of them, aside age, I still think Tinubu is better than both Atiku and Obi when it comes to having at least some assurance that this person is going to do something. I think Tinubu, as we can be guaranteed that he would do something, and I think he's going to make a difference.
He above all else looks like he knows what he's doing. That's just the optics
exactly
of it. Yeah, he looks
and
like
I
he
think
knows what he's doing. Yeah.
He wants to leave a landmark too, and I think he would do a lot of things that even people will be surprised that in Tinubu regime we didn't. Even people supporting Obi now will forget all they've said about him and say this guy probably will be giving students loan, doing all those things. He has a good people around him, even though he's old, and he knows what he wants to do. Like somebody said, he's not brain dead. He might be not physically okay, but he's not brain dead. He know what he's doing. And I think with what we've seen, the antecedents and all that, he has good team with him. And I think they will achieve a lot, and they will even do more than expected. than banking on what somebody that just come and tell us from, so is this from supply to production or from production to supply, you know, all those things to me. And I think that's where Nigerians need to wake up to. Everybody is a constitutional right. You have the right to support whoever you want to support. But most times we need to scrutinize, listen beyond what we just hear and think about, okay, can this person really achieve this? When it comes to this situation, is this person strong enough to put their feet ground and say, okay, this is what I want? We've seen Tinubu has gone places. He has said, even to the current president, he said he was crying. So that tells you the kind of stuff he's made of. He doesn't, you know, he won't lean back and be sucking his thumb, thinking, shivering. He will do what he has to do and do it the way he wants to do it, you know. So that's the way I see it. So I see Tinubu having a hedge.
Does Peter Obi get an honorable mention? Does he get a victory of some sort just from the way he has been able to conduct himself throughout this cycle and the way he has been able to shake the political space? You know, for a very good while, Tinubu did not even mention Peter Obi at all, not wanting to acknowledge that he was there. But in recent times, he never stops talking about Peter Obi. That is to say that Peter Obi has shaken the political firmament so much that they cannot ignore him. So does Peter Obi get an honorable mention in this cycle?
Yeah, I won't call it a win, but the mention for me would be, at least he made these guys know that when you get there, you need to perform. At least to change the narrative and the view people have of you, you know, because what he has brought into the space now is people want changes, and the other candidate can see it because of the movement. Because all people just want is change. People want a good healthcare system, good road, good school, jobs, good pay, power, everything, security. And I think if we look at it to be, if we won't lie to ourselves on this platform, and whoever is listening to us, wherever they are listening to us, we can still have some guarantee Tinubu will achieve it in a way. And if I want to say, oh, if you want to put percentage on who you can tell, oh, this person will achieve most of this thing, I will still give more to Tinubu than Obi, Atiku, or whoever, you know.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you. So let's go on from you, DOG, and move the conversation on to Fatai, who is fast becoming one of the fan favorites. I don't know, maybe it's his Germanic voice, according to Rational Mind. The German, oh God, what's that washing sound? We desperately want to hear from you, but not your computer. So let's hear you, not your computer. So the Germanic Yoruba man that lives in Cyprus, he joins us. So to it then the conversation for Tai. So the elections is on the 25th. Today is now the 6th of January where I am. So which is to say that we're hurtling very, very quickly to the finishing line. So we've had all of the tears and tantrums, the tantrums and the tiara, or the song dancing, the memes, the skits, all of that. We've had all of it. So we're now at that point now, 5-6 weeks from decision time. So there's been sufficient enough that has happened for us to form firm views. So tell us of the journey that's landed us at this point, and then take us from this point to the destination. Fatai, good to have you.
Hello. Actually, I don't think it's my computer. I think it's somebody's computer.
You're the only mic that is on apart from me. So, but carry on. We can hear you a lot clearer, but carry on. Yeah.
Are you still hearing the sound now?
Yes, but carry on. It's as though your processor is spinning hard or something, but it doesn't matter. We can, so long as we can hear you clearly, which we can, then that's it. So to it.
Maybe you are using the AMD laptop. If the fan is, yeah.
No, it's i5.
Oh yeah. Okay, carry on. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. I put a headphone. So, I mean, I don't know. The question, the conversation is gone everywhere. I don't even know. I don't even remember.
Go
Uh,
to the central one, which is to say that we've had the campaigns for all that has happened, Agbado, and shaking legs, and then the man from the east, the son from the son of the rising sun. Is it a rising sun? Even their logo from But for all that has happened, we are now 5 6 weeks away from decision. So with all that backdrop, what is your permutation then for these remaining few weeks? So how does it play out now? Because unless something seismic like the death of a person happens, there is nothing that seems to be able to deviate now what will happen. So what's your permutation then for the next 5 weeks to land us then on that election day? So what happens between now and then, Fatai?
yeah, okay. I think the one seismic thing that has happened recently is that okay, what you alluded to earlier that Tinubu was not even noticing Peter Obi until now. So everybody, I mean, the whole big boy, they assume Peter Obi is just kidding, right? Like they know the political calculations is not going anywhere, you know. But now Peter Obi is now they understand where Peter Obi is coming from. You know, the third force that Peter Obi is, so people assumed it was just like the wave, the movement, like everybody follows the narrative. But these big political players, they know this that one doesn't last, you know, it doesn't work. But now they have realized that the third force is not just about the youth. Actually, the third force is the homeless, is the homeless big boys, the Obasanjo line, the big boys in the Obasanjo crew. They have no party. They have lost out within the PDP. The PDP is fractured. The PDP is no longer their home. They certainly they are not with APC. So they now they need to build it. So these lines start of course they have what it takes to actually be a third force, to be a threatening third force. The third force is not just the youth and this and this. The youth or whatever, any politician can latch on to it. You only have to offer the youth something. They have very short memory. You know, they will forget. You give them some candy, they will forget and they will go with anybody. So nobody really thought actually that Peter B was a third force in that regard. Like I mean, I'm talking like the big players. In the normal narrative, of course, we all assume Peter B and Labour Party is the third force. No, the third force now is everybody behind of everybody within this group, these homeless big boys. They are the third force. They have what it takes to, and they are the one actually who have turned Peter B into the into what Peter B is. You know. Like I mean, of course, we talked already about the Okupe. I mean, but the Okupe is not Okupe alone. Okupe has some bigger boys behind Okupe. So Okupe left the new DJ Oshitoko. By the way, somebody mentioned the rally in Ekiti that it was better than Ibadan's rally. I think it was Thomas. Of course, it would have to be better than Ibadan's rally because Akin Oshitoko is from Ekiti. So he has to put a show for his own to get a leg, like you know, to show to deliver. You know, he has to deliver. If he cannot organize, if the rally was like a flop, then that doesn't give him clout. So the rally has to be to give him clout. You know, so all these things come down. So it's clear now that how the Yoruba people say it, nǹkankan tó ń wà lẹ́yìn ọ̀rọ̀ tó fi ń dún. There is something behind Peter Obi, and we know it is this of Babangida and I mean I say Babangida, Obasanjo and his people. So they need to be now they need to be taken seriously, but with a different viewpoint. You know, it's not Peter Obi has a needle tied to his what is it pin? What is Obasanjo call it? So now the people that were pulling the strings now we now see who is behind the masquerade. We know who they are, and so they can be. And if you saw Peter Tinubu's rally in Edo, I think yesterday or thereabout. This essentially is what Tinubu is pointing at, is hammering, bum, 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 like, okay, so the Obasanjo this. So now you are telling me that these people who did this, they are now the one recommending to us. In other words, this group of people, they are the one behind Peter Obi's movement, and that Peter Obi's movement. Peter Obi has not spent his money. So where did they get all these waves? I mean, there was a lot of media hype. Peter Obi doesn't have the clout to control all the media, to control Oba Igbena and all these people, and everybody. Nobody. So it came from somewhere. Now we know where all of it is coming from, and now I've made him a legitimate threat force. You know, so I think, but I don't know. I think with regard to Atiku has to go on with the elections. I think a lot of them. I think the election is kind of clear already. Many people are just uh, going along because they have down ballot tickets. There are many governors of PDP, so Atiku cannot be. Atiku will go to the end to the election. Kwankwaso also maybe will go. Maybe in the end will fall to APC, but he also has some candidates down ballot. So it's not. I mean, just because if you cut off the head, then the whole thing will die. So they can't just get out just like that. And so perhaps Pankasol will go along and but will tap it down with regard to presidential. But I think Pankasol will collapse either directly or indirectly into APC. I think Wiki also will collapse either directly or indirectly into Tinubu, and I think the election will be over by the time these two things happen. Kano,
But the window for that thing to happen, is no more the collapsing. All the collapsing that has to collapse has to be within the next 3 weeks.
it doesn't have to be. I mean, 1 month is
It,
enough
it,
for
it
me.
has it has to be now, because for it to have any impact, by the time we hit the 1st of February, then we're 25 days away from ballots being cast. So people are now working the mechanics of how they are going to run election day, because the politicking would have started to. So whatever needs to happen has to happen within the next 3 weeks.
No, the last 20 days is actually the real election campaign. Until now, that's who is going to last till the end. That's when it's going to be known. Yeah, you can say that for Wike actually. Wike needs to make up his mind maximum like within the next 1 week, because there is a lot of engineering that needs before wherever he falls into, to that needs a lot of engineering to make it work, to fit into it.
Yeah, to
It's
be
not going to be,
for it to have the effect.
yeah, it's not going to be just like that. But like a conquest, I don't think it has to be. It doesn't really have to be. But for a
Fatai,
Wike, yes.
do you think it makes sense for the G5 to support different candidates? Like we've been hearing, Otom is supporting Ubi. Then let's say the Oyo State governor to go and support Tinubu. Then we can go. Does it even make sense? I think they will. They should. It's better for them to come together and support the same person. Or what do you think?
Yeah, but before now, it will make a sense. They will just all of them will as a group in one place. But now, I don't think as a matter of reality that is possible, because now we know the likes of Obasanjo and Co are behind Peter Obi. So there is a substance to hold on to. If you pack yourself into, it will depend on what your future looks like. You can actually pack yourself into Peter Obi now, knowing the powers behind him. If it was just only Peter Obi flowing as it was before, nobody would collapse into Peter Obi. But right now, it's possible depending on how you calculate the future, your
So you
political
think
future.
the Obasanjo factor can shape the decision the G5 make?
It will not shape the Obasanjo factor will not shape decision of Wike. It could shape
Exactly.
decision. It could shape the decision of the likes of certainly Enugu's governor and Ikasu. It will be something for them to think about, because first of all, Peter Obi is from their area. Either the narrative could destroy their career, and then they know also there is very little to lose if you know Peter Obi is not just flying like a flower hanging all by himself. So
I
there
see.
is there is something there to think about Peter Obi, but now. But for Wike, it doesn't matter. Wike has spent so much money, so much resources to build the structure. Wike is almost his own party, and that's what is going to happen to PDP after this election. PDP is going to fracture. The Atiku camp, they don't have what it takes to completely crush.
You mean it's going to splinter? Is that what you mean?
Of course, except if
but it's already splintered once, so another splinter again.
Yeah, it will be a new, will be rebirth. It will be a new PDP after the election, except if Atiku wins. And if Atiku wins, Wike is going on exile.
No, if Atiku wins, then Wike and Sheyi Makinde certainly, and even Samuel or Tom, they will leave the party.
Well, I think Samuel or Tom is a little bit complicated because there is a lot of tribal wound there. Because if Atiku wins and he goes after Tom, it will be seen as it will become Fulani against Steve situation again. So he might tread carefully there, Atiku. That, the only one that is guaranteed is Wike. Makinde also, because
but his ambition can never really be fulfilled. They will not look to kick him out of the party, maybe, but certainly he will not get favors. He will not be in the favored list in the party. That's Otom, yes, if Atiku wins.
Otom is very slippery. You can never really trust Otom. Otom is playing, is like in the center of everybody. Otom looks like he wants to go back to PDP. If you just listen deeply what Otom is talking about, you can never really tell. It looks like he wants to go back to PDP. It looks like he wants to go to Tinubu. That is to the least extent.
Or Tom, but he's always eulogizing about Peter Obi now. Or Tom,
yeah, but why doesn't he just endorse him? I mean, he's been doing that for 2-3 months every time.
Because it's part of a group, and the group interest is greater than the individual interest.
No, I think they are just doing that to spite Atiku too, because Peter Obi left PDP, Abi.
Yeah, that one is there, but if you listen at Tom, he's not talking about the group. He's always saying, I am still in PDP. You are not in PDP, you are in PDP on paper. The G5 is in PDP on paper. But if you want to go to PDP, go to PDP. If you want to go to Peter Obi, go to Peter Obi, and let it like, oh, if I'm not in PDP, I will be campaigning with you. It is like it's like
when it says that, it makes me wonder if that's not contrary to, because you have a group that are saying they want to make a collective decision, and you are already indicating that if you had a free hand, you will go in a certain direction. So is that not running so much contrary to group interest, all this bromancing that is happening with Peter Obi?
I know we are saying the same thing, but we are looking at it from different perspectives. Yes, certainly. But the perspective that I'm saying it from is that he's saying he's saying that if I had my way, I would join Peter Obi. But I'm saying that is the opposite of what is in his mind. No, I mean, I'm not a mind reader. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you look at, there is nothing stopping you from, if that is really what you want, there is nothing stopping you. You can't just be telling a man every time. Sometimes I look at Peter Obi, I feel pity for him. Every 2 days he's going to a talk, and every time they have the meeting and they come out and say, "Oh, I love Peter Obi so much. Oh, you are the best. Oh, God, I am in PDP." And what is this? For me, when I listen, it's like a torture. Join the guy if you want to join the guy. Go and tell your people. He's a man. If he tells them in the G5 that he's going to go for Peter Obi, I don't think they're going to hold him. I think he has less to lose to join Peter Obi than to join Tinubu. If you join Tinubu, the Atiku people would go. They will hit him with they will hit, like, if he joins. But if you join Peter Obi, it's not too distant from the family. The PDP, they are just. I think the PDP, they are still hoping that Peter Obi is going to come back before the election. He's going to rejoin the PDP fold. I think they still have that hope, But me, I think that hope is dead with Obasanjo coming out. It's dead. But I think they still have that feeling that Peter Obi will still join them back, you know. And then the point that somebody made, this is actually, I went to Google the last election about what somebody said, when the conversation that was going on about the 3 million votes. So Abia State in the last election, the total vote was approximately 300,000. Anambra is the biggest, 550,000 approximately. Enugu 350 approximately. Imo 500 approximately. Ebonyi 350. So I don't know who made that point that Peter Obi needs to win 300,000 in 10 states for Peter Obi to win. I think the reality of the mathematics, it's going to be really hard. We look at it like it looks like, yeah, it's easy, but actually in reality it might not be as easy as that. 300 million vote is a lot of vote. And then we are also forgetting that Atiku is not going to allow Peter Obi, if he's still in the race, to take away 3 million votes. If Peter Obi gets up to 3 million votes, PDP is finished, because the difference in the last election was around 3 million something votes. So if Peter Obi takes 3 million votes, what is there for Atiku? What did they destroyed Atiku? So Atiku is going to go hard on Peter Obi. If Peter Obi doesn't join, they are going to, I think they will, at some point, they will stop targeting APC. They will leave APC and they will start targeting Peter Obi.
All right. And to that question, I asked you to reflect on who will have the biggest impact on this election in terms of where the presidency lands. Is it Wike and his group? Is it the Obi phenomenon? Or is it Kwakwanso and his Fulani brothers?
I think Akwankwaso is the least, certainly, from the old bonds, from my perspective. Is the least. I mean, it's going to affect essentially one state, at the most one zone, at the most. I mean, that's not even like there. Like, it can hurt PDP in that zone, but I don't think it's even going to hurt PDP in that zone. I think it's mostly going to hurt PDP in Kano. So I think it's the least. Peter B is being a big factor in the narrative, you know. But I think, for me, I think the person not even will have that already has had the biggest impact has been Wiki. And essentially Wiki, you can say Wiki and G5, but essentially Wiki. Is it because
Do you think Wike and G5 will have more impact on the direction of the presidency than Peter Obi?
they already had? Without the Wiki, because they essentially deflated PDP campaign. The essentially when the Wiki narrative, Wiki came out with his narrative, they essentially deflated PDP campaign, because otherwise by now this campaign would have been bloody. If PDP, if like this realize, it's like almost like a cotton fell, like this realization. I mean, I think they call it epiphany. This epiphany that actually, oh, okay, actually, Atiku shouldn't really be there. Wike brought this epiphany on the whole of Nigerian politics. Like, actually, come to think about it, Atiku should actually, it's not really going to work well if Atiku wins, and that's really stop Atiku in the trap. Otherwise, with this APC and PDP, these are two killing machines. They will go. The election will have been bloody. But this thing has prevented a lot of people to come out with, like, with their chest out to go into Atiku. Even all this one they are talking about, APC governor, this thing, blah blah blah. Everything is secret. Nobody is bold enough to come out in the open and say, I am going into Atiku, because there is that realization, and it's due largely to Wike's narrative that, look, we are everybody, we woke everybody up to the danger that is that actually is a real danger. Actually, for people to even Wike's, like, you could even call it tantrum, the way his face is angry, the way he's talking, you can feel the raw anger. You can feel that actually there is actually a roar. It's not like something you can just paper over and say, okay, they will calm down. Like, you can feel it that if this thing goes through, there is raw anger. There is going to be a real problem. It's not going to be something you can just So I think Wike has had the biggest impact. I think the other Peter will be okay. This is just political, like it's. I mean, I think in sociology there is something like the theory of crowd movement. Like, so Wike, I think, what's his name? Obi essentially is like contagion, like this theory of contagion, like the crowd, like when you come up with the narrative and it spreads around like a virus, and everybody catches the cold. But there is also a counter theory to the theory of contagion, which is I think they call it theory of, I don't remember, convergence, which is the reality that a crowd, this is like a crowd theory, like behavior of crowd, like a crowd, it's either contagion, they go with the contagion, or they go with preset disposition, their disposition. When you see a crowd, so that is where the reality comes in. So fine, maybe the contagion is spreading the narrative, but at the crowd, are you going to be able to mobilize the crowd? Because the crowd are going to stick with with what they know. The crowd it's not even about the demonization, whether they know or they don't know. Everybody identifies with what they know, except you can come at it with something like a tornado. That's what I always say. If Peter Obi had come into this election like with more time, or with like such a record that I don't know, like such a outstanding record, then you can see. But without such a tremendous amount of record, if all the record you are banking on is what we see that did in Anambra, that is not enough to sway a whole country in 2 months. It's no. If you are talking now and we say Tinubu record is like nothing at all compared to Peter Obi, yeah, that kind of a record that like everybody hands down for you, yeah, maybe you can have a chance in 2 3 months, but without such like fantastic, I'm not saying like normal record as a normal government, like out of the blue, like out of the world kind of a record. Without such a record, the crowd will stick to what they believe. I mean, they are preset disposition. They are safer. They are safe in the hands they feel safe in. Peter Obi, you're not also offering them something concrete. If I'm going to leave a Tinubu and go to a Peter Obi, what do I know that Peter Obi? I don't know my tomorrow. Still, what we are still facing is what we are facing. Nobody knows their tomorrow in the hands of a Peter Obi. But you can rely on what you had with the Tinubu in one corner. But what can you rely on? Okay, Peter Obi say is going to take us to production, to consumption, to production. Okay, but we don't really know actually what that means. The best that we can tell about that is what Buhari already is doing. Buhari is giving farmers in the north money to farm. That is at best what Peter Obi will continue. It's not, but I don't really know what this means. You're going to, and how long are you going to achieve this? In 1 year, in 4 years, in 8 years?
Fatai,
Yeah.
can I interject a little bit?
Sure.
You say many things. Let me just interject.
Sure.
The P2B phenomenon is something that we've not seen in Nigerian politics before, and it arose from many reasons. And one of the reasons being that Nigeria is on a downtrend, and a lot of Nigerians are suffering. So let's look at it from that angle. The achievements of Peter Obi in Anambra State, probably you may need to go a little bit into history to see where Anambra was coming from and when Peter Obi took over. It was a state where salaries that were not paid, gratuity were not paid. We were meant to understand that no money, we don't have money in Anambra State. The roads were bad. The villages were cut off from the urban areas. So the schools were closed for over 2 years. So where Lagos is coming from, or where Tinubu started and where Obi started, where they started from two different areas. And these two states were at two different points in their lives. So sometimes it is also good for us to avail ourselves the opportunity to read up about the different states within Nigeria to see what is going on. At least, when Buhari says something, I know that some of us don't really like him, but sometimes when he says something, I listen sometimes. When he was trying to blame the state governors and the local government for the hardship in the country, he was right. Because when you go to these states, these different states, and you see the kind of people that are elected, then you understand why he's saying what he's saying. And when you look at our budget and the amount of money that goes on to the states and the local governments, you will understand where we are coming from. So the issue of Obi, I would like you to go read up some, because from what you're saying is like you're just like he say, you're just scratching the surface. Go deep and know where Anambra was before Peter Obi came in. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'm not just saying like. Actually, I did read up about Igbo a little bit, but I don't look. All these politicians, they are all politicians. I mean, I don't get myself worked up over what a politician did or didn't do, or they are all. I mean, everybody is dirty in their own way, and they do whatever you know. When I say Peter Obi and Tinubu, I'm not, or Lagos and Anambra. Like the problems you highlighted now, they are common to every state. Every government in every state of Nigeria, when they get in, the previous government is made away with all the money. So there's never money on ground for to do anything for all the states. It's not particular to Anambra. What you could say is particular to Anambra could be things like the erosion problem of Anambra. I don't know, maybe only Anambra or maybe some other state also in it. Okay, that could be particular to Anambra. But if it's like gratuity, pension, salary, all the governors don't pay anybody. They are like they eat all the money alone or something like that. Nobody knows what's going on there. So it's every state is like this.
Fatai, I'll beg.
Can I interject,
I
please?
beg to disagree, because not all states are the same. Now, if you're talking about those the states that weren't paying salaries, we all know all that. But some of those states also does not have the ways and means to pay those salaries. But if you are living in a place like Lagos State, right? Tinubu came in and upped the IGR to to about 6 billion, right? So they have the wherewithal to raise such cash. So in a place like Lagos, if they are not paying salaries, or they're not paying gratuity, or people are hungry, or the schools are closed down, then you know that there's a real problem with Lagos State. That is the case of Anambra State, because Anambra State could generate those monies from within to do those things. But when those monies were generated in the past, it was being shared. When we had the issue of godfatherism, Anambra State was the headquarters of godfatherism. I think after Adedibu in Oyo State, Anambra was the second. So go on.
Yeah. I on this area, I don't disagree with you on this area. I don't disagree with you on this area. Okay, we all know we have all heard also about the Ubas family and all this and blah blah blah. But my point is that all these states get allocation. The allocations they get are enough to pay the salaries. They are enough to pay all these things, but they all steal the money. You know that is what I mean. It's not even particular to Nigerian politicians. This is what it seems to be like. It's the only thing that is in the DNA of a politician is to steal the money. So they all steal the money, but there is money to pay the people if they use the allocations good. And when you talk about
Fatai, can I interject, Fatai?
okay,
Yeah, this is Manos Proceed. Wow, Fatai, man, you've been talking a lot, man. Well, it's good for the space seminar. You have a lot to say. I wish I can, I wish I can have a lot to say like you do, man. But anyway, it's very interesting. I just want to interject a little bit, before I get out here. You have been speaking a long time, and I think it was DOJ that spoke a while ago. Everybody's speaking with sentiment. And of course I do too. So I'm not gonna I'm not going to disagree to that point. The only area I agree with, both you and the DOJ when you said that, because of Obi, coming in Obi as a third force, it has changed the landscape of Nigerian politics. I definitely agree to that. And the second thing, I think it was DOJ that made that comment that if PDP or APC win, because of Obi coming to the space, it has awakened them. They're gonna think twice before they do what they're gonna, what they have to do. I don't know, maybe that's true, maybe that's not true. But anyway, I don't quite see everything you're saying the way you see it. I mean, it's politics. Everybody's speaking with, with sentiment. But the point is that we're gonna see what's gonna happen in, how many weeks, 5 weeks or whatever, 6 weeks from today. So I don't really see the point of view where you're coming thinking that Tinubu is gonna run away with the whole thing. No, I don't see that. I just want to let you know I'm seeing it from a different point of view, and I want Obi to win. But in my own opinion, it's not gonna be an easy election for any one of them. So if I have to give it to somebody, I'm gonna give it to Obi. But it might go to a third, second round. Of course, you're gonna disagree with me. So that's all I want to say on that.
Actually, I mean, I was waiting to see where you disagree with me
Oh,
on.
well, where I disagree with you is that what I'm saying that Obi is going to clear the whole southeast, is going to clear south. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Okay, but then you say that, but then you accuse me of being sentimental.
No, I just I just said I'm
I am
sentiment.
the one
I just said I'm
sentimental.
sentiment. I just told you before. I said, I'm sentiment too. I mean, everybody's speaking their own point of view, but I'm going to tell you a sentiment too. So, it is. I mean, we're having I like the dialogue. This is why I come to this platform. Okay, everybody has different point of view
No,
because I don't like to dialogue with people that have the same point of view. It's no fun at all.
My own sentiment, actually, just to say, my own sentiment is to the point of like earthquake moment. I mean, I love earthquake, something to look at, and you can spend all your life studying about it, like genius moment, like big moment, heavy moment. And that's what I'm saying. Like me as a person, I don't see this earthquake moment that will be going by his record. You could say, this is really earthquake moment that will shake the whole country.
I think it has already shaken the whole country. I mean, regardless of what's going to be the outcome, the coming up will be one or so, but obedient phenomenon has already shaken the whole country. I mean,
I'm not talking about the narrative. When I say the earthquake, I don't mean the narrative. I mean like you have done something that is like almost head shattering. Look, I give you an example. So Anambra and Lagos Anambra has a erosion problem. Lagos has even a bigger existential problem, the garbage. Okay, in this period, Anambra was getting its allocation from the federal government. Lagos was denied its allocation from the federal government. Like, I'm not saying like just like.
Fatah,
Wait,
you
let me
familiar
finish
with
now.
revenue? Do you know how money? Wait a minute before you go further. Do you know how much Lagos generates in terms of revenue? I mean, completely dwarf about 120. Do you know? Can you pull out the revenue generation in the last few years? It's uncomparable.
No, you can't talk in the last few years now. Pre-1999 is what you will talk about. After 99, Tinubu changed the revenue generation framework.
Oh no,
that is what makes it.
Y'all always is all about Tinubu. I mean, he did okay, but he ain't no.
Tinubu is in the election. We were talking about him. If he's not in the election, we don't.
I don't know. Y'all give him too much credit. Okay, he's all right to me, but I mean,
I was not even talking about Tinubu yet. You brought Tinubu into the picture. I was not even talking about. That's why I was waiting for you to tell me where is my sentiment. But I did not even start yet to talk about Tinubu.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Me and Jewel were having the conversation. Like I'm not speaking. Like Jewel was telling me that I'm not looking at Peter Obi's antecedent very well. And I was trying to lay that foundation. I didn't bring in Tinubu yet.
Well, I know you're a Tinubu supporter, so there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody can be on the same bandwagon. This is what is good about this space. We have diverse opinion, diverse political affiliation. So make it very interesting to dialogue.
No, on general, I will accept that comment. But I'm not really like a supporter. I'm not going to vote anything. But I am a Tinubu. I like Tinubu.
Okay. Let's just say not supporter. Let's just say you want Tinubu to win. Let's just put it.
I like
fair.
Tinubu.
It's very fair enough. No, don't use the word fair. Say you want Tinubu to win. That's fair enough. So
No,
who
it's
you
not
think
whether
gonna?
I want Tinubu to win. I think objectively Tinubu will win. But
I don't. I don't think anybody is very 100% objective. I don't buy a minute in this platform. I mean, maybe a lot of people are some objective in this platform we are talking about right now. I think the only person I can say very kind of the highest objectiveness, in this platform is Ajali Coker. You see, one man is not objective.
What about me? What about me?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No,
You know.
what about you? Sellout, man. Come on. You know.
I won't say sell. I won't say sell. I won't say
Look
sell
at
out.
you. I
But
thought you
he's
were
not
my friend,
objective. But
Joel. I thought you were my friend. Yeah.
only Ajali Cook, everybody, including everybody
What
in this
about
state,
Thomas? Thomas is
including
objective. Thomas is objective.
no,
Hell no. Hell no.
Thomas is a Miloko now. He knows it, So
No. Thomas, no. Oh, Thomas number one.
including me, I have sentiment. You have sentiment, but the best, regardless. I mean, I don't agree with Ajali Cook all the time. I can tell you what he said one time. I don't agree a lot of time, but
No. What did he say that you don't agree?
when he made a comment, I was listening to something. I think I had a playback. I don't think I was there when he said something. It was something about the Igbo that he said. I said, oh, if I was there, man, I would have lambasted Ajali Cook for making that crazy comment. Yeah, I think.
Brother.
Oh, okay. I remember what it was. I hope that Ajali Cook is listening. But anyway, I'm just But let me just tell you what it was. You were talking about Igbo girl being beautiful. Then he made some comment that I think he said some. He said, no, they are not. They are beautiful, but they are killing their people or something like that. The Igbo. So I said, Ajali Cook, don't you ever go there, okay? I don't like.
Not me. I didn't make such statement. It's not me.
Yes, it's you.
No,
But
not
anyway,
me. Maybe somebody else. Not me.
Okay. But
Not me.
anyway, you objective, but you're not all that objective. But you're the best. I give it to you. You're even better than me in terms of objectiveness. Okay, let's put it that way.
No, what do you mean even better than you? As though you were the standard by which judgment is. Look at this guy. The arrogance of that. Even better than me, as though you were. Look at this guy.
I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it the way I see it. Okay, it's me. I mean, everybody has different opinion, but I will call it spade a spade. How I see it. Whether I'm right, it's my opinion.
Brother, I think you are even mixed. The way I say, I think you are even mixed objectivity with subjectivity. Like when I say objective, I mean like what everybody can agree upon as criteria. Like I don't know, whatever party structure. I have said here, like on this level, I don't think everybody is asking Peter Obi about structure. Peter Obi is not interested in structure. It's not whether he has structure or he doesn't have structure. That is not his formula. I think that's not his formula. He doesn't care about the structure. He's not going to spend his money on all this structure everybody's talking about. The only people
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Believe me.
The only people going on about structure, I think, is largely PDP narrate. They want Peter Obi to fold over into PDP. That is why they are hammering structure. From day one, the Peter Obi camp, they know about the structure and they never cared about the structure. They're running on different formula. So like that, that's what I mean. Like when I say objective, like criteria, like we can, like when you say, wow, how many senators each party has, how many states, governor, how many this criteria, how many how the machine is built, how robust is the campaign, stuff like that. These objective criteria, I think Tinubu will win. But if you ask me personally, I like Tinubu as a person. If these criteria are not there, I don't mind to somebody to tell me it's Tinubu's fault, and I will, if it's something that I know by virtue of, like, for instance, that I lived in Lagos or whatever or stuff like that. If some information I know, I will put up the point as in defense of a person to the extent that I know him and to the extent that I like him as a person. And I like him as a person to the extent that I think a couple of things he did, you almost have to be a genius to be able to come up with that. And my own standard always is Babbage.
That's very fair enough. Believe me.
Yeah. No, I like Tinubu. I like Tinubu as a person. I think that when everybody says Tinubu didn't go to school, okay, so everybody is saying we should believe that Tinubu didn't go to primary school, didn't go to secondary school, but he's a treasurer at Mobile, at whatever, is it Deloitte or whatever it was. Well, if you didn't go to secondary school, didn't go to primary school, and you wind up, you will not even be able to do bookkeeping of mobile. Never mind to be a treasurer. You will not even be able to do bookkeeping. Accounting is not like that. Like simple concept in accounting, able to understand credit laws in the accounting terms. Sometimes it's like is your eyes are rolling because the concept is like you have to have bring your head down to some particular nuances to even be able to figure them out. So if he didn't go to primary school, he didn't go to secondary school, and he winds up as treasurer in mobile, not even in like some Yasikira shop somewhere in I don't know in Osun State, Ekiti or something. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think you have to be a genius to be able to achieve that feat. You didn't go to primary school, you didn't go to secondary school, and you wind up as treasurer at mobile. Well, I think you are a genius. You know,
Well,
like
well,
stuff like that. That's what I say personally. As a person, I like Tinubu, but I think because I think it's brilliant.
Hey, Fatai, I mean, in reference to what you said, I mean, I don't believe in all that trivial, stuff. Whether he went to primary school, he didn't go to primary school. I mean, nothing has been, nothing in the court that has said, he has prejudiced himself or whatever, anything indicted him for that regard. So I don't really believe in all this kind of mess. I mean, he went to college, Chicago State University, which is an okay university, not to the highest to any standard, but it doesn't really mean because you went to Chicago State University, somebody went to Harvard, then they are better than you. That Harvard stuff and Ivy League school is overrated, okay? I have people here in my, in family that went there, it's overrated. They will tell you, it's just the name. I'm not saying they're not good, but it's overrated. So don't believe whatever you hear about that. I mean, they are right. Harvard or not, that kind of thing is overrated.
All
But
those
anyway,
schools, Harvard,
yeah,
Oxford, Cambridge. What you are really buying is the name, not
exactly.
you get the education, but it's the cachet that those
If
names carry.
their
That's
education
really
is equivalent to
yeah,
others,
yeah,
even to my school and all that kind of
yeah,
things,
yeah.
it's equivalent. It's just the name, like you said, the
It's not
cachet,
as though it's not as though they've invented new science or new knowledge for
No,
Harvard
no,
or Cambridge.
by
It's
by
Well,
still the
well,
same. Yeah.
by
well.
no means.
Sometimes they do, but I mean, up to what I spoke, I wasn't speaking about the school. I was speaking about what Tinubu wound up as. You wind up as a treasurer at Mobile, like
Oh, okay, I got you,
top
I got you.
world topmost, one of the world topmost companies as a treasurer. Without if we are to believe everybody, without going to school, actually, it makes me ashamed of myself. I went to secondary school and primary school. I'm not at treasurer at Mobile. Like what the heck? So
Well,
that
well,
like
that's not even important,
no,
for
I
the
know,
moment.
no,
So
no.
we
I'm
we
just
we are
saying.
we already past that stage. So
Yeah, yeah,
maybe
I know, I
yeah.
know. I know. That's what I'm saying. Who is it? Objectivism is different from constructivism, which is more a consensual agreement. I mean, I don't even know.
Well, there's some
No,
there's different kind of
What
objectivism.
you know what Anthony, is telling you with that comment. He's telling you that I also went to school. That's what he's really saying to you. But carry on, carry on.
I kind of lost me. I was trying
Yeah.
to.
No. I just put that up to give you a tickle. But carry on. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't even know where I was.
No, you were talking us through to what will happen in the last 5 weeks to land on February the 25th. But take us to that space so that we can then hear from Joel of Nashville, who's been waiting for his turn.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I think the election will go what it will go. It's not even for me to even make a prediction how it will go. I think it's pretty almost said. Tinubu knows where his vote is coming from. Atiku knows where he's being heard. Peter B. I think the only thing we cannot measure is the quantity of Peter B's vote. There's no objective measurement you can.
Yeah, do
Okay,
you want
let
to
me
speculate? Speculate.
I mean, like how many votes is going to win? Is going to win? Did you? What do you mean speculate about whether? I don't know. Speculate about what?
You say we don't really know the quantity of Peter-based votes, but I was
Yeah.
inviting you to speculate. And yes, I was talking about numbers. So just in terms of all of the build-up and all of the noise, both the frippery and the substance where does that land him in actual votes cast? What are you estimating Peter Obi will get in terms of numbers? We're not going to hold you hostage to it, but just but just speculate.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
Before you proceed, I think I have some playback I did. This question came up, so you need to give me my time for you to put it on record. My own speculation, okay?
Yes, of course. We're all waiting in anticipation to get to you. But you came in late. You know you should never come in late. Now, man of prestige. What were you doing? You were eating.
I'm
chicken
sorry.
again.
I was busy. I was in on a project which I finished late. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, brilliant. Priorities. You're after. Yes, but back to you, Fatai. Yeah.
I have to give a soft landing to my prediction. So my soft landing, I have to put waterfront. So the prelude to my prediction is that, so if you think whatever you make of Shore's comment, so if you imagine that a man could win 35,000 or 33,000 in the last election, and it's still kind of like a force in this election, kind of like a force. So 35,000 votes would mean a lot of votes. Okay, what Shore said that number was given to. I mean,
I was allocated.
I was allocated too. But if you leave that aside, if somebody wins 35,000 votes and it's still going, then these numbers are not hard to come by. These numbers are not hard to come by. So I think I think it's too much weight to put on Peter Obi's shoulder to make it feel like if Peter Obi does not win 1 million votes, it's a failure. We already saw Osun State, so anybody can argue that it was early, Peter Obi was not involved, blah blah blah. But the point is, the movement had started, and there was almost no impact of the movement. The movement did not rub off on Osun State, and that's about the only mathematics we can put to Peter Obi at this point. We cannot. Peter Obi votes could end up being 5 million, but it could end up being 100,000. So you can't really say. But if left to me, if Peter Obi wins 1 million votes, my mind will go away. I will be blown. I will be blown apart. I would think it's been a real hero, because to pull off 1 million votes beyond like what we feel, it's not really easy without candidates down the ballot all over the place, because all these parties, they have to win their down ballot candidates, and the down ballot candidates who go door to door. It's not Tinubu is not going door to door. Peter B is not going to go door to door. Kwankwaso is not going to go door to door. If their candidate down the ballot, as down as he gets, if there is councillor, I don't know if there's councillor there. As down as he gets, these are the people that are actually going to go and bring people out. So, and Labour Party doesn't seem to have much of that in as wide area as possible. And for that reason, my mind will be blown if Peter Obi wins 1 million votes. I would be like.
So, are you saying that Thomas was too quick to let go of that bet? Would you have taken Thomas's bet with a man of prestige?
I mean, if you consider that, I don't know, if we take out the morality of the betting, I think that's what makes Thomas pull out. If you take out the morality of the betting, if we're just talking pure mathematics, I think Thomas was not very wise to pull out. It will like, for me, I think PDP Atiku will not allow Peter Obi to win 3 million votes. There is no way in the world. If Atiku is still in the race, because the race is finished, if Peter Obi wins 3 million votes, how many votes is left for Atiku to win? Is they are from the same parties, most of the votes are going to be Atiku's vote. He's not going to take as much votes away from Tinubu. Even as my brother, man of prestige, so I don't know, was speaking. Now, I think interjected to me, like, it was kind of like saying, I am going with Tinubu. I can tell you that a lot of people who like Tinubu, they are as strong, if not stronger, in support of Tinubu as the obedience. It is very difficult for you to take away a Tinubu's vote. People that love Tinubu, they love Tinubu. Tinubu has been loved for a very long time, and it's very, very passionate love, support Tinubu also enjoy. So it's not that easy to take away Tinubu. Now all this vote is going to be like, split over from the debacle of PDP North South arrangement. Okay, maybe you can take those away or something like that. But like Tinubu's supporters, you can't take Tinubu. There's no way you will convert MC Oluomo to obedient. There's no way. There's no way. Like as an example, like it is.
Are you sure? What if you give him some light-skinned Amaka that has big eyes? Amaka can make anybody do anything. Amaka can make any man do anything.
But can you do that more than Tinubu? Tinubu has been doing that anyway from time immemorial. Like before, it's a long-term plan. He's been doing long time. It's been a lot of. I mean, I think one day I sang to you, one man here. With all due respect for Bajani Koko, you will remember the song. You don't hit my car, Oyinbo repete. Tinubu, you don't hit my car, Owo repete. My life done better. Tinubu is known to be, everybody who loves Tinubu, from PDP you can take away easily. But I don't think Atiku will open his eyes if he wants to be in the race to allow Peter Obi to take 3 million. But I think for that, even for that reason, Thomas could have stayed in the bed because they can rely on Atiku not allowing with whatever it is that is going to happen organically with Peter Obi. You can expect an Atiku to go there to go and throw a grenade there,
All right, thank you, Fatai. We could listen to you forever, but for reasons of time, we must listen to Joel of Nashville. Check your Instagram. I left you a message there, and also to Niger as well. So check your Instagram. I left you a message as well. But the moment everybody has been waiting for, there's none other. The only one in that space, the Joel of Nashville, freshly back from Nigeria, full cheeked, because he has been assaulting the pounded yam so heavily. But here he is, Joel of Nashville, looking like a Jedi warrior. So Joel of Nashville to the conversation. We are now, could you believe it, for all of the screaming and shouting that we have been doing on this platform, in 5 or 6 weeks, we will shout no more, and then we can gather back together as we were before. So 5 to 6 weeks now from decision time, a lot has happened. The Agbado narratives, the hand-shaking narratives, the Obi and his SB Miller and the Pandora Papers. We've had all of that, but now we're 5 weeks away. So now looking forward from this point to the landing port, how does this journey birth Joel of Nashville? Unmute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. And one man, it's been an interesting journey. It's just like yesterday, we started this whole thing, and from the primaries, and Obi left, Tambawa gave Wike a stab at the back, and Ayu refused to resign. Tinubu picks a Muslim ticket. It's been a wonderful journey. Lessons learned. But this is where it is right now. We are not losing guard on this issue. It is 5 weeks to showtime, and within these 5 weeks, everybody will have to up their game, including the Labour Party, especially in the rural areas. The structure thing has a way of dealing with you, but I think the Peter Obi campaign have been able to work towards reaching out to those in the rural areas. This election will be like none before. One man, you put me on record today. Peter Obi is going to win this election. Put me on record today. And I know many people will say I am delusional. It's okay. There is no person in this election that has a clear cut towards victory. Let's look at it. Let me give you the pathway to Peter Obi. Like I've always said before, Peter Obi is going to do so well in the Southeast and do well in the South-South. Peter Obi will do well in Lagos.
In the other Yoruba states, I don't know how he will fare in those places. But I am thinking that Peter Obi should be able to get something from those areas. In the middle belt, Peter Obi is going to do so well in the middle belt. And in the northern Kaduna, Peter Obi is going to do well in those areas.
You mean
And
southern? You mean southern Kaduna?
Southern Kaduna, yes.
Yeah.
Peter Obi is going to do so well in southern Kaduna. And this is there, and you see, as time goes on, we've started to see that there are other tribes in some of these states. Like the other day, I was listening to a documentary on, I think it was Borno State. It happened to be that only in Borno you have over 79 tribes. I was surprised. So the issue there is that our inability in the South to go reach out to the people of the North in general, without just having this slave master kind of perception towards the North. I think it would have helped us a lot. What Peter Obi's candidacy has shown us, one man, is just this. It has shown us that many things we just keep thinking it in our head. You know, I remember when Peter Obi came out, right? I talked about the arrogance with which Kwankwaso, right? Kwankwaso rejected being Peter Obi's VP. Even what's his name again? And the Kwankwaso guy that used to be here, right? What's his name again? My boy.
Yeah, carry on. Oh, have we lost him? Can anyone hear me?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, carry on. You're freezing out. You're dipping in and out. You're frozen, Joel.
We can't hear you, Joel.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
now. Carry on.
Sorry, I think it was a network. Sorry, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it straight. Yeah. So they never believed that, you know, someone from the South, for some of us, the effect of the civil war is still living in us, including those in the Southeast and even in the Southwest. Because I remember when this Peter Obi thing came up, some people on this forum were saying, how can someone from the North vote for Peter Obi? How can someone from the North vote for Peter Obi? We shared all these sentiments. In fact, most of those narratives, when you look at the television, most of those narratives, when Peter Obi came out, were pushed by our brothers in the Southwest. No disrespect, no hard feelings. But that same view that they had, people from the Southeast also had that sentiment, shared that sentiment. And it has, in their own mind, created that division, that hate, like, you know, we against them. The coming out of Peter Obi showed us that Nigeria can be a united nation. The love shown to Peter Obi has changed many things. Like, you know, sometimes the intangibles, the Adebanjos, the OBJs, in future election, anyone that follows them or speaks for them is so free to come down to the Southeast to speak to whoever that they want to vote for. They have been able to build that bridge. Those are the intangibles. Those are the issues that I am talking about. That is how we won in the South. I was listening to Engineer. Engineer made a point, what Wike did, and I have said it on this forum. Wike was greedy. I have said it on this forum. Wike was greedy. He knew that that wasn't the storm of the South. In fact, I don't know who was playing Wike's campaign, you know, when he was, you know, trying to, when he was praying for the PDP slot. And you can see the way he was talking. He really wanted to be the president. There's no doubt about it, and nothing wrong with it. But he did not go with equity. They say, he who must come to equity must come with clean hands. Wike's hands was not clean. But he had a way of, deflecting from what happened. He now made it a southern thing. And people bought into it because it is a sentiment really shared by most people in the South that, those people in the North are being overbearing. And not just people in the North, the Fulanis are being so overbearing on our politics. And it is not like they are good administrators. The time that we make progress in this country is when a Southerner is in power. When the Southerners come in and build the economy, someone from the North comes in and, pieces it. If the person from the South does maybe a bad job, the person from the North comes in and make it worse. Make it worse, and take it down. So it's not like if the Fulanis were good administrators, if they were sincere administrators, if they give us their A-list into power, I believe that Nigeria will move forward. But you cannot keep grabbing onto something that you don't know nothing of. You do not know how to administer. You do not know how to lead a nation. You do not know how to talk to people. You do not know how to quell insecurity. Everything about you is politics, religion, tribe. You leave our borders porous for what? Oh, these are my brothers. Who says so? We cannot continue living in such condition. We know where our problems are coming from. The insecurity from the north was coming from Libya and all those other areas. Who were letting them in? It's us, the people of the north. For Atiku to come out and say 70% of people in the north does not have internet, that's to tell you the mentality of the average elite from the north. So what am I saying? Why am I touching everywhere? I'm touching all these things to tell you that we need a different direction. A direction where Peter Obi will come in and lead us right, take us away from this lane that we are on. I have told you guys that I don't really have problem with Tinubu. My problem are those around Tinubu. Those people around Tinubu, would they be able? Because our biggest problem, look at the budget that they just passed, 8.3 trillion on recurrent expenditure. My brothers and sisters, let me tell you, most of those monies go to extra codes. Traveling abroad. Look at Wiki. How many times has he gone to London? Is that not reverse state money? Certain things has to change. If we know how much these politicians waste whenever they leave from point A to point B, then talk less of coming to abroad. I have my experiences when we've hosted some politicians here and we went out. I know I have an experience of what it looks like. If you can go out on a night and spend over $5,000, then you now think, how much has this guy gotten from these people? So there need to be a change, whether you like it or not, whether you believe in it or not. If you were in Nigeria today, like I told some of you, I just came back from Nigeria. It is a mess. And I also said...
hold on. Man of Prestige equally just came back from Nigeria, actually later than you did, and he's full of glowing stories about Nigeria.
Yes.
Did you visit?
One man. Let me speak for myself. What I said was, when I was in Nigeria was one of the best time in terms of peace or whatever. Because when you go to Nigeria, it's in a different space. Here we work all the time and everything. So it's a different space.
Exactly.
But I didn't say everything is like rose and not like that, one man. Now, you know what I said. But that's how you talk anyway. Go ahead. Kedo Joel.
One nnukwu mmanwụ ahụrụ ana m ahụ gị.
Okay, go ahead, more.
Are you plotting to sell me to slavery? You think I don't understand that?
Why is it that
No, Mama, I listen.
one man, there's something I noticed, right? There's something I noticed. Like, this is just me and my, if I'm at work working with my Yoruba folks, right? They don't have problem. They can speak Yoruba like crazy, like they will speak. I do not care. Do you know the moment someone that speaks Igbo come in and I speak Igbo, they already originally think that I'm speaking about them. We are talking about them. I am telling you, this thing has been happening like everywhere I go. Like they'll be like, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? I don't know why that is, but
you know the funny thing. It's a bit like the English language and the German language. When people hear it, because there's a certain tonality to the German language that resonates with people in a particular sort of way. And I think that way well, carry on. You were talking us through how Obi was going to save us from the precipice of disaster.
Yes, one man. So that is the issue. That is where we are coming from. If you have been to Nigeria and you have a human heart, it is not just going to Nigeria to just like show off. If you have a human, I mean, you can still live your life, but you can still see them. When you start thinking, when you live here and you go to Nigeria and you see your citizen walking on the road, on the highway, you know it's not right. You know it's not right. So Nigerians must start looking at things. We should start looking at our citizens as, what do you actually deserve? If you live in a house and you don't have a pipe of water, is that what the kind of life you want to live? Is that the kind of life deserving of our citizen? I am talking about the basic. So for those of you who have your faith in Tinubu, there's no problem. If you have your faith in Atiku, there is no problem. But the only problem there is that you are part of the problem, because you have decided to toe the lines of those who have kept us where we are today. What Nigerians are asking for is just a new list of life, a new way of doing things.
Joel, can you hear Jale Koko?
No, I can't hear him.
I think can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, sir.
Okay. You are talking of no pipe on water. When Obi was governor, did he put pipe on water through the length and breadth of what do you call it? Anambra State.
I'm not in a position to answer that, because I do not know what.
Why are you not in a position?
You are. I do not know. I do not know.
You are talking about Lagos State. You are talking against Tinubu.
No. What I was saying right now. What I was saying right now was about governance in general in Nigeria. What do our citizens need? What do our citizens deserve? That's what I'm talking about.
So
some of the folks I saw on the road of Lagos were houses. When I asked them, they said they were from the IDP. Ajele Koko, you need to see these things to believe it. It is not a question of politics now. I'm talking about general. In general, what do our citizens need? What should be their basic needs? If we can provide the basic needs of our citizens, clothing, shelter, and housing, right? We can be able to say that this is what our citizens, that on the average, this is where our citizens are. That is my point.
So all the politicians are guilty of all these non-provision of basic need for the people or amenities for the people.
Oh, definitely. I'm not saying all. I'm not going to say all, because some really tried within the opportunities or available resources, when they came into power. That is it. I understand that.
How many affordable houses? How many low cost housing need they be built in Anambra for his 8 years reign in government?
Ajeleboko, you know, when you're talking about the issue of housing, Anambra State does not really have the issue of housing that much, right? Because when you look at the number of houses in Anambra State and you compare that to, many people just building houses and living it. So they have made like boys' quarters. So the issue of housing is not as bad as it is in Lagos State. So when I'm talking about, I know that he might have done some things on housing, but
so he didn't build low
time,
cost. He didn't build low cost. He didn't build low cost housing.
I
estate.
cannot verify. I cannot verify that because
can I ask Ajali something?
He didn't lay pipe-borne water around the state. So
you can't say it did not. No.
Aja,
You can't say it did not.
Let me ask Ajali something. Aja, have you been to Ajegule in your life? You know where that is?
Why not? What do you mean? I was born in Lagos, raised in Lagos. What do you mean?
But it doesn't matter. Have you been to Ajegule?
Why
I was in Ajegule. Have you been there?
What kind of question is that?
It's a question. What do you mean? What kind of question?
Ajegule, I grew up in Lagos. I know every nook.
Do you know how slum Ajegule is that I saw in my eye? I begin to cry. That's where I'm setting my charity organization. Do you know how bad it is?
When were you in Ajegule? When were you in Ajegule the first time?
This is the first time I've been to Ajegule, even I was in Lagos.
When was
this my visit? This is my visit.
When?
What do you mean when?
He said this is visit.
When was that? Which year now?
I was in Ajegule in December. What's wrong with you, Ajegule?
Come on, man.
I went to Ajegule. We're starting a charity organization there.
That is the way it was when all I mean, from time immemorial. That's how it has been.
Okay, I don't know how. I know it was bad, but I've never been there. I'm being very honest. I've never been there except this time. We are setting up a charity organization, so that made me want to cry. That really made me cry. Okay, I mean, I don't believe in charity. I believe in philanthropy, but in this time, I'm contributing to that. Believe me.
Now, let me tell you this. Hold on, man. Don't hold on to Ajegule alone. That in every part of that country, you have places like Ajegule. If you go to Anambra,
I don't know. I've never seen any place like Ajegule in the country.
You see places like Ajegule. It's every part of the country. There are places like
in Ajegule. Nigeria.
So yeah. If you go even to the riverine, to where you see the oil, to Rivers State, in Rivers State, in Bayelsa State, in Edo State, in Delta State, places that are worse than Ajegule exist.
No. I just talk about the number of people in Ajegule.
You can't even see a way to walk.
Forget about number of people. We are talking about condition of living of the people.
Condition of living and the amount of people living are two different things too. The number of people living in a particular place too.
Where the condition of their environment, you the
Ajali Koko. I was there. I remember the day. It was on the 16th of December. I was in Ajagule. That's the day we went and set up something. Then we went back again.
You just went to Ajagule for the first time. You got better. You are yelling.
What do you mean by that? I'm telling you what I'm saying.
We grew up in those places. What are you talking?
My brother, I'm telling you what I'm saying. Okay.
Worst places. If you go to Bayelsa, it's only one road leading into Bayelsa, one road in, one road out.
So
the situation is very deplorable there.
Have you been to Ogoni before? Have you been to Ogoni before?
Ogoni,
where they are making, they are exploring the oil that we are all enjoying the revenue today. Go and look at
it. Doesn't mean that their condition is not as bad. Their condition is not as bad. Where you have the oil, hold on, please. Let me explain to you now. Where you have the oil.
What are you saying? I have been there before. What do you mean?
Don't come into the houses now. Come on now. They have beautiful houses now, Ogoni now. You think you want to compare Ogoni? Ogoni has money. Ogoni get money. What they talk about this? Where they are drilling the oil, where they are drilling the oil, there are ways that needs to be cleaned up. But don't think that you can compare Ogoni to Ajegule. No, for you. How?
Oh, what are you? Oh, come on, man.
There are several roads. Hold on. There are several roads leading into Ajegule. but only one leading to Ogoni. So,
what are you talking? There are places in the riverine, in the oil producing area that are worse than Ajegule. That is what I'm telling you. Except you have never been there before.
What I'm trying to make
you
understand.
Go to Ogoja, you go to all these
where you
places,
have the oil spillage,
it is
where you have the
horrible.
oil
You cannot
spillage,
believe that human beings are living like this.
Hold on. Where you have the oil spillage, it's different from where the people live.
Forget
so
before oil spillage. Forget about oil spillage. We are talking about condition of people that they live on top of water. They don't drink good water.
Oh no, you can talk about the Elajes now. The Elajes in Lagos now, they're also there too, right?
They are all over those places. We are talking about they are in Anambra, they are in all those places. What are you talking about?
We don't have people living on
Lagos, you can see the worst of the worst condition. Worst of the worst condition of living are all over the
no place like Lagos for Imo State.
If you have the population in Lagos, definitely you look Ajele Koko. If you have the population the way you have it in Lagos State, there are bound to be places like that. Even in New York, you still have hoods in New York, but you can still make that hood a better place, a livable place. If in the United States we have hoods in the United States, you can ghetto. But you can still make ghetto look a little bit nice. They can still have pipe-borne water in a ghetto. They can still have access to healthcare in a ghetto. In Ajegule, even though there is a part of Ajegule, there's this other part that they cleared and they started building some good houses. But when you go to the shanties, you cannot see a shanty kind of place in the United States here. Talk less of even I'm talking even in Anambra State, you cannot see that kind of shanty with that amount of people. You get where I'm coming from. So we need to clean up. We need a new direction on how we do things. If we are even saying that Lagos was working in a place like Ajegule, and you're saying that Tinubu has the heart of
so is Lagos you want to start the clean up?
Let me see my line of thought. If you are even saying that he even care about the people, Ajegule is as old as Lagos. The Elajes living on the water is as old as Lagos. Those people would have been given priority. They would have been given priority. How old is Ajegule? How old is Lagos? Before they even built Lekki, they should have made Ajegule a priority. That is the point.
So
but
you don't have. So
you
don't have. My point is that we have places like Ajegule, even in the east, in Anambra State, in other part of. Hold on. That is my point. You have places like that, even worse than Ajegule, but you don't want to mention all those ones, but you want to focus on Ajegule, you want to focus on Lagos. Why don't you talk about all this?
Your own line of thought is that, so if it is okay, if it is in Lagos, then it should be everywhere. It's okay to be everywhere.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
My own point
is not what I'm saying, because
general,
every time
our
you want to talk,
should not be living in such condition.
Every time you are always focusing on anything negative on Lagos.
That's where I stay. That's where I stay.
Every time.
That is why. It's where I stay. It's where I stay. So I have the right to.
So you don't stay in Anambra. You don't know anything about Anambra, where you came from.
My villa
you don't see anything bad in Anambra, where you came from, but only in Lagos.
Oh, no. And we have, you can see the kind of leaders we'll be elected in Anambra State. We've been trying. We went from Ngige to Peter Obi. From Peter Obi.
How well have you people handled the erosion problem in Anambra State?
The governors did their
How well have you guys handled it? You don't handle the erosion. Erosion continues to eat your land every day. But you never talk about that, but you want to talk about Ajegule in Lagos or everything in Lagos. You want to talk, they don't have pipe-borne water, whereas you don't have pipe-borne water. Obi did not provide you pipe-borne water when he was there for 8 years. This one that is rolling you now, he never provided pipe-borne water. What are you talking about?
in failures. I am talking about my own environment.
Yeah, your audio has dipped down quite heavily, Joel.
Oh, wow. Is it okay now?
Marginally, but not significantly. It's just like a whimper. It's like a whimper now.
Oh wow, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I mean,
Look at that. That's for running down Ajegule. You should not run down Ajegule. You see, Indugurudu has come to interfere with.
no. One thing you don't know about Ajegule. One thing you don't know about Ajegule is you have one of
Try and listen back. You see, we can barely
You
hear
is not there. That's what you get for disputing with Ajalikoko. You see what Ajalikoko just
just go to bed, man. We they tell you, no, they talk bad about Lagos State. Lagos State, they feed you. They talk bad about Lagos State. What did they do? You? No, the Lagos State, you take all the money where you they take, they do yanga everywhere. They make it possible for you to build house. When you travel go Nigeria, you stay on top of yash. They travel from Lagos to Ekpe on top of water. They talk about. Come on, man, stop that.
Ajalikoko.
All right, Joel, we can barely make you out anymore.
Okay. Let me.
One man, make you let you have Nasby go now.
Go out and come back. Go out and come back.
Go out and come back. So go out and come back so we can land on Man of Prestige. But Man of Prestige, coming to you next. But before I come to you, let me do a bit of Joel just left us. So let me do a bit of administrative stuff just to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Ayo Joe joins Kulata and Man of Prestige in the super chat space. Only to add this to the conversation, he says, why is Ajanle Koko making things about Obi alone? Joel is saying things in general, not about Lagos. So I thank you for the super chat, but he was referencing Ajekunle, and that's specifically about Lagos. But thank you for the super chat, Ayo Joe. And it looks as though Play Summer joins the super chat gang. Only to add this to the conversation. So this is Play Summer. It says homeless people in California where MOP lives in the this is specific to Americans, so Americans will understand what this means, I suspect. Homeless people in California where MOP lives in the U.S. are far more... sorry, something just knocked it off my screen. One last time. Homeless people in California where MOP lives in the U.S. are far more than the homeless people in Lagos. So yes, thank you for that, Play Summer. The homelessness in America is almost epidemic to the point of being pandemic, but it's a silent space that they don't like to talk about. But we're all aware the homelessness in America almost ungodly. If you go to where did we go? I forgot where we went to for that wedding. It was quite an.
Is that Washington D.C.?
No. Where did I go to in America when I came just a few weeks ago?
I thought it was in Maryland,
Pennsylvania.
No, but
New Jersey.
No, it was in Pennsylvania. Yes.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Is that Philadelphia or Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Philadelphia. We went to Philadelphia. Philadelphia. The homelessness. It was quite. I was staggered. I was staggered.
It's like that in big cities. It's like that.
Hey, one man, I think Play Summer was referring to me when he said, "Yeah, it was." It was referring to me about the homeless in California.
All right. You are a Caliban because you are you the slum lord? Are you one of those people that are you one of those slum landlords that you own all of the properties and keep people in
No,
shanties?
I don't own I don't own the property. I don't live in LA, but to be honest, we have a rapid homeless in LA, but where you have the worst of the homeless is in San Francisco.
It's only because you have the weather that is not that pronounced, but
it's terrible in San Francisco. Okay, it's the most liberal city, in the whole country. But but the homeless is like epidemic over there to a different level. Yeah.
All right. So now that Play Summer has discovered the super chat, it decides to use it one more time. It says celebrities like Daddy Shoki, Shoke, celebrities like Daddy, whatever it is, and more still live in Ajagunle. So Daddy Shoke or Daddy Shoki.
Daddy Shoki.
Daddy Shoki. So celebrities like Daddy Shoki and more still live in. I think there's one Burna Boy who prides himself in living in one of those ghettoized spaces in Lagos. He comes from there, and he
Burna Boy.
I'm not sure if it's Burna Boy or there's one at that level. There's this girl that dates Wadamaya that went looking for him, and then I saw her going to one of these ghettoized spaces. Yes.
Yeah, one man. No. Well, we are not trying to discourage that area. You know, had been some prominent people that came out from that area, even football. You know, some of our best footballers. I don't know.
No. Oh, hold on. No, look at Ayo that is trying to out me. Daddy Shoki. Did I mispronounce it? What are you? What are you trying?
Daddy Shoki. That's what I was telling you. Is Daddy Shoki?
No. Daddy Shoki. Yes. Daddy Shoki. Yeah, Daddy Shoki. Yeah. It's not a Yoruba word.
No, he's a guy from the creek now, but
so why would
he's a popular musician now in the 90s.
I thought it was a skit maker. I didn't even know.
No. It was a popular reggae musician.
Don't embarrass yourself with Daddy Shoki. Everybody knows
Ajali. You mean he came from Ajagule?
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
Daddy Shoki.
he grew up in Ajagule. He grew up there. He started his music career there, and that's why he continued to live there. So, and he's doing to his community. He's helping his community there, doing a lot of stuff. So,
I don't know, Ajali. You know, I don't mean to discredit the area. Maybe the place that I went, it was like a hinterland. It was full of water. I mean, maybe they took us to the worst place for us to see. I mean, the place I saw was terrible. Okay, I mean, water everywhere, no road, everything is impassable. Where people live seem like being submerged with water. You know, I don't know. Maybe we went to the worst of the worst place.
Yeah. I think I'm not disputing you. I mean, Ajagule should have. Government should have transformed that place and make it.
Ajagule. I mean, even the market. It took us almost an hour to get out from that market. I don't know traffic.
Hold on. Sorry. I think Ayo is trying to put me on the spot, but let me defend myself somewhat. You know, I'm not really a music person. I dipped out of music in the Majek Fashek space. That was my memory of music is to the Majek Fashek space. So anything between the Majek Fashek space and now this Davido's phase.
Daddy Shoki was around that time of Majek Fashek.
Yeah, I know Majek Fashek. I know Blackie. I know Blackie. So all those spaces, and then Charlie Boy when they came out, Chris Okotie. So that phase,
I don't know why you don't know Daddy Shoki. Daddy was very popular. Like
maybe it didn't do anything, but anything between those Chris Okotie. Charlie Boy when he came out, Blackie, Majek Fashek, all of that. Between that and now this Davido phase, anything in between that, I don't know.
Sorry, Mama, can I interject 1 second?
Yeah.
One man, I think please don't defend the defense you put up it makes it even more embarrassing. Don't defend it. If you cannot say you know Majek Fashek, but you didn't know it's like that's like. But then Majek Fashek is like, who cares? Nobody. But you don't know that it's Shoki. That's like, come on, man.
Daddy Shoki came up during the same time with Majek Fashek. It was in the 90s.
What was his hit song?
That is his song. Shoki, show. If you see my mama,
no, I don't know that song. Let me tell you my era. When you talk about people like Onyeka Owenu and Dora Ifudu, you know, I used to. If you say Dora Ifudu, then I can have a conversation with you till. But I don't know that the show. But apologies. But now I'll go and educate myself. But So I wasn't trying to put on anything
If you Google it, you can.
other than yeah.
But one
If
man, you
you
were right, because after the Majafashek era,
Yeah.
that was when we started having the next era was the Shoki era. So
Yes.
so we
Yeah,
had the
so I don't know that phase. I don't know that
so we
phase.
had it at the Shoki, we had the Fresh.
No. They were in the same time. Oh, they are in the same 90s. I mean, Majek
No,
Fashek,
I'm talking
Daddy
I'm talking
Shoki, they are in the same. It's the same period of time. They are in the same
no,
90s.
there was that,
They all
that
came up
kind
in
of
the
music was
90s.
different, right? That
Huh?
kind of music was different, right? You know, the time
It's
of
reggae. He
that,
was playing reggae too, like Majek Fashek.
you know, they started using all those garala music, all those, you know, little words there.
Jegule now, waiting the
Yeah,
talk.
so now that was where I was
Jegule
coming from.
reggae.
Yeah, so anyway, it was mostly reggae though. It was reggae like.
So am I right not to be aware of him? Your things he's trying to corner me like I'm putting it on somewhat.
One man, but don't you? The wedding you went to, you didn't dance to Davido or Whiskey or any of that.
No. Can you imagine me dancing? It
Oh
will
my
be
God.
it will be the no. There was no. I know whiskeys. I know this phase now.
This
I
phase
know
is now okay.
I know this phase now, and I knew the
Yeah.
phase from that we were describing. Dora Ifudu, the
Okay.
Blackie, but in between that, you know, I dipped out of music. You know, because I'm not really that much of a music person
Yeah.
anyway.
So
Yeah, but
we
yeah.
had the Manufacturing era, then came the Shoki era where you had all those that the Fresh and all those guys.
Should we
Then-
even be listening to you? Are you not the one that told us that Nollywood started from Igbo land? Remember when you came there and said that?
I said Nollywood started. I know what I was saying, and I
You
did I say that
don't
Nollywood started
shack
from Igbo land?
Gogoro.
I don't think it was me.
But
Remember
don't
when
drink
he said that?
Gogoro.
Yes.
No. I
And
said no.
Ola came in and attacked you.
One man. I said
Ola
that.
came in and
I
attacked
said
you.
that. I said that the new generation Nollywood,
Hmm.
right? The new generation Nollywood was started by this guy they call Ned Nebwe that comes from Mbidi. That was the first Nollywood. I'm talking about Nollywood because when Nollywood came out, the first movie that made everybody like wow was Living in Bondage. Then Cycle of Doom. Then you now have the glamour girls of this world, Neka, all those people there, you know. So that was where I was coming from. But the Nollywood, not the Nigerian movie industry, when they said it was Nollywood, that was when the people that started Nollywood we started Nollywood with Living in Bondage. Which we had this guy speaking for Labour Party now, Kenneth Okonkwo. Yeah, that he was the star actor in that movie. So that's a bit of history. For
One man.
So
Don't you know how to dance Kiss Daniel? The cough and buga.
Do you know how to dance Kiss Daniel? You yourself.
The cough and buga. Oh, I'm a
Because
music icon now. What are you talking about? So don't mess with me about music, okay?
You look even more straight-laced than me. So
You may be better than me in other things, but when it comes to music, na me be baba now.
Well,
okay.
it depends. But we'll put that to the test one of these days.
Okay. So one man, what I was trying to say, right, is because I heard some people say homelessness in California. No, homelessness and ghetto are two different things. So when I was talking, if anyone can take a picture of where you have open drainage system in any of the ghettos in the United States, you come, I'll give you $10,000. You can see that shit. So what I'm just trying to make you understand is that if you have the amount of guns that we have in the United States and you have it in Nigeria, you cannot go to Ajegule. That is the fact. So my point is that the homelessness are homelessness. We have so many homeless people in the United States and in democratic run states or counties, right? So it is just there. We know all these things. So what I'm just saying is that our citizens deserve better in general, not just in Lagos State. Now, I might talk about Lagos State because that is where I normally land. Anambra State, I have talked about Anambra State a couple of times. I can talk about Imo State. I can talk about Port Harcourt. These are areas that I have lived in. I can give you individual things that I have noticed about all these states and the people's character, the people's attitude. Right? So I can tell you all these things. So, but my own thing is that we are concentrating on an issue, so I don't want to over labor the issue. So that is where I normally just pick up my Lagos thing and use it at a point. So not just Lagos. It's a general thing that leaders around Nigeria do not care on the average about their citizens. You see, and this is where I am coming from. So one man, just I don't want to take much of your time. Obi is coming. Whether you like it or not, Obi is coming. You might say I'm delusional, it's still okay. But the people of Nigeria are tired. The people of Nigeria have noticed that the leaders that we have today and the ones that are coming in to pick up their place are not doing enough to help or ameliorate the sufferings of the people. Like I said earlier on, our debt by next year May will be 77 trillion naira. If it does not scare you, at 77 trillion naira, there is no way our exchange rate will remain at 750. It will be above 1,000 at that amount.
You know, it would like but anyway. I suppose you have a point. I don't want to label that, but
but woman, that's the reality. I'm just telling you what it's going to be. Just brace up for it.
No, forget all that. It depends on how the person that takes over the governance, how he repositions the economy. So that's just what it depends on.
No, woman, do you know how much of this budget we are borrowing? 21 trillion. We are only getting 10 trillion. Then we are going to source for over 12 trillion.
No, so sorry, we've had this conversation before. Nigeria is under borrowed in comparison to its GDP.
Yes,
we're not over leveraged, if that is what you're saying.
No. We in comparison to our GDP, we still have leverage. But the issue there is that what percentage of our budget is being used to service debt? That is what you have to be looking at.
Yes.
If those things that were borrowed,
No. A lot of that can be ironed out through rescheduling, renegotiating, and then an expansion of the economic space. So it's not anything that cannot be handled.
No. Yes, you say it's not something that cannot be handled, but it will be hard. It is not just easy.
Not necessarily. Not
No,
necessarily.
Woman, it will be, and especially if the person comes in and start behaving like a Buhari, then it's over. So
well, yes, that's the point. So but Buhari is an anomaly. Buhari is a barely educated man who has a binary outlook on life, which is wrapped around tribe and religion. But there is nobody in the field, even including Atiku, that is as narrow in Buhari in worldview. So nobody that comes in next would not move us from where we are to a better place.
I believe so too. I believe that we cannot have it as bad as Buhari, no matter how we want to look at it. But the thing there is that one man. So that is my point. If we're going to move away from Buhari, let's move away from Buhari into someone that can give us a pathway. A pathway. We know that we have a direction where we are headed. We are not saying it's going to be a miracle, but at least we say this is where we are headed. It is clear, it is well defined, and if we can get the cost of governance, cut all those things down, I believe that Nigeria will be a great nation. We have all the resources. We have even most importantly, the human resources to do so. I am not afraid if Nigeria is going to bounce back, but we just need someone right to, push us in the right direction. Thank you, one man, and God bless you all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel of Nashville. So we go on to man of prestige who joins us then to document his thoughts. So share your thoughts with us, man of prestige, and then we start to take closing remarks.
All right, I'm not going to be that long anyway. I just want you to document my own permutation. That's all. Everybody has flogged everything about Atiku this, Buhari this, everybody this, Wike. So I'm not going to go there. But before I proceed, Kedo, do you hear what I said?
Odema. Yes, I said Odema.
Okay. Oh, great. I'm glad.
Yes.
Anyway, let me give you my permutation because we flog everything, so I'm not going to be beating around the bush. I just want you to document my own permutation because I believe a lot of people have formatted their own permutation. So this is me. Go here. All right, let's go. Southeast. Anyway, before I proceed, whomever win, I think anybody that come in will be definitely better than Buhari. Remember what I told you one month before I'm going home this time. Nigeria is a good place, believe me, but we just need somebody better than Buhari. Nigeria is going to be a better place. I'm trying to be optimistic. Okay, I'm not going to look down on Nigeria the way I've been in the past years. So let's be optimistic about Nigeria. So having said that, this is my own permutation. I'm giving it to Obi, but if he doesn't win, it doesn't win. Life goes on. In the Southeast, Obi is going to have at least 70% of the whole Southeast. At least, I'm giving you a minimum. In the South, Obi is going to win all the whole South, but he's going to have the most in Rivers State and Edo State. But definitely, he's going to have about 35% in Ebonyi and Cross River. In that play, I think he's going to win it, and the other part is going to come in. In Lagos State, Obi is going to win. Tinubu is going to win Lagos State. Obi is going to get about 35 to 40%. I'm not sure in any Southwest, beside Lagos State, I'm not sure for any other Southwest how Obi can do. If Obi can get 25%, this is just my own objective opinion. I don't know, but I hope he can get 25% in some other place. I don't know, maybe Ogu or something like that. If he's going to get any 25%, maybe in Ogu State. Then when you go to North Central, Obi is going to clear the whole North Central except Kogi and Kwara State. Going to Northwest and Northeast. I don't know. I'm trying to be, I don't know about that, but he's going to get 25% in Kaduna. But other part of Northwest and Northeast, I don't know what's going to happen. But overall, when it comes to the overall voting, number of votes, Obi is going to have the highest number of votes. The one I'm not sure is 25% from 24 states. How far he's going to go on that? So that's in doubt. That's how I see that. In the final analysis, if Obi doesn't win in the straight ballot, it's going to be a second ballot. That's how I see it. Take it to the bank, one man. So we remember what I said at the end of February. We come back here to analyze what we just said. That's all I have to say today, one man.
All right, Brian.
Yeah, that's all I need.
All right, thank you. Stay for the closing remarks. So we sweep it up now to, you all know where we're going to land, of course, the father of the bride, the Don Juan of our Dallas South Central. But before we get to the Don Juan of our Dallas South Central, let's take the closing remarks from our engineer, who I suspect may have gone to bed. The last time we heard from him, I heard sleep in his voice. Are you asleep already, engineer? Yes, I thought it would be. So thank you, engineer, for your company, and congratulations to for what you told me earlier on in the day. So thank you, engineer, who continues to do well. Every day he tells me of another good news or the other. So may the good news continue to come to you, engineer. Thank you, engineer. So from engineer, let's go on to Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville, who insists that Nollywood came from Abakaliki Central.
Woman, thank you very much. Woman, I want to state this: it's countdown. It's countdown. The gloves are off. Some people feel like maybe I am rude, but I am respectful, but I always try to, push my point, and some people get uncomfortable with that. So that doesn't mean I'm insulting anybody. But if you're in Nigeria or you're a Nigerian and you do not feel like pushing down the wall because of what is happening in Nigeria, then you are part of the problem. So for me, the gloves are off. In this election, everybody is here to sell their market. I will sell my market, and if it means that I'll be aggressive about it, I will be aggressive about it. I'll be respectful, but I'll be more daring when it comes to the issue that has to do with Obi, because it's not just about Obi, it's about Nigeria. Nigeria needs a new lease of life. Nigeria needs to change. Nigeria deserves better. I said that it was not all gloomy picture when I went to Nigeria. The people of Nigeria, the ingenuity amongst the people of Nigeria, especially the youths, both male and female, cannot be denied. And the inclusion of women also into our politics is long overdue. So we have to start getting things right. Because with everything that we have been doing, a male-dominated government, it has not been working. So it's a whole lot of things that we need to change in Nigeria to bring that sense of inclusivity, give that sense of inclusivity to every one of us out there. You cannot fight any war with one of your hands tied to your back. Or in the case of Nigeria, I think our 2 legs are tied, our 2 hands are tied, we can only talk. So by any means, we have to move out there and change the things that has tied our legs and tied our hands. I believe that if all cylinders in Nigeria are firing, there's no country in the world that will beat us. We are the shining light of the world, but it will take people like us that thinks out of the box to get us to where we are. And that's the reason why Peter Obi is our choice. Thank you very much, one man and one man show. Thank you to my fellow panelists, and I wish you all the best. Happy New Year to those that have not told that to. Thank you very much, one man, and let's do it again tomorrow. Bye.
All right, thank you, Joel. So that's Joel of Nashville. Of course, it's Joel of. You don't need to be introduced to Joel of Nashville. There's only one of him, and thank God for that. So only one Joel of Nashville, and another one of a man of prestige. He used to come here as king of Igbo land or something. What king were you before you decided to go for man of prestige? So Oba of San Diego, I remember. Oba of San Diego.
Well, I started with obedience. From there, I went to Oba of San Diego. I think I came with Oba of Lagos. Oba of Lagos. Then I came with Oba of San Diego. Then I finally settled with man of prestige. After my wife's endorsement, like I told you, the greatest endorsement somebody can get is from their wife. So that's where
I agree. I agree. Why am I able to spend all this time on the internet? It's only because my wife permits it. But
exactly. But anyway, having said that, one man, thank you very much. The platform is very lovely. I come here sometimes with in a bombastic form, but I think since I came back from Nigeria, my thinking about Nigeria has been re-engineered, so I have a soft place for Nigeria right now because, like I said, I've been gone, from the country for a long time. I only go visit every 3 years or less, but recently, since I've been to Nigeria recently, I spent about a month or so, I have a soft place for Nigeria. Like I said, my thinking about Nigeria has been re-engineered right now. Nigeria is a very good place. We just need a very good leadership, just reasonable leadership, to take us to the next level. So, but having said that, we come here and permutate and everything just for fun, it doesn't mean it's, like you said, it's an academic exercise. Nobody has the right opinion on what's going to happen, but it's good to analyze, like for me, I go to different forums, but I enjoy this forum before, because we have diverse opinion. I'm going to one platform where you listen to everybody. Everybody's talking the same. Everybody has the same belief. Every now and then, I go there, share my view, I don't counterize. But this platform, I'll be honest, and I'm not trying to boost your ego, okay? It's one of the best because we have diverse opinion. We make it very, very, very good. But anyway, having said that, I'm supporting Obi, and I think Obi is going to win because of what he's going to implement. Because the problem with Nigeria is not the implementation of the import substitution, but you have to have the engine, to implement that substitution. Then you can produce, like he said, from production to consumption. That is possible to be happening through Obi in manifesto, and that's going to be achievable. But if Obi don't win, Asiwaju win, we are good. Atiku win, I don't know, but we see what happens. But anybody that win, hopefully, we want a better Nigeria. That's what I hope. Okay, one man. So we all can go home. Go to Asaleke, go to Ajagule, go to
Isaleko. Look at
people
people were mocking me just now, but you can't pronounce Isaleko. It's Isaleko, not Asaleke.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Isaleko.
It's still my hometown, Niger. That's all I care. Thank you, one man.
All right, a real delight. Always a delight in your company, man of prestige, as you know. So that's man of prestige. Join us again. You know where we are, and you know when we are there. So thank you, man of prestige. So from man of prestige to the Yoruba German, as has been rebranded by Vigets for
time. One man, I have to come in. I mean, I would have loved to come in with a German greeting, but I think it's better to come in to rescuing you. I think it's interesting to rescue you. One man, if you said like if you couldn't pronounce Baba Frayo, you could be forgiven. Like Daddy Shoki came and overtook Baba Frayo, so you could be forgiven, but not recognize.
Yeah, but I don't even know who Baba Frayo is.
I know. Now I don't expect you to know. If you say you don't know that they should take back your Nigerian passport.
No, but it would have been outside of my era. That's just the thing.
No,
and I was never really into music, like I was saying. I still am not. I can't remember the last time I listened to music. I don't listen to music for leisure. If I'm in a party and they are playing music, then that's fair enough. But I don't listen to music for. But that's my defense anyway. I don't know. I blame this on Ayo. Ayo is the one that is trying to pin me down. What are you doing, Ayo?
One man, don't defend it. Daddy Shoki was more than music. It was a phenomenon. If you were drinking water, you will hear the name Daddy Shoki. Like,
all right. I will go and Google it. I'll go and YouTube him after this session.
My mama Ozana, tell them so. Man, that come on, man.
I know that song though. I know that song.
Another way. I've never heard it. Like I've never heard it before. That you don't know that it's Shoki. Like the way you even pronounced it. Daddy Shoki, Daddy Shoka. Like what?
No. I said Daddy Shoki or Shoki. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows I'm bad with names. So
it took me a few rounds. No, that it was not just about music. It was a landmark character.
It's to my shame that I don't know him, and I'm not just saying I know. Well, I have to go and look him up. I'll go and look him up now, and then I'll say oh ho or ha ha. But I cannot. Even as we're talking now, I cannot envision him. I just don't know the guy. So what can I say?
One of the things that made him also resonate is that he made this can-do attitude, like a guy from the ghetto, and with sheer luck and talent, just like like a man from Ajegule, like say that song, like if you see my mama, it was like it was a blowout. Tell them say oh are they for ghetto, like it was really a phenomenon. That Shoki was a phenomenon. That Shoki was a phenomenon.
All right, carry on. I'm going to actually just look him up now. People are trying to corner me into a spot that I don't belong, and I'm blaming Ayo, who is trying to. Okay, let me see. Daddy Shoki. Key.
So from a very pleasant space of
No, I don't know him. I
oh
do
my.
not know this guy. No, I've just brought him up now. I don't know this fella. But carry on.
No, no. So from the very pleasant space of Danishoki, my last comment, they are not going to be as interesting. Actually, they're going to be. I think everybody will view it as anticlimax. Not the second one, not as much, but the third one, really anticlimax. The second one is, I was laughing as the man of prestige was giving us his predictions. Like so, okay, the Southeast.
I beg your pardon, but sorry, but and Ayo, thank you for putting me on the spot. But I'm just looking this guy up now. So his music was 14, 16 years ago. Is that the era? Because I'm looking at his
Should have been.
huh?
Should have been around there.
14, 16 years ago.
Should have been.
No, it was no,
early
it was
20s, early
in the
2000s.
90s. It was in the 90s.
No, but early 2000, he blew up. He blew out or whatever.
Is it 2000? No, I
Yeah.
think it was in maybe 97, 98, 99 or so.
That the
So,
Shoki, I think, preceded bus driver.
So
Danfo
I've
driver.
got
Danfo
Danfo
driver.
driver. Yeah, that's his
That the
greatest
Shoki was
hit.
their father, I think.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that's his greatest hit. I've got him on the screen now, so you can see it. It says Danfo driver, which was 14
no,
years
that's not that the
14
Shoki.
years ago.
That the Shoki is different from Danfo driver. That the Shoki
All right.
the second one, the one shirtless, the shirtless one.
All right. Okay. Zule Zoo.
No, those are not that the Shoki.
Oh, okay. What's it say?
Somebody called my name.
Somebody called my name. Okay,
name,
somebody
Shoki.
called my name. That was 16 years ago.
Did you live
16
in
years.
Lagos at all? Did you live in Lagos at
I
all?
lived in Oregon. I schooled in Maryland.
There's no way you live in Lagos at all that you never heard that. It's not possible that Diana, fine. Well, these are great, like everywhere. I mean,
Yeah, but he was 16. It was 16 years ago, which is outside of my loop. But don't worry, I'll have to go and listen to him because I'm blaming Ayo. Ayo's put me. Ayo, you want to make me look. You want to make me look bad. Look at this guy.
They have to take your Nigerian passport, one man. Revoke it.
And give me a German. And give me a German one like you. Like you. All right, moving swiftly on. Ayo, go. I will catch you later. But carry on.
Let's move. Yeah. Let's move to the dull topics of politics. So, man of prestige said Peter Obi is going to win 35% in Lagos. But how much is PDP? So he said Tinubu is going to win Lagos. So I assumed by that, if he gives Peter Obi 35 for Tinubu to win, Tinubu will win like, let's say, 40%. So how much is Tinubu going to win? How much is Showore going to win? How much is Abiola this thing going to win? How much is Prince Adewale or whatever his name is going to win? So it's always very funny. This is where it just goes in circles for me. So, like they say, Peter Obi is not a tribal anything. The supporters are not tribal. He's national, but he will win the whole of Southwest 70 to 100%. But the people of Yoruba, they will lose their own father's house. Only, but Peter Obi will win his own tribe. But the Yoruba will not win their own tribe. But Peter Obi is not tribal. Like, exactly what you have to stop. This is just it's too comic. You can't say Peter Obi is going to win. He's going to carry the whole of the Southeast without having his party doesn't have a presence in the Southeast. Then you are at the same time you say Yoruba people with their party very strong in the Southwest, they are not going to, Peter P is going to still come and win them. What is more tribal than this? This is tribal. You are playing up the tribe, and everybody is going to push back. But anyway, but that's just by the way. The one is really anti-climate. I think everybody is going to punch me for that. Actually, I don't really go along too much with the Buhari narrative. Buhari is very consistent. Buhari is governance policy has always been austerity, Buhari was known before. There's the direction of that Buhari is going. It's almost the same as the direction he went before when he was head of state or whatever they called it. The only thing that is different, it was back then, he sent all the corrupt people, he locked up all, he sent all the, I mean, the people he found as corrupt, he sent them all to, he locked them all up, sent them to jail. But in this time around, it's kind of like more mellow. That's probably the only, but the economics of Buhari is essentially same. Buhari is economic is like a raw economy. Everybody is feeling this economy so much because it's raw. And sometimes it's a good thing to feel something raw. Then the people who have a brain can come up with solution to say exactly as it's going. Before now, we've been having candy economy. They are giving subsidy to bring rice into the company. They are giving subsidy, but the subsidy is not for the people. So they are giving us something. That's why now, when all these things are removed, the economy is like a raw in our face. Now you can think it's bad because it's like everything is, but at the same time, if you look at it from another perspective, it's better to see it raw so that you can develop a solution. But if you don't see before now, it's not the economy we had, nobody really understood what is going on. You know, it's not, you can't know anything. It's not predictable. You can't design a coherent policy when all they were doing is giving people money to import rice. Now this guy is giving people money to plant the rice or whatever to do the production. It has not yielded fruit, it's at early stage. If we keep going in that direction, it will only improve. The next guy that comes in is only going to build on Buhari. All of these guys, all of these candidates, they are so unfair to Buhari. Now I can understand Nigerians; they are feeling it, but the candidates are so unfair, and the media, not to explain to Nigerians that this is a new direction. This is like away from the Obasanjo subsidy economy. We were running subsidy economy. Subsidy economy. They give subsidy to to themselves to be importing things into the country, and you can't understand. You can't calculate anything. You can't design anything. You can't design anything on with regard to the economy. Now this guy has come. Fine, he doesn't know. Buhari himself doesn't really know economy, because if you know economy, there were many policies that were he left these guys, his lieutenants to handle, which if you know anything of economics, you're not going to allow to happen. We allow a lot of things to happen, and when they see the result, then they try to pull back. But the people have already felt it, and that's it really is the problem. You know, somebody comes in who understands a little bit better economy is going to take it from there. They're not going to do there's only two, either they are going to go back to subsidy economy just to make to placate the people, but in the end, that is a poison. We are going to come back into the same problem 50 years down, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road. If we keep going in this direction, of course, people will come in and open up their brain and design new economic policies to handle what we. One of them that is being proposed now, an original idea coming from, I mean, everybody will say I'm talking to the good one, but it's still already a commodity market. All of these things are going, they're going to develop a commodity market, and that will counter the price, price going up, whatever I'm going to call it, of the commodities. Different, they will try that, you know, it will elevate a little bit, maybe then they will design, it will keep advancing. But all of them, economy, security, everything, they are all cashing out on Buhari because they are all going to develop on what Buhari has built up. Now, Buhari couldn't take it further by himself because he doesn't understand it. But the other people, but it doesn't mean he hasn't. Buhari has shifted the outlook of the country with regard to economy, with regard to the economy.
All right, Fatai, bring it home in a couple more sentences, Fatai.
Yeah, and that's it. And then my last comment is that my own prediction is if Tinubu wins, I think Yemi Cardozo is going to be maybe CBN governor or Minister of Finance. I think I'm looking at who is going to be in the cabinet. And I think Yemi Cardozo will be in the cabinet.
All right. What qualifies it? This is rhetorical for next time you come to join us. So you then talk us through because we have to start assembling the cabinets either for Tinubu or Peter Obi as the outlier. So Yemi Cardozo, you've picked a name. So we'll explore that space in upcoming conversations. So Fatai, you see why I asked you to spend more time with us. They place blossoms anytime you turn up. So there is Fatai delighting us with a vast knowledge and experience. So that is Fatai, a German Yoruba political analyst. Can you imagine that? A German Yoruba political analyst.
German Greek Yoruba.
A German Yoruba political analyst. So there it is, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. Enjoy the rest of your day. So from Fatai, of course, you know where we are going. The man with the golden gun, the daddy of them all, the one of one, Ajale Koko. A good session, Ajale Koko, I would say.
A fantastic one indeed. Fantastic one. And every panelist contributed. Their contribution was very, very, very meaningful and factual based. And this is what we want. And that's what makes this platform different from other platforms. This is a number one platform. This is a platform that allows diverse opinion on issues and no gagging, no stereotyping, no suppression of diverse opinion here. So I think everybody did good. Fatai, Jewel of Nashville, Man of Prestige, DOG, engineer. I just want to thank everybody for being part of the session this evening. So, and one man, the election to me in this presidential race, this presidential race to me rather is between Tinubu and nobody, meaning that Tinubu will win the election. And what I mean by nobody is that PDP that will have been a very strong party in this race have divided themselves into four. Obi in Labour was part of PDP. And Southeast that used to be one of the strongest holders of PDP is now lost by PDP to Labour Party now. Let's just consider that he is gone. So South is shaky. It's not guaranteed. PDP might win in the South, but it's not going to be convincingly the way it used to be. Kwankwaso is a PDP too. Now he left PDP. All the votes that will have gone to PDP. He has shattered them in northern part of Nigeria. So see the way PDP is being sliced and cut into pieces. And then we have those 1 are 3, Kwankwaso, Obi, and Atiku. And now we see Wike group. That's another group in PDP that would not, that look likely to take away some votes that would have gone to PDP as well. So, and to me, having looked at all these factors that are militating against PDP in this race, it just tells me that the contest is between Tinubu and nobody, meaning that it's a free pass to Tinubu. And I don't see, if people doesn't see it like that, I don't know the other way they want to look at it. My brothers, the obedient, might not see it like that, but time will tell. The outcome of the result will tell. And what is going to happen, one man, is that if the outcome does not give Labour Party,
sorry,
if it does not give Labour Party any governor, the outcome does not give Labour Party governor, it doesn't give them senator, it doesn't give them House of Rep in considerable number that, you can see that, yes, they are a participant in the political structure in Nigeria. And we see on the side of Kwankwaso, I know Kwankwaso NFPP will surely have 1 or 2 governors. It's possible for Kwankwaso to have 1 or 2 governors. I know Kwankwaso will have senators. Kwankwaso will have federal rep. And Kwankwaso will have some state rep. If Kwankwaso have some elected representative at the federal and have some governor, and Labour Party couldn't have it, even though Labour Party might have more votes than Kwankwaso, that will not count Labour Party as a futuristic party. It's going to be very difficult for Labour Party if they don't produce governor, senator, House of Rep in this coming election. If they can't win those people to represent them at the Senate or Rep, that will tell us that it's not a party, it's a party that fits for no purpose. I know that NMPP will win some position. I know that for guarantee. It might come last in the race, it might come fourth, but they will win some federal position. I know that. But can I give such guarantee for Labour? Time will tell. I'm not sure. So a lot of things will determine who is the winner, who is the loser, when the outcome, after the election. So that is what we should be looking up to. And it'll be very, very interesting, one man. That is what we are looking up to. So, but the way it is now today, having looked at that sharp division among PDP, people that used to be in PDP, now in different parties, they have divided their vote and they have given a free pass to Tinubu. That is the way I see it. And whoever, money play a huge role in election process in Nigeria, an election victory in Nigeria, money. And it looked to me that APC have that thing, money, than any other party in Nigeria today. If you look at the way APC is organized, Tinubu campaign from state to state, you can feel it, you can see it in their their outlook, and everything shows that something is driving it. And what I know that the strongest thing that is driving it is that campaign organization is well oiled, is a machine that is well oiled with money. Money is driving it strongly. Atiku side, we don't see it on the Atiku side. The lack of money, the lack of people that will have given them that strength to challenge APC, particularly the governors. It looked like what happened to them in 2014 is repeating itself. They lost 5 governors to APC at the formation of APC in 2014. And the same thing again is about to happen. 5 governors. Again, another set of 5 governors trying to jettison the party. How would they win? One man, let's wait until it's getting closer to us, or maybe we're getting closer to that date. So other than that, let me thank our people at the comment section for being with us from the beginning to this time. Ayo, Oga, Solomon, Ortiz, and other people there. I thank you all. Come back tomorrow and come and join One Man to have another round. And to listeners around the world, please click on the like button, share and subscribe. And One Man, thank you again. 7 hours, 25 minutes. It's not a joke, but I thank you a lot for bringing us together again today. Tomorrow, bring it on. I guarantee you, we shall join you and trash it out, continue the struggle from there. And we are heading there, so we shall get there by the grace of God. Thank you, One Man. Good morning to you in Britain. American, good night. Canadian, good night. Australian, good afternoon. And Japan, good afternoon. And
we didn't see World Peace today. I wonder what happened.
Maybe it's listening somewhere. I might not be able to
I'm sure it will be.
listening.
Yes, Baba Boy.
Baba Boy. Thank you, One Man. So tomorrow we meet again by the grace of God.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So that's Ajale Koko, the crowd's favorite. A real gentleman. I think I use that term so loosely, but in Ajale Koko's place, I think everybody concurs. A real, a absolute gold standard gentleman, which is very rare. You know, just a solid person. You know, it's very it's not anything you don't know. It's very rare in life to meet somebody that is a solid person, and you know what that means to say somebody is a solid person. So Ajale Koko, a solid person. So that's Ajale Koko, of course, everybody's favorite and mine too. So that's Ajale Koko, and that has been the session. Thank you, one and all. We're looking for at least 20 people to subscribe, to tip us over a threshold. So if you're not subscribed already, then do that. We need at least 20 subscribers to tip the platform over a threshold so that we can set new standards as we continue to propel. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that. So we start to wrap up, of course. So let me see if I can get it under 7.5 hours. So we start to wrap up, but to acknowledge first the people that have been generous to the platform. Kulata speaking via Super Chat in this instance. A man of prestige who often uses that function, and Play Summer, who has subsequently discovered that function. So thank you to the Super Chatters. So thank you to the Super Chatters and to the coffee buyers. Of course, I used to, when I say and to the coffee buyers, or then I will go and make that now tired joke, or there's, oh, the coffee bar, yeah, because it's usually only traditionally Ayo that uses that space. But Sally Bees has pushed that space today, so I can say the coffee buyers. So thank you to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. So I'll leave you here to go and educate myself on the difference between Daddy Shoki and Bulabalu. So that is my assignment till we reconvene for tomorrow or for later on. So my assignment now, thanks to Ayo put me on the spot, is to go and learn my Daddy Showcase, to go and learn to distinguish on my Daddy Showcase from. I was just looking the guy up actually. Okay, I want to keep it on that 7.5 hours, but I'm looking him up now on YouTube as we speak. So go find out what all the fuss is all about. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say, peace.